Well, anyways, we're live here right now, and we're glad that we have Apostle Babe on with us tonight. And of course, she has a program called Healing After the Watchtower. So we appreciate her taking up this time, space, and burning the midnight oil here at the 6 screens. So let's bring Linda on right now and say hello to her. Hello, Linda.
Hi, Rick. How's it going?
Well, it's going good. We had a really good program tonight. We had lots of new people calling in like never before. I mean, after going on 17 years, we had at least 15 new people call into the program tonight that we never heard from before. So I think that was kind of a good thing. Really, it's unbelievable.
I do too. Yeah, I heard them.
Yeah. So anyways, you want to continue on with the suicide that kind of got a lot of people's attention, but you talk about whatever you want. I'm here if you need me. So I'll be listening in. So keep the wheels of progress moving. Thank you, Linda.
Thank you. Hello. Were you going to play an intro, or should I just introduce myself?
Just introduce yourself. Yep.
Okay, I'm jumping the gun. Hello, everyone. This is Apostle Babe Linda James, your favorite apostate. And as long as I keep repeating this, this is my version of ethically brainwashing you, because it takes repetition to brainwash someone. And this is why I continue to tell you that I am your favorite apostate. Apostle Babe Linda James. So, yeah, today has gone pretty well. We're talking about things that are very tough to talk about. And it brings up, what we've been talking about, suicide and how it affects us within the organization, the people that we've known of that have committed suicide, and trying to get down to the reasons why this happens. I have a few ideas, but I also wanted to share that it's very, I believe it happens within our organization much more than we would ever know, because it's kept so hush. And just like any kind of abuse that gets brought up, the victims are told to keep quiet and never to speak about it. So it's the same thing when it comes to suicide within congregations. And it was neat to hear too, because I was under the impression that anyone that commits suicide would not have a funeral in a Kingdom Hall. And so when I mentioned that earlier, I've heard otherwise. So I was really glad to hear that. When people join this religion and they're recruited into this religion, they see it as a religion, when in actuality, I see the religion as a front to the multi-billion-dollar, real estate empire and whatever else they've got going on behind the scenes. So having the members be stuck or be loyal is a big deal. And I believe it's because the organization needs the members much more than the members have been made to believe that they need the organization. It's really important to the organization that this religion remains in front, as a front. Okay, so when you hear of stories of how people were manipulated and blackmailed and stuff like this, I hope that you consider that it's because the organization needs the members way more than the members have been made to believe that they need the organization. I think that the suicides that happen, there's a few different things. Let me go back to, when somebody is recruited into this organization, what's being presented is paradise. And this is what we're selling. That's our gospel, is paradise on earth. And then people find out later that there's going to be a remnant amount, and they are the ones that go to heaven. But most of the people in this organization have what is called an earthly calling, and they look forward to being in paradise on earth. So within the propaganda of the organization's books, there's beautiful pictures of paradise with children playing with animals. And what really shows up is families. Families are together. And within a culture where there's been many breakups of families, those that have grown up within these families see that, and it's very attractive to them. They see that as something that will support their family and staying together. So that's very attractive as well. This is something I believe my mother was attracted to. And she came from a childhood that her parents were divorced, and she just wanted to have a healthy home family, you know. And the articles that come out that teach on different subjects seems like we're getting the answers, you know. And so when we get to be involved in a cause or a movement that is so much about what we would want things to be like, it's very easy to find yourself in a group like this. So we find out later on, after we've invested ourselves, after so many years within this organization, that we pretty much cannot leave. We've recruited our cousins, we've recruited our parents, we've recruited our, you know, our spouse's family, our own family. And then if we catch wind that something just isn't right and begin to consider leaving, then we end up with this realization that we will lose everything, all of our support system that we've recruited, okay? The leadership of this organization and most cults are narcissists. So they get other people to do most of their work, but a narcissist feeds off of other people. They need a supply, and the members make a wonderful supply. And I truly believe most Jehovah's Witnesses that have joined this organization are kind-hearted, genuinely wanting to serve God sorts of people. You know, once somebody becomes higher up in the echelons, they find themselves having taken part in things that they didn't realize was criminal or deceptive. And that's also something that can be used as blackmail as well, because they come to realize they've committed some kind of criminal act. And that can be used against them to get them to stay within the organization. Brad was speaking earlier about his brother who found himself triggered and actually acted out to his father, more so than he probably ever thought he ever would. And he ended up spending time with Brad for quite a while. But when the elders came to him, the elders used the terminology that, you know, if you're out of the organization, we can hold you on charges for, you know, threatening to take your father's life. But if you remain in the organization, you know, we're not supposed to take our brothers to court. See how staying within the organization seems like a much better idea? But he's being blackmailed. He was being blackmailed. This goes on in many levels.
Seems a bit like mobsters to me. The longer I'm away from it, and the more I watch good movies. You
Yes.
know, they're in Brooklyn. It seems like Crooklyn.
Yep. I agree. I totally agree. It's very much like that. I'm coming to see that as well.
If the crime movies I watch, even if they're fiction, if they have accurate depictions in them, it looks like some of the mobsters have a better code of honor than some of the authorities we've been under.
I agree with you. I totally agree with you.
Don't change policy every 5 minutes. At least if you were in a group like they depict in these Hollywood movies, the people in that know what the code of conduct is and what's expected of them. We
Right.
were on shaky ground. It was like quicksand. Every minute they'd change things.
And that's actually done strategically, but it makes no sense, because if God is the same yesterday, today, and forever, like Scripture tells us so, we would think that he wouldn't be changing his mind on all these different things. But it's quite
Right.
unique how
Lobster can count on his God down there at the Catholic Church in the movies, you know. At least he's
Right.
got that.
Right. It's just so strange, isn't it?
It is. It gets stranger the more I look back on it.
You know, what
Kind of.
makes this organization so dangerous is it's like a spiritual mafia, because the damage that they do to people on a spiritual level. You know, somebody that's been abused physically, they have those physical scars, bruises, you know, been beat up. When you're beat up spiritually, and when it affects you on your psyche level, I'm not going to say it's worse than somebody being physically abused, but it's definitely,
Well, they do
you can
both.
understand why so many people are struggling spiritually.
Spiritually abused, they psychologically abuse, they extort money. They got the whole gambit.
Yeah.
I think somebody
Level
should do
where it's
an across-the-board comparison. That would be good to see.
Yeah.
That would be very cool to see.
I can understand. One question I had for you, Linda, is I'm just now getting on, so I didn't hear today's show, and you're talking about suicide. Did something happen recently that you could
Not that I know of. Not that I know of. But what was really cool is that I call them Uncle Joe and Auntie Fran, but Joe and Fran had a show today, and they were talking about suicides within the organization. So this subject came up, and they were just really wanting to talk about it. And then I think all kinds of stuff just flushed up in us, you know, memories of who we have lost. So I don't think we're done yet, is why I'm continuing this, because I just know that there's times that we can still talk about it. It doesn't need to be ending at the end of each show.
At a large assembly hall, where they were putting thoughts in the mind of the audience that if you ever leave, your life will become terrible, you'll become addicted to drugs, you'll be destitute, and you'll probably commit suicide. And I sat there and said, no, I won't.
That is so beautiful. That is so beautiful. I remember you saying this.
That neuro-linguistic programming from the podium.
Yes.
And they did it more than once, but this was the largest audience I remember them doing it to.
And this is a very common thing within high control, you know. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I remember. Sorry, Linda, go ahead.
Well, this is a very common thing, a common practice within systems of control. So it could be a church, it could be a political group, it could be any kind of a group. And I even say even the PTA, okay? Parent Teacher Association. It can happen anywhere. This cultic kind of atmosphere where...
actually have this kind of a dialogue that was kind of a cursing dialogue that if you leave, then this will happen.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Very neuro-linguistic programming, very threatening to the mind.
It's very much like, you will be nothing without us.
Yeah.
You're just going to disintegrate.
Yeah.
You'll disintegrate. You won't be able to survive without us. So that...
Well, I remember I was just thinking back of circuit assemblies and illustrations that they would use, even at the assemblies. I remember this on Sunday talks, where a brother would come in and give a talk, and they would use similar illustrations. If you're in a baton race and you're racing and you're doing really good, and all of a sudden you just trip up at the very last moment, not knowing you were right there at the finish line. And it was late, and they used the comparison. You could be pioneering, you could be a ministerial servant, or you could be a sister, full-time ministry, and you just give up, give out, whatever. And it was like the way they did the illustration was like God was going to kill you, and you just didn't happen to realize you gave up when you were right there, right at the end. So they gave the idea that God wasn't going to look at all that you've done. You just hit a point, a breaking point, or discouraged, or whatever had happened, and you mess up, and you're going to be destroyed. I mean, what's that say about God? Because to me, that sounds like men judging people, and saying God judges people like men do. You know what I'm saying? You're talking about
absolutely
different things.
It's a technique called dispensing salvation, and it's a technique. It's a cult technique, and as you mentioned, they're just men, and it's not Bible. And it's not what Jesus said he would do for you. And tomorrow, the Watchtower's got them writing your name in the book of life in pencil again. That's the lesson tomorrow.
I guess. I can't stand that. It's so funny.
Wilson at Berean Pickett's did a video on it, and Ellen did a video on it. People have done videos on it this week, and it's the wackiest dogma I've ever seen.
Having your name written in the book of life in pencil?
Yes, that is a direct quote. I mentioned it before, but that is also tomorrow's Watchtower, and then they've rewritten the whole thing of what's supposed to happen after all of us die and we're in paradise, and how it's going to take us another 1,000 years to get God's approval, and all kinds of stuff that's not in the book of Revelation, and all kinds of stuff that wasn't even taught 50 years ago. It is wacky. It's wackier than that generation chart that Splain has.
Okay. I'll never forget watching him with his little pointer with the generation chart. And so if you ever want to find it, audience, Brother Splain and generation, or overlapping generation, you'll find the little video. That's how you can find it. I'll never forget how he just goes into talking about it. It made absolutely no sense. And he finishes it off with, now, doesn't that make sense? It just didn't. It just didn't.
Heard this thing about being written in temporarily in the book of life. I mean,
this is the second time they've presented this in a big way. It was a video segment where they had Genghis Khan. I want to say Genghis Khan and his brother Don, if I can quote Bob Dylan. Genghis Khan, and then some other a nice indigenous young man of some native tribe, and they put 21st century suits on them, and I guess they've been dead a while, and they got resurrected, and now they're going to teach them and speechify to them, and it was hilarious to me, but it was also pathetic and sad and angering, because they said that your name will be written in the book of life in pencil, and I just about threw a brick at my television set.
Right.
Right. I have nieces and a nephew who are all very young and easily influenced, and so, thanks. I'll be preparing something against that for the kids' food.
That's the Watchtower tomorrow, and then they go off with Revelation explaining what happens, and it is nothing like I've ever heard before. And I'm fourth generation, and I thought, boy, they've really twisted that around. And now we're supposed to sit in paradise for another 1,000 years before we get the stamp of approval. Because this idea that our names are in the book of life, well, that's in pencil, and they can erase it at any time. And that's the direct quote, that your name will be written in the book of life in pencil. So how about that?
That's just insane.
You and that whole thing about twisting where paradise is too, or how long it exists and just where it is, But anyways, thank you. I don't mean to derail the conversation.
Oh no, well now you know your lesson for tomorrow. But some of that paradise stuff too, it's so wonderful and fabulous, and it's like another dimension. I've often wondered if that didn't, in the minds of a person with an unbalanced mind, perhaps that's one reason that the witnesses had more suicides too. They felt like they could just step right over into another dimension or something. I don't know. That belief worked for me for so many decades, but
it's actually the inverse, I guess, at the Watchtower. So, there is no thought that when you die, you go to heaven. Paradise is in third heaven, right? According to scripture. There's only
right.
Yeah, but so it's not hard for them to actually find that. But yeah, no, I like testing out new ideas about psychology and what's going on in the mind of those we love, so that we can rescue them.
Well, they use neuro-linguistic programming. I didn't know what it was called until very recently.
NLP is just a simple way to say trigger words.
But also the way that their grammar is, the way they've structured the paragraph, and I'm super good at grammar, and so I finally have had time to look at the material, and they're using very stilted language on purpose.
Yeah, they always call it a spirit-directed organization, but you can Google and you can find that they've never, ever, 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 not ever once, ever in history have called it a holy spirit-directed. But
that's correct. That's correct.
But also, the way they structure their titles, they'll ask a question in the title.
Yes. So that you'll want to read the article to get the answer.
But also, if your brain asks you that question, you're probably going to answer no. It's
okay.
Grammar is so stilted. And then the one where the apostle says to Jesus, "To whom do we go, Lord?" or something to that effect. In the Kingdom Ministry, they rewrote it to say, "What do we go to?"
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. And that you don't go to an organization in the paragraph. If you choose to believe the New Testament, he says, "To whom do we go?" Not to what organization do we go. So they for all the time. And once you see it, you can't unsee it.
Very true.
Talking about it, let me know. Yeah.
And this is something Rutherford came up with. You got to find the right religion. It's up to you to find the right religion that God is using. And then let's talk about how bad all these other ones are. And by the way, God's not using any of them. They're using us. And here's the reasons why we say they're using us, which I'm not going to get into right now. But that happens within the first 6 weeks of a Bible study, that these things come up. A free home Bible studies for people. They're establishing that God always used a person, or they would say an organization, to speak to his people. He used Moses back in the day, so today he's using us. So it's as though it seems like that is the character of God. I'm sorry, say that again.
You see it in the headlines sometimes now, even in regular news. They'll say, well, this works for this, and then ask yourself, well, for whom? For whom does it work? Is it going to work for me or not? Maybe it's not going to work for you. So they'll use it to sell the product.
Yes. And that's where we get into ethical and unethical persuasion, advertisement. And that's why I'm speaking about we were trained in the ministry school to sell paradise. That's what our gospel was, paradise. It wasn't much about mainstream Christianity gospel, about everything God did right and the sacrifice of his son and him doing everything right. Rather, we have to make sure we do everything right to make it through Armageddon and to make it into paradise. So this talk about the race, not to give up, I think they bring that up a good one time a year, maybe 2 times a year. They always go back to that, not giving up on the race, the race to salvation or whatever they want to call it.
Too, because it's very Gnostic, because it's like, if you have enough knowledge, it will save you, or if you do enough works, it will save you. And that's not what the Bible says.
No, it's not. No, it is not.
I spent my whole life getting far too much, what did they used to say on the Beverly Hillbillies? Far too much book learning. But I realized that was where I was coming from. Read it, do it, write it, research it. In those days, we all did a lot of research.
A lot of times they will take scripture and quote it out of context as far as what they're talking about. So they're taking you from one scripture here and one scripture there, and they're using bits and pieces like sound bites to confirm what they're teaching. And it's coming from scripture. So
tomorrow with this book of life in pencil thing, the scriptures that they've noted in the paragraphs for the whole study don't have anything to do with the way they've typeset it. And it looks like scripture at the end of the paragraphs related to the paragraph.
Yes.
And when you look scripture up for that paragraph, it's not saying that at all for like 8 paragraphs.
I've seen that too.
Like never before.
I've seen it. I can remember being a kid noticing that. There was somebody else who was that?
I was just thinking, growing up, when I started to wake up, is I realized that the Sunday meeting, the Watchtower, I started to realize the way that they did the paragraphs and they quoted certain scriptures. They were programming you before you read the scripture to how you were to interpretate that scripture. So you weren't allowed just to go and read the scripture and go, oh, okay, this is what it says. No, the Watchtower told you ahead of time, this is what the scripture means. And
that's
so
correct.
Basically, they use the Watchtower study as a way to manipulate scriptures and to tell you ahead of time, this is what these scriptures actually mean and what it's pertaining to. But if you read the scripture in its context and you go back even and read the whole chapter, and just instead of just a couple verses or whatever they give you, you realize it's a different story. A lot of times it had nothing to do with what the Watchtower was talking about. They manipulated that, and so that was a way of programming. And the fascinating thing I found when I got into network marketing years ago and started going to these seminars and different things, people were dressed up in suits and whatnot, and I was with my mother-in-law at the time and my wife at the time, and we're all supposed to be witnesses, and we're going to these seminars and their conventions for different network marketing companies, and I started to realize the similarity.
Isn't that fascinating?
Members to be salesmen, to promote a product, and how that you wanted to promote as what they were teaching you, key words to use. And I realized, God, that's how I grew up my whole life. I've been in a networking program, and they've been programming me to share what they want you to share. The whole thing of being a witness is you are a network marketing individual. You are a salesperson.
Even if you're 8 years old, I hear you. I've been there. But the thing is, you know how some of the last Paradise pictures you probably remember, they had some horses and they had some sailboats, and it was pretty nice. And the art department really rocks, right? Well, this lesson tomorrow, they've turned Paradise now into an educational work.
Oh, my goodness.
Part 2 about what a great educational work it's going to be. So just when you think you've gotten to the afterlife, and just when you think you're finally going to get that vacation that you've never had for all of eternity.
Yes.
They've written now, so we're still witnesses in Paradise, and we're still going to have to be teaching little Bible studies until the end of time. If that's not hell, I don't know what is.
Right. They completely missed the idea of entering into his rest.
Thank you.
Yes.
Next to me, yeah, sure, you can come hang out with me in Paradise. You just got to die first to get there. And then it's like, today.
I thought I'd be riding horses with
while it's still today. What?
No, I'm not going to be riding horses with dead rock stars like I thought. I'm now going to be teaching Genghis Khan in a Bible study.
You're going to have to clean up the earth. When God says God's going to ruin those who are ruining the earth, he also assigned Jehovah's Witnesses to rehabilitate it for 1,000 years. And
the gardening and all that, and the pros, and I know. But the new thing now is we've all got to have this Bible study with Genghis Khan.
Well, what's so disturbing about this is we've been told for years upon years upon years, we'll have time for this in the new system. So don't pursue your self-interests, because the kingdom message is more important. So hold on to that and look forward to doing it in the new kingdom. Well, it sounds like we're going to be doing the same things in the new system, and how are we going to have time even then, right?
Just derailed your Vegas dream, okay? They just derailed it, and we're going to be sitting in hard benches in the afterlife having this Khan Bible study. That's all we're going to do forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever.
They do have some really.
If you got to prove yourself for 1,000 years, why are you proving yourself now?
Exactly.
Well, that's a good question.
A million years with just witnesses sounds super depressing.
It sounds like.
Oh no, it's not. It's not going to be just witnesses, though, Brad. Everybody that has died, whether they are a Jehovah's Witness or not, will be resurrected, and we get the honors of indoctrinating them into the wonderful organization of Jehovah's Witnesses. We'll tell them that Jehovah's the one that resurrected them. So
we wrote that righteous and unrighteous thing. They got 3 classes now, just about.
The just and the unjust, yes. What's the third one? I'm still trying to think of Jehovah with some big old eraser, like, does the back end of that pencil have this huge eraser? It's just so wrong.
The old light. I use that to rub out all the old light.
Yeah.
In the comments, someone was mentioning about new light was a confirmation. Let's see here. They were talking about everybody was looking forward to the new life. New light. And it was supposed to confirm, Jehovah being with this organization. Yahweh Almighty cannot and does not correct the light of an organization that does not know him or obey his commandments. That is not the one, but that's a good comment, though. But it's something that is that the members would look forward to every single assembly or symposium or whatever they're calling them these days. I don't even know. They come out with a new book. So think about this. They have to have people with subscriptions to get their literature for them to make their money. And I learned from Randall Waters, who was a Bethelite back in the 80s, that it takes them pennies to make one Watchtower or Awake. So we were going door to door. No, we would be at the Kingdom Hall buying our literature for, say, 20 cents a magazine, or 25 cents a magazine, and then we would go out and tell the people at the door that if they wanted to give a donation. Okay, it used to be would sell, then it went to donation. If they wanted to give a donation, it would be this amount, and that was for just simply to cover the cost of printing and shipping. And we believed that. But in actuality, the organization made their money right off the top from us, the members of that time.
Yes, that's correct.
So if they get every single family to have a subscription,
what the
that's
were for an entire ancient lifetime, I wondered what those little square time slips were. Right? There was a video that says those time slips of members make it so the corporation can get a tax-free religious status and not pay taxes on all those billions.
Okay. So we members were doing voluntary work, which confirms okay. That's fascinating. There was other things back in the day too that I don't know who was behind it, but back in the day when I was growing up, I can remember distinctively that my parents would have to buy tickets for parking, right? And then we would go there and give them these tickets that we already paid for ahead of time for parking, or even food cards, right? Well, I mean, tickets for food. The fact is, they rented the whole stadium. They did not have to charge for parking. That was something above and beyond and unethical for them to do. So they were making money off of the members.
Danishes were delicious, but they're a cheap item.
Yes, they were very good. Yes.
I do like those Danishes.
Mm-hmm. I was very much into the barbecue sandwiches.
I never had a barbecue sandwich.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Want to go back to bean burritos in the meeting afterwards?
For what?
I was making a joke. Those bean burritos cause too many farts.
I never had
okay.
a burrito or a barbecue sandwich. I missed that whole era.
You probably both remember that the sodas were always Shasta. Cans of soda were Shasta. At least here in Southern California, that was the case here. So they were still making extra money off of the members. It was being done unethically. That ended up having to stop. Another thing that they'll do is they make it to where anybody that has a hot dog stand or they had these different people that are used to working different shows or tournaments or whatever else. The organization didn't want any of them there for that. They didn't want anybody, like, they come up with their own nursing station. They come up with their own everything, so that nobody really gets to gain any money off of the members. Plus, I think it has to do with them not listening to what's being said. Somebody from the world listening to something that they're saying. They really only want the JWs and whoever we bring, visitors or whatever. But there would be times when the stadiums, because they used to be outdoors, would just be so hot that babies were dying, right, from the heat. And when it came to I don't even know who told the story, but when they wanted to make an announcement to be careful with the babies, so that because this is happening, whoever was in leadership said, no, we're not going to announce this. I mean, come on, it's just that would be, they didn't want to bring a downer mood onto that, onto the assembly or the symposium, when it's people's lives. It's babies dying from being overheated. And so basically all the stuff that got handled were handled by Jehovah's Witnesses.
Well, they didn't used to even give out water bottles or anything. I had 2 times where my mother passed out, and 1 time where I almost did.
Okay, so did Mom pass out from heat?
Yeah, twice in my
Okay.
life at one of those assemblies.
Yeah.
And one time I almost did. My cousin ran to the ladies' room and was pulling me along, and I was like ready to pass out, and she was putting water on me and stuff. It was terrible.
Yes. It's being overheated, getting heat stroke is horrible.
It is tropical.
Okay. I tend to overheat. I tend to be very sensitive when I become overheated. I turn into somebody else that I don't even know. I begin to not finish my sentences. I'll sit down in front of a fan, and if it's not facing me or it got turned off, I believe it's a conspiracy and want to know who the hell turned off my fan. Like, I get belligerent. I get like nutso. I just like, I can't even divorce. I don't even like myself when I get like this. So I make a real effort to keep myself totally cooled off, having access to water and everything. I keep my apartment as cool as possible, which I don't have air conditioning. But there's like usually a good week or 2 near the end of summer that it will be, heat waves and stuff. Oh, it's scary.
Well, if we didn't have air conditioning in the American South, the violence would go up.
Oh, okay, yeah. Praise God for the air conditioning. Who is that?
So those stadiums in the summer here are really bad, and I don't ever want to go to another convention again.
Yeah. Me either.
Isn't there a verse that says God says that he's wearied with them? He's like, can't you all stop doing your assemblies and conventions because you just won't follow my instructions anyway?
I miss that scripture.
It's Old Testament.
Is it Old Testament? Under the law? That makes sense. If it was part of the law, that makes sense, because under the law,
your conventions and assemblies when you don't actually do what I ask. And so he's basically saying stop with all that religiosity, or someone said earlier, churchanity. But,
I'm not sure. Yeah. I know that.
You know who I was thinking of today? Thinking of a former witness, someone you may have heard of.
Who's that?
Patti Smith.
Oh, yes.
And
I know exactly who you're talking about.
When my punk rock friends took me to see Patti Smith, and I was
you've seen her.
Barely out of my Kingdom Hall attendance, and they took me to see Patti Smith, and they told me that she had been a witness, and she stood up on stage and said in a very loud voice, "I'm an American artist, and I have no guilt."
Oh, wow. Just to say I have no guilt. What freedom. What, like she, you know what that tells me?
Doing that.
That tells me she knew who she was, her identity. She had a good grasp on her identity, which, let's go into that. When someone doesn't have a good sense of identity, and you lose your position within the organization, it's like you can't lean back on having that kind of knowing who you are, just like you heard Patti Smith say, you know.
Yeah.
So
it changed my life.
did it really? Okay.
It did.
Wow.
It did.
How so?
Well, because there was somebody that got out of the witnesses, and she's standing up on stage, ruling the stage.
And successful, yeah. And that doesn't look like what we were threatened was going to happen, does it? I'm sorry, I was talking over you. Go ahead.
That's okay. And for her to say, and I have no guilt.
Yeah, that's huge. That's huge.
Me knowing she had been where I was, it was like it washed that away.
That is beautiful.
I think that's
yeah,
why
guilt and shame is huge with cults. But you think that's why what?
I think that's why my friends took me with them to it.
Maybe so, yeah. Maybe so. That's amazing. And they knew that. They told you that. You heard her say that. Very liberating for you. Yeah. That's beautiful. You know, when we leave an organization that doesn't allow us to develop our own identity, which I believe the organization doesn't allow us to develop our own identity, our responsibility when we leave is to develop our own authentic identity. And if you've never done it, it's a very odd thing, and it's very common to not know how. So all those self-interests that we were told was not a good idea as we were in the org, that we would be told things such as it would erode our faith in God and it would take us right out of the truth, you know. This is the thing. If we followed any of those things and developed in those things, our own identity would have grown. But the only thing we were allowed to really grow in was our identity as one of Jehovah's Witnesses. That's all that mattered. So after we leave, we get to develop our own unique identity. So think of the things that sound like you would like to do them. Go back to your childhood or whenever there was something you wanted to pursue and you were discouraged not to do it. I mean, if it's not illegal, there might be a class in town to take. And I'm telling you, YouTube has got so many channels to teach people how to do so many things. Look it up on YouTube.
Or audio for you for free.
Audiobooks? Yes.
I found some more for free on YouTube.
Okay, that's right. There's audiobooks on YouTube as well. Yes.
You got to put the hyphen though. Lalas. Put the hyphen between capital L-A and capital L-A. Lalas. Emporium.
I've never heard of this terminology. What does it mean, and why would we put it where? Where would we where would we put it again?
Somebody's YouTube channel.
Say that I missed the beginning. I'm sorry. Please say it again.
Okay, it's the name of someone's YouTube channel.
Okay. That's what you gave us. So that
you type Lala, you have to type LA-LA apostrophe S, Lala's Emporium.
Okay.
And there's all kinds of wonderful books on there. And I have been reading or listening to, because I am not reading it, I am listening to it, a book called The Milk of Immortality. And it's about the opium trade since the beginning of time.
Yeah. Yeah. Did they talk?
World from ancient Sumer on, and as soon as Russell and his ships were full of cargo, then the missionaries appeared.
Okay.
So it was real interesting. So I think Charles Taze Russell's family might have owned some of those ships.
Oh, that's an interesting thought. It's a fascinating thought.
But this book seemed to back it up, the way they structured the paragraph.
Okay. So that channel has some good books on it.
It does. It's got all these interesting books.
I just got finished listening to A Billion Years by that guy from Scientology that did the show with Leah Remini. And he talked about, he was born into Scientology. And another thing that's a very common thing about destructive cults is that they really don't promote bonding with your children. They just don't. That the purpose or the cause comes first, and it's as though that takes just first priority. So the time to take to bond, that first 5 years or so, it's not really promoted all that much. So for instance, in that book that I was reading, he was talking about how, shortly after his wife gave birth and everything, they dropped a baby off at the nursery and they went and did their work, and they were working like 12-hour days. They picked the baby up afterwards and go to sleep and then get up and go and do it again, and the people that they had in the nursery were not professionals. They were like just anybody from the church. They got assigned to do childcare,
Yeah, I hear you. Well, the lecture about witnesses that are born in is called Leaving Utopia.
Did this, okay. Was it read by a woman?
It's a lecture by her. She's a PhD specializing in dealing with that group. And she mentions how difficult it was treating the patients that were born-in witnesses.
This reminds me of a sociologist named Janja Lalich. And she's a sociologist.
Yep.
Was that her? And I believe someone else. Okay. So let me just say I adore her. So she'll do cameo appearances on many different shows that will talk about cults. And I'm her Facebook friend. And she's like, I don't know how old she is, but she's retired from being a professor of sociology, and she was at Berkeley and stuff. And her and a couple of friends are just when we're going to go see Lady Gaga, right? She's talking about it on Facebook. And then she's like, we met somebody on the plane that knows somebody or another. And then later on, she's like, oh my God, we have front row seats to Lady Gaga.
Wow.
So the person that wrote that book, yay, we were so happy, just because she's gotten so many, followers from different groups, different cults, we were just also stoked for her. She got front row seats, yay. But she's super, super intelligent as far as, and herself, she used to be part of a political cult. And, so she really understands it and talks about, there are certain times that people are vulnerable of being recruited into a cult. And she had a time that was very vulnerable for her. That's when she got recruited into the political cult that she was involved in. But yeah, she does a lot of interviews with Jehovah's Witnesses that are those that do interviews. So yeah, I really like her.
Well, I just kept moving forward and succeeded in business and did everything, and then did all the care for all my beloveds that are gone now.
Yeah.
And it all kind of hit me like a train again. So I think this is a lifetime thing. Trying to all this that we all went through.
This recovering process?
Because I thought, oh, I'm done with that when I'm 30 years old and succeeding in business, and barely thought about witness stuff. And then I came back home, and you know the story, and then they tried to extort the house, and then, my family's all gone to heaven, and now it's like I'm looking back, trying to piece it all together. Should I write a memoir? And it all hits me like a train.
Yeah.
And I thought, oh, well, this was a loving part of my life, and this was easy here, and oh, those memories were good. And then I try to piece it all together, and I'm like, how did I live through all that? I thought my childhood was perfect. And I'm like, what was that about? And I'm realizing now how my parents were impacted by this.
Yes. The things you've told me that your father has said tells me he was not 100% recruited. He was still an independent thinking Christian, that man was. Yes.
My mother too, and I'm looking back
yes.
saying, health might have been better, but look at the stress she was under, and look how strong my dad was to work a full job and do that. And no wonder this was stressful. And well, that was sure a beautiful scene, but look, after that, everything kind of went to hell. And it's when you really see it, it was such a work cult.
It is. The leadership gets rich off of the work that the members do. Yeah.
I think I really think that health, physical health, not just mental health, I think physical health is really impacted by it.
Absolutely, because taking time out for self-care really, did we ever hear anything about this? Growing up, it was like...
Because now in retirement, I didn't know what it was. I've been like I'm a chain gang for my whole life. And
I've seen people who leave the org who still need to remain busy, because that's the route that they've always been on. Like we were trained to be busy, So it's hard to even drop that aspect.
When you finally stop, then you start processing the trauma and saying, oh, well, I guess I do need to sleep. Let's work on sleeping and taking care of it. And wait a minute, what was that happened way back when?
Yes, when you have the time to ponder.
That's why they don't want the members to ever stop. Because if you
Thank
stop,
you.
well, not only
That's right.
but you'll need sleep.
Bingo.
Yes. And I believe that this time that we've gone through with the pandemic, that has given people time to reflect. So it's helping.
Prison camp. They're not going back.
Many are not. Yes, you're right. Many are not. And being that being involved in the organization is, we were secluded and this, that, and the other. So that happened worldwide. We would be encouraged to be secluded and this, that, and the other. So the same kinds of how that affected us mentally growing up in the org, society at large has been going through it too. So some of them are getting back into, their routines and all this. Many of them have actually, but what's not uncommon is for them to go through what is called institutional syndrome. And that's something that prisoners will go through when they leave prison and try to assimilate into society at large, they'll have a hard time with it, panic attacks and stuff like that. So it's really important to get into therapy. It's really important to work on your healing when you first, leave and to discover things that would support you in your journey that you're on. Myself, I've been in and out of therapy for years, and besides the very first time I went, when I was a kid, every other time has been very, very helpful. And it's like taking an hour off just for you to figure some stuff out, or to understand why you behave in the way that you behave. So it sounds like Rick's going to handle this. Robert's in the chat is saying that his dad used to work 60 hours a week, and then all the JW stuff on top of it.
Well, we're going to get this back on for you, Linda. The phone line goes off every 6 hours, so we're getting it back on right now. So hang in here with us.
Okay, sounds good. So it'll just be a few minutes, YouTube.
Welcome into the live 6 Screens conference calls. We thank you for joining in. To speak up and talk, press *6 on your telephone. When you are done talking, press *6 to mute yourself. Remember, when you are unmuted, your phone is a microphone and picks up on all noises in the background. We hope you enjoy the programs tonight. You will now be placed into the conference.
If you are the host, press star now. Otherwise, please wait, and you will be joined into the conference.
Well, we'll be in the conference here very shortly, so be all set.
Okay.
Couple of seconds.
The recording.
All right, good. It should be pretty much now. I think we're just about there.
Silence until I answered, and then I was like, "Wow, that's pretty long." But the delay meant that, everybody's constantly talking or stepping or whatever. You know what I mean?
You just have to roll here because we don't have the phone system set up like that.
Oh, well, no complaints. Yeah. I'm just learning how. I was specifically working on it this week. It also, I'm muting my phone now using the phone rather than the *6. How do you guys do it?
I use the *6.
Ah, cool. So a little bit of both.
I do both. So, yeah. So, if you.
It doesn't seem like you can watch the video on YouTube and do the phone call at the same time either.
No, I'm on the phone right now, but this afternoon I watched a whole show just with YouTube, but if I want to contribute, I just use the phone. Because you have to have your YouTube turned off so that it doesn't feed back into your phone.
Well, and also the YouTube is a lot slower than the phone, right?
Correct.
It may seem like it. You're looking at a picture and hearing at the same time. It may seem at a different speed. It should be exactly
it should be about a second off, half a second maybe.
Oh, mine's worse than that. Way worse
really?
than
Does
that.
it split?
It's like a whole other portion of the conversation. Like, I don't know, maybe 10 to 15 seconds behind or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, maybe there's a 15-second delay in the feed to YouTube. That's possible, because that's standard. The 15 seconds is standard.
Yeah,
that's basically a standard broadcasting thing.
I just like having the visual, It's like,
right.
I really like that, Linda's background's nice and dark and, stuff. Then I get confused where we are.
Oh. Days of Noah. He's not a witness, but it's an interesting show. D-A-Y-Z, Days of Noah. He's got quite the show.
Does he?
I have never watched basically or participated in anything. I've just stayed far, far away from it all.
Oh gosh, I love YouTube. I don't know how I lived without it.
That's cool.
I'm saving money now because I have a box that gets YouTube, so I don't pay the big cable bill now.
Oh, okay. I'm hearing a gentleman in the background. Who is that?
On my TV.
I don't know.
Yeah, I just hooked my mom up with Roku.
Roku's good too. But Days of Noah, what a show he's got.
Well, let me ask you something since we're all data. I did actually watch a video like a couple years ago, and Mark Martin, I had been looking for what was like the current Watchtower thinking or something about Revelation, and then somehow stumbled into his video. In that video, he said, like he's of course total ex-data, but he says he believes that no one whatsoever lives on Earth during the 1,000-year reign. That everybody is dead and no one's on Earth. Like how mainstream, or like that seems completely bizarre to me. Like nothing I'd ever heard of any denomination before. Does anybody know anything more about that? Like, is that
Christianity gets really wacky because, like, the rapture was from a man named Darby in 1890.
Well, but the harpazo is the snatching up that a thief does, which is actually in scripture. So I don't usually go down the rabbit hole of whether or not we want to argue semantics, potato, right? But like this is like completely changing the story.
See, now in the Tudors back in Henry VIII's time, they talked about new heaven and new earth all the time in the early Episcopal Church. And there was a guy that wrote a book in the last 15 years about it, and it sounded like witness teachings almost. And he was an Episcopal priest, and they defrocked him for the book.
Oh wow! And
Christianity,
defrocked means taking a priest and
Christianity
ex-naying him.
They just gloss over it. And the
I don't know what kind
of new heavens, new earth
talking about.
Well, like a paradise earth. It was in the early in Henry VIII.
Oh, thank you. You have to put paradise in because I don't think of paradise ever on earth anymore. So you're saying he was writing.
The early Episcopals did have teaching, but then they disregarded it and became real mainstream with heaven. Okay, and then this book, this Episcopal priest went back and looked at the history of the Tudor England and mentioned it, and the book was a bestseller on the religion. Ministers of a variety bought it, and then they defrocked him for writing it.
Wow.
History of his own church.
Well, do we know, for example, another point, do we know any other denomination on the planet or in history that ever, basically denied either bread and wine or heaven? Because both of those, are like
the Persian Zoroastrians have a paradise earth when you die.
Well, I mean for actual Christians, though. So,
no. As I say, the Episcopals, when Henry VIII invented the Episcopal Church and broke away from the Vatican in the Tudor England time, back with Queen Elizabeth I and Mary Queen of Scots, and they invented the Episcopal Church, they did have the notion of a paradise earth and a heaven.
Yeah, that was the Anglican Church.
The early Anglican Church. But then they changed, and it was heaven, and it became more mainstream as it is today. So that's the history of that. But as far as
during the time of real Reformation.
Right. As far as not taking a sip, I don't know of any other Christian denomination that would have a two-class system where some people don't take a sip. And I'm a fourth generation born in, and I know that my parents, when they were married in 1936, they both took a sip.
Well, yeah, back then it wasn't not allowed.
Until
Rutherford came up with that teaching.
And, with Rutherford, everything changed.
Yeah, 1942, I think, is when they decided that 1940 had already happened, and so they limited the number because they needed a method to continue doing the gathering work that angels are supposed to do. Yeah.
Right. So I think that answers your question. That Rutherford was.
So Rutherford died January 8th of 1942. So it would have to be the next president, probably.
Is that Linda back, or did you change the phone?
I'm here.
No.
I was saying that Rutherford died January 8th of 1942, so
Oh, okay.
I would think that the next president would be part of what you were talking about, bringing in what you were talking about.
That wasn't allowing people going up to heaven, and we don't know any other, I mean to say denomination, not religion, and no other denomination to not unmuted wine as Christians.
Within the 41 flavors of Christianity, no, I don't, and I have researched religion quite a bit. It's a very interesting question.
The closest you're going to come would be the Salvation Army, but the Salvation Army does not have communion or baptism at all whatsoever.
Uh-huh.
And the Christians have bread and water.
Hey, excuse me 1 second. I'm just going to come in here for 1 second. This is Rick here at the control panel. Linda,
Hi, Rick.
Can you hear us, Linda?
Yes.
Can you guys all hear Linda?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay, just double check it to make sure. Yep.
Thank you for checking.
We were worried about you.
Who, Rick?
Do we still have Linda?
No, we were worried about you.
Are you talking? Who's worried about who?
Oh,
I need names.
Angela's worried about Linda because it seemed like Linda disappeared.
Oh, I'm listening to you guys.
Linda too.
You disappeared into another dimension for about 40 minutes, and we thought maybe you'd gone to paradise, and we're
40. I thought it was only 10 minutes. 40, wow.
5, according to my clock. No.
Okay.
Where were we?
You were talking about different denominations.
Well, when Linda dropped, I jumped up because I was, wondering, there was all the silence when Linda dropped.
Oh, I'm really enjoying it, Angela. I'm really enjoying meeting you. He is very happy to meet.
Thanks.
This was our Angela from last weekend.
Okay.
So, yeah, when the show started off last weekend, I got to chat with her. So there was a bit of a delay, and we were kind of talking over each other, but it doesn't seem to be happening tonight. So I think she's hearing better.
Oh no, I still have the delay. We were talking about it while you were gone. Yeah. I'm trying to be very careful about pausing a long pause.
The one thing that I did find, Angela, was the video on YouTube called The Great Disappointment.
I think I know that. Is that like from the Penton era, talking about the Watchtower history?
No, it goes all the way back to the Millerites. And it was a neat little video of 18 whatever, and how disappointed they were after the Great Disappointment.
Is it from the 80s, the video?
Probably, but it talks about the 1880s.
Yeah, I'll go check that out.
That was neat.
We're very, 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 very well versed with the Watchtower history and propaganda and stuff, but I'm always looking for anything new.
And I think it was this recent thing of the Watchtower study tomorrow. I think it was Ellen had a whole video where she broke it down. And then Berean Pickett's had a whole video where he broke it down. So that they might lose members over that if people are paying attention. It'll either work really well for them, or it'll backfire on them.
I don't know. I just think it comes down to the where would we go? So,
Yeah.
I would love that to be true, but not at all do I believe it.
I just wanted to say hi to my adopted son. Can anybody hear me? I just want to say hi to my adopted son in the chat. JW Thoughts has allowed me to adopt him, and this is healthy for us to do. When we leave the Oregon, we lose family to make our own family, and we don't have to get up in each other's lives and know everything everybody's doing, but just be of support and be, know that someone cares, like that. So I'm very thankful he's in the chat. He's like, don't mind me. He's playing games and he's just going to listen. See, I love that. That's exactly what podcasts are for. And I see this show as a live podcast. So I'm glad you're here, son. Thank you for showing up. Go on. You guys can carry on with what you were talking about.
How are you doing with your crafts, Linda? You were doing those resin crafts, and what are you doing for fun?
I've been doing them still, having a good time. And I mentioned I had a few wounds a few weeks back. They are almost all the way healed. So that's been really good. Yeah, I'm very pleased with that. Yeah.
Linda?
Yes?
What kind of resin crafts are you doing?
It's the kind that you put under UV light, and I'm making jewelry with them, so I'm using jewelry molds.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, my cousin does some of that. She makes like tumblers and cups and all kinds of stuff. So.
Yeah, it's very, 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 I have to be creative. I have to be artsy-fartsy. I have to. So that's one of those things that I've discovered about myself, about being who I authentically am. And when you really get down to it, when you really discover who you authentically are, and you get to be who you authentically are, be your gifts, I believe that falls into the category of you being your purpose, And when you have to be something other than you are, it's really bad for the psyche, And I admire those, I'm not saying give up everything you do. I mean, I think there's men out there that have families that are willing to do whatever it takes, and they take jobs that they don't care for, and they do it just to make sure that their families are taken care of, and that's admirable. But if you can get a job that falls into the category of something that really reflects who you are, you would have more joy in it. So, but those men and women who do this take whatever it takes.
I was an expert, but now I'm a hermit and I'm loving it.
Isn't it wonderful?
Basically come to find what you were talking about, Linda. I mean, you actually helped me with that, like realizing that, we have like a calling or a self, and
yes.
Embracing it rather than thinking that you're just, I don't know, how do I phrase it besides calling? You use that word calling.
I like it.
Follow your bliss. If you have a job you like, it's almost
there you
like
go. Follow your bliss. That can be used too.
Definitely have a job you like and you've got it down. But I don't miss dressing up for the Kingdom Hall. I don't miss being an extrovert. I thought I was the one that meted and greeted everybody the most. I was that way as a little kid, but I think I was pushed out to be that way. I think it was expected of me to be that way. Because I am
maybe so.
Here, sitting in my little hermit place.
Isn't that amazing how I've always been very extroverted. When I took a Myers-Briggs test, which is a personality test, I was actually borderline extrovert and introvert. So I was right in the middle of both. I think if I took it today, I would definitely be more so on the introverted side. Like, I really enjoy my time alone. I do not get bored. I enjoy my time alone. I find many things to do to occupy myself, and I'm enjoying every minute of it. Whether it's reading or doing crafts or, just I come up with stuff, reading books, listening to books. I have like gel pens that I use in coloring books that are called adult coloring books, and super soothing. So intricate pictures.
I got an adult coloring book at Five Below, and I have the Vogue coloring book.
Oh, good.
I haven't started on it yet.
Good. I just love doing that. So during COVID, I can't even tell you how many books I've finished. So what I'm looking forward to doing later is copying them, shrinking them up, and putting them into some of the resin that I'm going to be doing. So I'm going to have my little designs put in there. So they'll be a little bit on the unique side, you know?
Wow,
yeah, so
that would be great.
that'll be fun. Yeah. So either I'll be owning a printer in the future, or I will be going to a shop to get it done, or talk one of my friends into it or something. I'm looking for, so I think ahead and look forward to things too. That's another thing, you know, to have ideas of what you want to do in the future. That's very, very helpful for finding your own identity. I know we were going to talk a little. I was heading towards suicide, but we've kind of just gone into this area. But what's so good about this area is, if you find yourself disfellowshipped or shunned, and you are left with not knowing who you are and lost your whole social, you know, structure, it's supposed to be that depression. It's supposed to, being that devastated and knowing that they are considered spiritually dead. It's more understandable why this kind of suicide happens within the organization. They haven't had a chance to develop who they are, and they're taught that they're nothing without the organization. And again,
witness acquaintances that were coming here because they weren't really my friends. They wanted my house. They had their hand out for money and cake all the time. Those people, I'm not missing them. If they called me tomorrow and told me that I have been totally shunned, I'd send them a thank you note saying, thank you for disfellowshipping me, and here's your little card with a demon on it.
Well, you know,
that's funny.
Demon and
12 years old, and my family, everybody are Jehovah's Witnesses, and baptized at 12, immediately, you know, woke up and realized that there's all the contradictions and stuff. So then kept my mouth shut until I was old enough to escape. I was emancipated at 15 so that I could take care of myself. And here I am at turning 43 in a couple days, and I still have no family. So just got to remember that there are people that I wasn't technically born in, but you might as well think of me that way.
Yeah.
And so people who are, you know, born in and all your family are in, it's not really about any of the other people. Like, I agree with you, can't stand, they're the worst attitudes, and even ex-JWs, the narcissism and the abuse, and the way that they'll do and practice coercive control and domination, the superiority, etc. Just a million reasons not to go anywhere near it.
But I love my family. My family have all died. I have a cousin in one state, 2 other cousins in another state, and I'm on good terms with them. But most of my family are gone. At 42, you can still do whatever you want to do. You could go to college. You can write a book.
I wanted to do what I wanted my family back, actually. But I wanted to say, I'm sorry, I got to go tonight. And so I wanted to say I love meeting everyone. But I didn't want to just like disappear like I did last week.
Oh, that's right. We kind of lost you. Yeah. Okay. The phone probably just shut off.
Well, send your family a card and send everybody a card and see who responds.
They don't respond.
No, I'm sorry.
Keep coming up with ideas for me, though. I'm not, you know, just heartbroken. I was first married the night before I turned 17 to a Jehovah's Witness, you know, because, you know, even though I didn't agree and whatnot, there's also like, how are you ever going to fit in and be accepted? Right. And so abused immediately. But basically, this is a long story short. That anniversary is, I think, tomorrow or right now in a moment. And so, you know, first abused the first week of being 17, and they didn't have anything for me then. They don't have anything for me now. I'm considered an adulteress because I got raped and didn't have witnesses. So we would need some kind of a miracle to turn this organization around so that their cold hearts could warm up again. But I do like the fact that, you know, Jesus was quite pointed with it. You know, he called people vipers and said that they were hatched. and it was just a really fancy science way to say that they've got cold hearts and were not actually born. They were hatched rather than like born.
Right.
So
Wow.
I feel bad about it, but that's where I live. I live with people who call me evil and a demon.
Well, at 42, you can rewrite your own story, though. You're not 17 anymore. At 42, you can rewrite.
I've written my story. I instead of rewriting it, I just lived it, actually.
That's
so I think it's great to live rather than But I don't want to Babylon. I'm really tired and I have to teach. Not have to. I enjoy teaching. Tomorrow morning we start Romans at 9 a.m. So I need to.
Okay, well enjoy. It was wonderful meeting you.
Well, likewise, and you're here weekly. This voice that I'm speaking to.
Miss
Pixie tries to be here when she can.
Cool. I'll come and see you again at Linda's.
Okay, we'll go and be you and do you for you.
Thank you.
And
pardon my grumpy. I got kind of beat up in the chat earlier, so I found
fine.
lots of my stuff. And thank you, dude. It was nice meeting you too. If he's still here.
You too. Yep.
Oh,
yeah, we do get to make new memories on memorable days that were awful for us. So it's an opportunity for us to make new memories. And tomorrow, and even today, like you're doing things that you want to do, and you're being your gift tomorrow. So make that part of your new memories, Angela.
I'm going to try to, because, I don't think I've ever really centered on it until this year, but I was really clobbered last year by my family. Because I'm technically, according to their rules and stuff, I'm a Jehovah's Witness, not disfellowshipped. And but just never go or whatever. And so, anyways, they had an opportunity for love, but instead I got stabbed in the back and punched in the stomach, shall we say. And
I'm sorry to hear that.
But the anniversary and the birthday, right, beside each other. So it's just anniversary of abuse. So then it's your birthday, which is just another instance of abuse, and then straight into the more of the holidays and whatnot. So I really am grateful for everyone coming together and doing things like this in love, and also all the people who are amazing who invite the random stranger over to love them. I think that's amazing. So I'm definitely going to be spending more time here. Thank you for all of your love.
Have you read the book Boundaries, and have you read the book The Rules?
Do you mean the rules as in the back in the day dating game book?
That's actually the book and the book Boundaries.
That's exactly what I thought she was going to say. This is a trip. She says this, but it's actually quite practical.
So we are talking the rules. I did read that. I haven't read Boundaries.
Boundaries is good too, and a lot of those self-help books. There was one I read years ago called "Go For It" that changed my life and was real good. All those little books in the psychology self-help part of the library, you can do your life however you want to do it, but there are some books that help.
I just need. This is not kidding. So I'm not trying to say no or whatever. I know my voice sounds grumpy or cranky or whatever. So pardon that I can't get the tone right. But with all the love, look for me one that basically tells me how to disfellowship my family. So I have actually literally already said to my mother, you're not going to keep doing this to me. And so anyone who's crossing that boundary, I'm saying look, you've shunned me all my life, and so now you need to understand that you have to respect my rights. The same rights and entitlement that you have, I have.
That's boundaries. That would be the Boundaries.
I think I can go read the book on boundaries, but if you
and then this book by Susan Forward, she wrote several books, but she's got one about religious abuse, you might call it. But her name is Susan Forward. I can't remember the title right off the top of my head, but she's talking about people that were abused in religions. And it's a very simple book. It's not a PhD book. And that was life-changing for me, too, about 15 years ago. So look for the book Susan Forward.
someone was, I tried to offer earlier, I think it was in the other call, but like someone else, with, like the delay and whatnot, we were talking about stepping over each other. What I'm kind of wondering about is, I liken the relationship to the Watchtower or to our loved ones who are shunning us to an abusive domestic violence relationship. It's emotional violence. And so what I'm looking for is a book that tells you how to get rid of the abuser. Like everything else.
The Susan Forward book, and it's about religious abuse, and it talks about what your parents' dynamic was and where you came from, and it was really helpful.
Does it tell you how to break the love that you have for your family?
Yeah. Look at that. The library will have it. It was a bestseller about 15 years ago. The library will have her books.
Okay.
There's also a book called Codependence No More by
Yeah, and when I say
can't think of her name.
Saved my life, I mean it.
Oh, I love the library. Yes,
Angela.
Hello.
Hi. Can I ask you a question? Why do you want to break the? Why do you want to break? I know.
I think that was Susan, and she got cut off.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, I don't know what's happening with this phone tonight. But anyway, I just wanted to ask, why do you want to break the love of your family? Because if you love them, it's not wrong.
Sorry?
It's not wrong to love your family, even if they don't love you.
Well, I've been shunned for 30 years, 31 in another moment or so. And so I would like to stop hurting. And so it'd be easier to be dead. So like a whole aspect of suicide people haven't discussed here. They're so focused on, hey, you can still live your life. Excuse me, I have a new life. I have like a really successful, awesome life. But the reason I care is because, while I'm not, I would say, at risk for suicide, I greatly understand the depths of despair of, your family without you. And so, like, literally, if we thought about this as my abusive husband, and then we had this conversation, which is why I made that metaphor a moment ago. If we think of it as an abusive husband, we wouldn't say, the question of why would I want to sever the love connection. In that case, it would be helping to do so. And so that's what I'm kind of looking for, is pretend that my family is as abusive as an abusive husband, and I need help rescuing myself from loving too much and continuing to try to supplicate and find my way. So, like I could mail a card to all my family, but that's just, another one of the million things I would be trying in the last 30 years.
It would be destined. Right? I understand that. I mean, if they do one thing once, they'll do it twice and again and again. But I can understand wanting to be away from an abusive husband. But your family, they're doing it out of ignorance.
I think the book is Will I Ever Be Enough about abuse?
Wait, just let me finish. You're doing what they're doing is out of ignorance. I have 2 daughters whom I love with all my heart. He won't talk to me. It's been 10 years. But I understand. They're ignorant in that they don't understand. They have no clue of what life's all about. They only know the Watchtower. So I give them a pass. I give them a pass because they have an ignorance, a Watchtower ignorance that's like a disease that's been given to them. They've been injected with it. And so they're sick. They're sick with the disease of being a Jehovah's Witness. And so the disease has to be cured. I mean, why?
Yeah, I agree with you.
But, if you want to stop loving them, I think you're kind of going to a path where you're not going to win.
Well, maybe I should rephrase it and say that I would keep all the love for them in my heart, but I need to sever the heartstring because it's attached to death. And so someone was mentioning earlier or questioning about whether or not these things have an impact on our health, and they absolutely do. Like Russell in his divorce case. Yeah, so in Pennsylvania.
There's a book about mothers and narcissistic parents. Those 2 books might be what you're looking for, and that would be in the same section with the Susan Forward book.
but we're still.
About
I
religion.
don't have any problem understanding them. I studied cognitive science, so that's a whole umbrella of research and study involved there. And so understanding them and what they're going through. So I completely agree with both of you sisters, especially the one who was speaking the most recent. That's exactly how they are, and it's how I view them. But for taking care of myself, I have to
Boundary and gray rock and going no contact is what it's called in those books.
So
I have boundaries.
right now, let's Susan's wanting to take some time.
Things I need to read a book for, and it still hurts.
It's going to hurt.
Right now?
Life is pain. Life is suffering. Buddha said life is suffering. I'm hearing your pain. I'm understanding that.
Hold on just a minute, Pixie, because I'm wanting to let Susan finish out what she's going to say. Can you hold on just a few more minutes? Thank you, hon. Go ahead, Susan.
Well, this concerns me because what you're asking for, I don't think is humanly possible. It's asking you to not love someone when they're your parent or your sibling, or it's like you have a connection.
Well, other people just put it simply and they say, let it go. So my aunt says, let it go. And everybody says, let it go. And so it's just unhelpful to like throw books at a person and say, Buddha says life is pain, and then think we're all done with the conversation. So I agree that love conquers all, also. So I don't want to be like a negative Nelly. But I've nearly lost all of my hair, just by effectively grieving and through high stress. And that's because in 2011, I think it is, maybe, is when I coincidentally, in a weird way, got reinstated. And so that reinstatement, I don't believe in Jehovah, and the elder kicked me under the table. I didn't even ask to be reinstated. It was a strange thing where my mom said, hey, well, why don't something weird happen in my life? And she says, why don't you just go to the Kingdom Hall and just, go see or something. Anyways, yada, yada. I end up getting reinstated even after saying, no, I don't believe it's a soul channel or anything like that. And so that gave me hope. And I also then got married. And so that was an interesting thing. I never thought I would marry a second Jehovah's Witness. And that also gave me some feeling of hope. And so I went through the second devastation of realizing, no, these people are not the least bit forgiving or merciful. And so I'm going to go public with my story and all of their cruelty, which tops Russell, because, I'm one of those women. I was a young woman, actually. I think I was under 21 years old when I reported that I was raped, and they turn around and make it adultery. And so, I ended up getting, in due course, disfellowshipped because I didn't have anyone to speak for me and say, as far as two witnesses, but they didn't need two witnesses to call me an adulteress. And so I've just been through the ringer quite a bit. And so, I think that we're going to handle this quite simply. My family will cut their love off for me in a manner, but there will be plenty of love to receive me once my story is told. But I don't really have a selfish thing. Mainly, I'm just like, I'm showing up here, as a person who says, give me more books. Don't mind throwing the books at me. I'm surrounded by them and I love them, especially on paper. And I love the library too. Thank you. But seeing my friends die, or watching Barbara Anderson have 2 suicides in just a couple of weeks apart, and then we had a third. So it's been a year of death, nonstop death. The corporation I work for gives up to 4 weeks per instance of death, because they're extremely gracious. And I'm about to go show them the list of deaths in the last year. And so this is about basically, it starts from my own heart, my own personal life and experience, my lived experience, but knowing that I'm just one of so many. For example, today while I was on this call, actually working on finding resources to make sure that the Japanese friends, they're in their 30s, that are outing the abuse. There was one of the kids from the Moonies that killed the prime minister or whatever. And so there's a huge spotlight on that right now, as of the end of October, beginning of November. and just basically, how do we help all of these people find their way to love? Because we can't look back over our shoulder, because that's not love behind me. And so I understand that it's not you think that it's a slippery slope, I suppose, but maybe think about doing it for 30 years. Think about how many times I thought about suicide. Think about how many people have thought about suicide. And so the more that we go towards that thing that is hate, and then try to redefine it into some kind of version of love. Love is a verb, it's not a feeling. And so there's no action that I have found from this organization that could be defined as anything loving. But they also don't ever call their organization Holy Spirit directed. And so the Spirit directing them is not one of love. God is love, and they don't have God's Spirit, Christ's Spirit, or the Holy Spirit in them, because there's like simple definitions of that. Now, that doesn't mean I don't love them. It just means I want to, if it's a balloon, like I want to let it go. Or if we're at Disney and people want to start talking about let it go and singing that crazy song. So basically, while I've always thought that that's not the case, I've found the catch-22 in an inverse way. I'm not going to let it go. I'm going to let it go by letting it go. In other words, I'm going to speak out, right? And so I definitely
have you ever thought about, there's a scripture and it says, when Peter said to Jesus, how often should I forgive my fellow man? 7 times? And Jesus said, no, 77 times.
What did he say before that, actually? Do you know what? Let's talk about it in abuse again. So what was the prerequisite, though? When do you forgive? That is not happening. The prerequisite was when they come and ask and seek forgiveness.
Before you, that's right. They come before you.
Yeah, so that's not happening.
The key, they never will. The key,
and that's why you don't forgive 77 times, because that would be a woman to death in her home, forgiving and suffering in silence. So I'm not going to change my principles just because it's my family and they're not feeding me. They're feeding me with their emotional violence.
Which is true, but you want to get this load off of you, don't you? And the ways that you've been doing it, the description of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and not getting any results. So you have
what do you think I'm doing over and over?
Well, you're dwelling and you have this anger against your family.
No, I'm dwelling on love that I want to sever. So I'm going to sever the love so that I don't continue loving with no results.
But the thing is, you want to sever it. You want to sever it because you have a lot of anger going on. You're angry at them. That's why you want to sever them off. They're withholding their love from you. They're withholding their love from you, which is a Jehovah's Witness thing. You're not, as long as they're witnesses, you're not going to change it. So the only thing you can change is you, what you're trying to do, which is a good thing. But the ways you've been trying haven't worked.
So I've been assigned with love, and then you said it's good to start to change me, but the thing that I want to change, I'm not allowed to change? Why do I have to love evil? Why is it, where's the principle in Scripture that says we're supposed to love evil? If these people were in our congregation, we're told to expel them. Revilers, verbal abusers. These people are revilers, verbal abusers. If God says you don't even eat with such a one, and you should expel the evil from among you, but don't judge those outside of the congregation, I think I'm well within my boundaries to say, even though it's family and even though it hurts, that is exactly what the principles of Scripture are. He says if you say that you love God but you hate your brother, then you're a liar. That's my family. That's a simple principle. Why don't I get to stand by that? I want to stand by that. What's wrong with that? I want to be able to say loudly to the world, this is what this organization has done worldwide. How many deaths are there? Can we survey and find out how many women have suffered until they die with some guy that says, I can do anything to you, but as long as I don't cheat, you're still stuck?
Well, in Galatians chapter 5, it talks about the type of personality we want to have, we want to be. We want to have love.
But we're picking on me. I want to pick on them. What is wrong with me following Scripture and saying that they practice hate worldwide? The governments are turning worldwide, besides the United States, on this religion for the emotional violence. It's a civil abuse issue. So you're saying I be in an abusive relationship and work on my own personality, which was also great before I was.
But you're not even in a relationship with them. They don't want a relationship with you. There is no relationship.
That's why I want to let it go.
You have to work on yourself.
What do I need to work on myself for besides letting it go?
I think letting it go, the fruits of the Spirit, might be something you might find refreshingly helpful.
Well, my fruits of the Spirit are usually good, but you just told me that you do want me to let it go, and what we're talking about is letting go of the love. So I feel like it's like a catch-22 or not catch-22, but you're saying two things meaning two different things. Earlier, I wasn't allowed to let go of love. Now I can.
I'm kind of lost here.
Okay, so I'll put it simple. I think we agree that we're supposed to let it go, because you just said that I don't have a relationship with them and whatnot. And then I'm just feeling a little agitated because earlier that's exactly my point. My point is, hey, I don't want to read any more books, and I have perfect boundaries. You know, there's like not anybody crossing the chasm between here and here, neither can they. We all agree. But why is it that letting it go has to be like the phrase that we can accept, but I can't say that's hate, this is love, and these two are not going to be relating anymore? Like, what's wrong with letting go and saying I'm going to sever the love? I'm going to stop connecting to them with love.
All the things you just asked me, pretend that you're going to give advice to yourself. If I came to you and stated all the problems that you have, what would you tell me? How would you tell me?
I would just repeat myself. I would say that the scripture says that when someone is a reviler of your verbal abuser, they not only don't inherit the kingdom of God, but they're not even allowed to hang out with you, to have dinner with you. And that means that they're technically, because it's not just like a dinner, it's the love feast or the Eucharist or the communion, whatever term you want to take there. And so what it's saying is they're not a part of the body of Christ. And then there's another verse I would bring. You know, I'm an orphan. My father died when I was 3.5 years old. He was 23. And so God says, you know, I'm adopted immediately by him because he said something about, you know, all the orphans are his. But later it says that the only religion that's worthy is looking after widows and orphans and remaining unspotted from the world. Another verse, whether it's in James or another book, I'm not sure, talks about if you can't love your brother, then they're not loving God and you're a liar. So I'm just going to stand by all of that. The only difference is
the point I'm trying to make with you, honey, is this: there's the fruits of the Spirit and the works of the flesh. Do you want to be known for the works of the flesh or the fruits of the Spirit?
Love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. I think I demonstrate it quite often. Whatever is true, noble, right, pure, lovely, admirable, excellent, or praiseworthy, those are the things I think about. So I'm not sure that...
But you sound very angry, honey. You sound angry.
Yeah, I'm angry because I'm not sure why it is that I'm getting a lecture about cutting off from hate. I'm following the Bible principle, and I was trying to go to bed earlier. I'm teaching Romans... I said Romans again. I just finished Romans. We're starting with Hebrews. But so I think, what am I supposed to say? We disagree. I'm getting agitated. I'm tired. I got attacked all night in this chat thing.
Sorry,
and everybody's got simple answers saying that my plan is wrong.
Well,
what's
honey,
wrong with following the scripture there?
It's not a simple problem. It's a very complex one.
No, the simple book was a simple answer problem. I think it's a complex problem too. It's why I'm working at it from a worldwide angle to solve for many, not one. So I think that I agree with the Japanese kids that we have to expose it and say that these things don't follow scripture, rather than say that I'm going to work on myself.
Well, can you change your family?
Yes.
By
putting a flashlight on evil. You know how you get cockroaches out? Turn the light on.
You cannot make another person do or feel anything. If you could, there'd be enough laws legislated that we have a harmonious
No, excuse me. I do believe that we can. What they've done is put us into silence. And so I'm going to speak. By speaking, I'm going to break the silence. By breaking the silence, I'm severing the bond. Because at that point, they will be ashamed. And I no longer have to sit there pretending I'm supposed to be ashamed, because that's the idea. Their superiority, their authority, their dominance, that I'm going to pray for you because you're, lost or whatever kind of concept. And so, it's just really nice because there's a cohort of people worldwide who are basically young 30s. I'm too old, but, who are over it. And I've been waiting for that kind of moment in history where it is that we can stand up to speak, because the ability to speak without being spoken over is not something that I've obtained, but I can do it digitally. And I can take out a full-page paper in the Charlotte Observer, which my family knows that I'm going to do, and expose this kind of stuff. And so that's it. Like, I actually am looking forward to that. I'm very much looking forward to that. Can't wait, because there's freedom on the other side.
So you want revenge, is what you're saying?
No, not revenge. I want truth. Do you know the scripture that says that we're supposed to not even talk about such things, but those things that are done in the darkness, that will put a light on them, and anything put into the light will come to Christ? Do you not think we should follow that plan?
Yeah, but it's God who puts the light on it, not us.
No, he says, we are the lights of the world. I am the light. The light came into the world, and the light told us that we're lights of the world, and you're supposed to light your lamp and make sure that you haven't gotten it run out of oil before he arrives. So I think you need to work on your lamp and your oil, but I think that's what you were telling me I should do. I don't sit around angry. I don't have time to do the things I do. But what I do want is to be able to say things like, I'm going to sever this love relationship so that I can be healthy and create boundaries. Like, isn't it double speak to say I'm going to read a book about boundaries, but I'm not allowed to make a boundary? Do I have to have someone else approve with their authority that my plan is good enough?
Well, no, honey, it's your life. It's your life, and you can run it the way that you see fit. No one's saying that, and everyone on this call that's been talking to you,
I have to work on myself.
Well, they're offering their best advice, and my advice is you cannot change another person. And if you want to humiliate them, what happens if you do all these things?
It's not my fault if they're humiliated. Isn't it their fault? And isn't it worthy of truth? Are we supposed to keep quiet because it's going to hurt their feelings, what they've done to us? Have you ever been through any of these scenarios? I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Please forgive me for my
You know what? You're so tired. Why don't you just go to bed? And we'll just
because I asked the question, and that would be very dominating of you to end the conversation when you feel like it.
Okay,
have you gone through any of these experiences yourself?
Re-ask the question then.
Thank you. Have you gone through any of these experiences yourself that you can get, like me, triggered? I mean, we're being recorded, and I have very much to lose by people who want to target and whatever and use these kinds of things against me. So quite vulnerable, but willing to do it. But if you don't mind sharing.
When I left Jehovah, you asked me what I've experienced. When I was one of Jehovah's Witnesses, I lost 2 daughters and a husband of 37 years and every single family member. So I can relate.
And then why is it that you're not sitting around with a shotgun to your head? My cousin killed himself in his sleep. Have you ever heard of anyone on Halloween sleepwalking and killing themselves with a gun to the head?
Yeah, I'm sure it could happen. I'm sure it could happen. I've never heard of it, but what I came to the conclusion, what I had to do was forgive them. Until I forgave them, I had bitterness.
I don't have a problem with forgiveness.
Have you forgiven your family? You said you want to expose them. I would
yes,
I would just go on with my life.
I've forgiven them. They continue to abuse. I forgive them every time. I even forgive someone that I thought was a role model who was attacking me and continues to attack me all the course of today. And she's supposed to be the best of the apostates. So I'm just over it. These people are narcissistic and need to be exposed for their psychology, for their emotional violence, for their everything. And it's not vindictive. It's not to humiliate and to shame. It's not out of anger. It's actually out of love. You've heard me clearly say light. And so, I don't find it, the things that do actually still move me, I'm still worried about that these little girls are not grown up enough to kick the ass of whoever's going to be pedophiling them in the congregation. So it'd be really great to have never known. that they were born. I have, I'm sure the same for you, but I have nieces that I've never met. But it doesn't change the love factor of worrying about their future. And they have quite a long future because they've just been born. So I don't see why it's supposed to be something I should be shamed for wanting to stand up and talk about violence in an emotional form, in a physical form, in a spiritual form. It doesn't change the fact I love my family. There's nothing I think that can separate me from my mother and loving her, because I lost my father so young and he was my best friend. And so mommy's all I ever had. And I feel attached to my siblings because I felt, as the oldest, that I needed to take care of both of my mother and my siblings. And I was only 3.5 years old. Mama was 18 when she had me and 21 pregnant when daddy died. She had my sister in her arms, pregnant, sister in arms as an infant, and I'm a 3.5-year-old. It's been a really, really, really abusive life, because there's a reason in scripture that God said that widows and, well, that stupid New World Translation, fatherless boy, was confusing, but widows and orphans all the way through were immediately targeted and victims. So I'm just happy to be old enough and to be feeling protected enough. I've built a fortress, as it were, around myself, and I've amassed friends worldwide, and I've amassed credibility, and I've kept my mouth shut for the entire time. So it's 30 years later, and I'm ready to celebrate. I'm just here saying, man, it sucks. I love my family so much that no one's going to understand that that's what I'm doing, but maybe y'all do. When you see it start happening, forgive me that you think that I'm shaming and humiliating them. What a horrible way to feel about me, but I get it. But that's not the motive. That's not the agenda. It's the fact that there's children that are still committing suicide, or that you can actually commit suicide in your sleep. So thank God that most people don't have guns around, and I don't. Did you notice? I'm not worried about killing myself. I'm worried about suicide in sleep. Make sense? I know it sounds crazy, but just look up. Well, I'm sorry.
No, I believe you. I wouldn't doubt anything you said at all. You're very thorough in describing your feelings and in what your needs are. My concern is that you may not get what you want.
I don't want for anything besides to expose the evil and the darkness as a light, to bring it into truth. And so truth is people knowing what's going on. So a campaign that shows all the world that knock knock isn't a funny joke. The knock knock joke is that there's a pedophile at the door. And I want to expose, and this is beyond just Jehovah's Witnesses. If you know, ABC is an organization in Australia. They had an article several years ago, in a series actually. The most domestic violence is in sporadic evangelical Christians, those who occasionally go to church. And they're told to submit without a word and win them over without a word, kind of a concept. And so I have.
Well, there's a lot of churchianity out there, and it's just not for real. It's not real. It's not what the Bible teaches. And
totally understand, but we can also be a part of breaking that down. If we're all believers, then we do know at some point the warning was, it's gonna fall. Hi, y'all. I'm here for that. Are you here for that? Come out of here, my people. Christ does say that 2 are going to be in bed and only one's taken.
Well, there's going to be a lot of people surprised. We're going to be surprised with a lot of things. But
yeah,
getting back to you, I just would like to see you in a happier state. Now, that doesn't mean you're going to be in a happier state. I would wish that for you.
I'm generally in a happier state. Today, someone was awful and rude to me, and has been rude to me for 3 or 4 days because she's really pissed off about something, and I am, at the moment, can't even remember why. And I'm just tired of it. So basically, I'm sorry that there's a whole other layer of whatever going on, because I'm just basically trying to be a good person, still do my job as their duty, shall we say, not job. Do my duty, despite being treated awfully by an ex-Jehovah's Witness who... whatever. It just feels like abuse upon abuse upon abuse upon abuse. And everybody just explains why the abuse is happening, but doesn't really do anything to protect me from it. And so I think it's really good that I'm standing up. I may be 42, but let's pretend I'm a 12-year-old again. And so when it comes down to it, you are supposed to be encouraging people to stand up. I'm so tired of seeing people in the chat say, like, don't judge. Excuse me, like, we are supposed to judge. The question was, don't you have anyone to judge among you in the congregation so that you have to go instead in front of the courts? So I get kind of riled up about the concept of kind of the idea that I have to love, and then I can't call it hate, and then I'm not allowed to quote scripture that says those people are those that are claiming to be lovers of God, yet actually are liars. And you know, I don't even know, you know, chapters and verses or even the book, but I think y'all know the verse I'm talking about, or the quote I'm talking about, or can recognize it from scripture. And so I'm just holding to that. I'm straight on till morning and finding Christ in the heaven, you know, gonna meet him midair. And I really don't care that they're going to see my butt flying up there. If they wanted to, like, join us, they could have. But do you understand? They're behind me. And so you can only face one direction. Let me face towards love. And let's encourage other children to do so, too. And let's not victim, or what is it called? I always want to say slut shaming. So basically, I don't know why it is that I have to be told that I should work on myself and look at the fruits of the Spirit as something I should be working on. I'm perfectly fine as long as I don't turn around towards the hate. And you're supposed to hear the voice over your shoulder and turn around. We shouldn't use the verses that say you have to, the forgiving 77 times. That's often used in cases of domestic violence. That's why I find it worthy of triggering, you know, so maybe make a note that it's really triggering to a woman who's been beaten to be hearing the verse. And then she just is trying to keep her calm and say, hey, did you ever read the verse before? Because we were taught to cherry pick. And so Jesus didn't tell us to forgive those who continue to violate us 77 times, but never, ever take accountability. Never, ever seek forgiveness. Who have never changed, who are never changing, who are not repenting, who are not turning around. That's the complete opposite of his way. You turn the other cheek, but he didn't say do that 77 times.
But in your particular instance, what would, if Jesus was here now, what do you think he would say to you?
Come, child.
Come who are weary, and you'll find rest, correct?
Yes.
I think you need to stand on that. I think you need...
What does that mean, though? Help me out there. I'm listening with all my heart, but what does it mean to you? I enjoy my life. Completely enjoy my life.
Well,
I'm the one who was talking about how...
You sound a little rattled and upset right now.
Well, it's midnight, and I've been on the phone for, and I was moderating
the honey,
the chatter.
You know what? We could, look, we should continue this another time. Because
I can tell.
Sorry.
I can tell that both of you, I can tell the love that's coming.
So now I could use some little, how about let's tell me good things about myself rather than I need to fix myself. Can we tell me some stuff so I can go to bed peacefully? Because I found this very triggering. And, I don't know, where's the validation? Where's the love? Support?
Well,
where's the advocacy?
All these women that have been talking to you tonight, they love you. We all love you. We all know. Okay. We don't have exactly.
And then we say, let's stop offering Angie ever any more books and self-help stuff. I find everything I need in the scripture. It's the book I'm going to use to womp with.
Well,
and
there
so
you go.
I thank you and I appreciate.
You're ahead of the game right there by cutting off, because by finding a book and sticking by it, you're going to do just fine. You're going to do just fine. Absolutely.
I appreciate that. Nobody ever tells me I've done good. Nobody ever, unless it's serving the homeless. Sorry, so I'm wrong. I've been serving the homeless because they're grateful. And the best thing I heard Friday night was overhearing them say, they were laughing at people. They said, yeah, everybody here is grateful and happy, but you should see the rich. They're all screaming at each other. So I just want to hang out with the homeless just like Jesus would, but I'm sure I'd find you sisters and brothers there with him and me or whatever. I'm sorry.
Well, you're right. It's better. You're right. It's better to be a sermon than give a sermon.
But do you understand? I'm not angry at my family. I'm angry at this phone call. It was this phone call I found angering. It was the chat I found angering, not my family. I agree with you, sister. They're ignorant and they're poisoned. just like they think we have mentally poisoned mind or whatever. Yeah, they drink the Kool-Aid. So I'm worried about my family that who drank the Kool-Aid. They've never had the bread and wine. Therefore, they have no life inside of them. And I feel like there's still enough time before Christ comes to maybe change that scenario. But it takes.
So you think you can change them? Well, no.
I think I can change people worldwide. I do not think I can change my family specifically. But I do think that I can change the world because I already have. Everyone uses something I've designed. Everyone.
And that's a good
so
thing.
I can change the world, and I believe I can change hearts. I've already done that too. And so I just am turning my thingy over to the Watchtower and pointing at him. And I've been planning to do that for a long time.
So you're equal to Jesus, and you can change the world.
Yeah, I don't think that's what's being said here. But if you guys can, I know Angela's tired. I know you're trying to get across your wisdom, Susan, and because she's fussy tired and feeling attacked, I just want you guys to wrap it up and finish it off with some compliments and positiveness.
That I'm claiming to be Jesus, and I told you a fact. You can look at my resume, and you can look at anything. I'm sorry. What kind of phone do you use? Is it Apple or Google? Oh, wait. Are you on an Apple or Google phone?
I'm on an Apple phone.
Great. Ding.
That's great. But you can't redeem people's souls.
Yes, you can. Did you not hear about snatching them from the fire? You can save someone by snatching them from the fire. Don't you want to do that? It's your privilege. It's also your privilege to be able to crush Satan beneath your feet. Are you interested in either of those? Because I'm interested in compelling you to be interested in them. Sister,
I think that Linda's right. I think it's really time that we do this another time when you're not so tired, okay?
I'm not tired anymore.
I'm
really funny. Like, isn't this very Jehovah's Witness of us?
I'm your mommy, and I'm telling you it's time for you to go to bed.
And why do you think that you're telling me? Do you find how expensive that is? Excuse me. I just told you I haven't had a mother, and I was emancipated at 15. Haven't had a mother since 12, and you're going to try to play mommy? Like, what is that? Do you understand that that's controlling? That's exactly what the Japanese grown-ups are trying to do against their parents right now.
My dear, I'm trying to show you some love in a funny way, and you didn't get the joke. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm autistic.
Well,
you want to keep me?
We miss the social clues. Yeah, I've never gotten used to people that banter, and I hear it's a really good time for people that do. And I always just thought
that I was comparing myself to Jesus. Earlier, someone thought that I couldn't have a light and wasn't a light, but I think that was the same conversation. So here we are. Hey, you're supposed to be a light to the world. That's exactly what I'm doing with my life. I don't sit around trying to do fruits while reading a book. Instead, I go out and practice it. I have joy every day. I have peace every day. I have patience usually. I'm typically kind. Like these things are not a problem unless you come near the evil. So I'm sorry. I know that people here in this conversation right now aren't those from earlier, but please forgive me for losing my grace, for the fact that I am just a little bit too much bothered by the person in my real life that I support and do so for free, but she continues to be abusive. And secondly, the sitting there in this chat forum and wanting to talk about suicide and instead had to be battered by what's her name, Sherry D and Miss Dram. It was just awful. Like, I should never have shown up to this call. I never, ever, ever should have shown up to this call. But we're not really going to do anything about that, right? We're going to pick on me instead.
Well, I know that you have a lot of gifts, and that you have. I know that you have a lot of gifts, and that you are an asset to this world. And please know that.
Thank you. I do recognize that.
And what's going on with you and Susan right now, in my view, is a bit of a personality clash that happens at times. I get Susan's love for you, and then I'm listening to you, and I hear you saying, "I'm not going to sit down and take abuse any longer." And good for you for that, And thank you, Susan, for your love.
stand up? Are we going to stand up, or is this just a group of people who are going to remain sitting in silence? Will anybody for me? We say, yeah, I understand how much she's hurt, because I heard her 2 weekends in a row show up and completely trash her life. I'm at the biggest risk. You know, like you say, I have one of those lives that theoretically everybody would like get to and say is successful. And so I really don't think the self-help books are great, because where do I end up? How do I get to somewhere better than this? Excuse me.
Okay. So what I offered, as far as the name of a book, and what Pixie and anybody else offered, were things that had helped them, and so they can just put it out there. If it sounds good, you grab it. Like, take what you like and leave the rest. That's basically this show. Take what you like and leave the rest. So the things that ring true, think about them, ponder on them, and the things that you know doesn't apply to you, let them fly over your head or whatever. It won't stick to you. You see what I'm saying? And I get your frustration.
It's kind of a scenario. I have a woman who told me that that she basically shamed me for being in a marriage for so long and thinks so highly of herself, because she said she would not have any tolerance. One time it'd be over. Yet she turns around and does this to me on a routine basis. I can't name her name. That would be awful.
Yeah, I understand.
I don't understand why we think that it's like, oh, you need to make boundaries over there, but don't do it to me. And then it's like, don't allow someone to control the conversation and silence you and tell you when the conversation's over. Oh, but I'm going to.
I hear you. And I understand where you're coming from, but I also understand Susan.
Oh, you're a fine young woman, and I hope that you resolve your issues. I truly do.
They're not my issues. Thank you. We don't call people issues. So I can't resolve my family, and I have no issues. We shouldn't abuse people. I just have boundaries, you know? I got to have some respect. Let's not look at me as a project. Do I have anyone that will agree with that?
I'm just thinking about how
I am home, and I will sleep when it is I sleep. Thank you. So the answer is no. So I'm a project and I need to fix myself. That's what this call is about?
I understand that that's how you're experiencing this. I just want you to know that was not my intention, and I can't speak for somebody else, but
your voice
the people that I've come to know, you know, they're giving their wisdom, and I don't always agree with them, okay? But I get their love, and I can hear the misunderstandings going on between you and Susan tonight, and it's neither one of you are bad because of it, is what I'm saying. I hear why you're receiving it the way you are, and I hear.
I'm sorry.
And I hear why Susan's coming up with what Susan's coming up. My voice is far away.
Yeah, you feel like you're like way at the end of a can or something. I can barely hear you compared to the other women, ladies, sisters.
Okay, that's really rare. Is that any better?
Barely. Is it the same for anybody else?
Hi, can you hear me better now?
You just sound a little far away, Linda, but you're better now.
That's so weird. So
you taking a shower and talking to us?
maybe so. I gotta wash that man right out of my hair. Send him on his way.
It's not about taking a bath and doing the call. It is also like without a camera. I'm very sorry, y'all. Like I'm there's a word you can look up and it'll bring you to Wikipedia. I'm hyperthymic, so I'm like it means literally the passion of effectively the passion of God. I'm lit on fire and I turn over really quick, highly resilient. So please, I do mean it. Forgive me. I'm running for president, so it's quite embarrassing to show up on these calls, and it's not the first time I've done it. And now y'all know all what's behind it. And so I just wouldn't mind finding some places where it is I can go and hide when I have to suffer the world and how they feel about a woman leading in the white evangelical Christian denomination. But, you know, I haven't found a place so far that doesn't basically something with books, whether it's the Bible or a self-help book. No problems here. The lady from the library loving, I mean, I can't wait to go smell books with you. But like, you know, there's only so much that we can do to solve the problem if we're trying to fix ourselves and we're not the problem, if that makes sense. So I'm going to...
It does make sense. And
Thank you.
I hear you. I hear you very well. And I also appreciate the love that Susan came in to give you. But I also heard you say very clearly stuff was triggering you, which I don't think was her intention. And you being triggered is not even your fault. Not even your fault, darling.
To anybody else either. We need to know that this is triggering. We need to know that these are verses that have been used against women for domestic violence. And then now I'm trying to say that this is called emotional violence, what the organization has done to us. And so we still shouldn't use the domestic violence verses that shouldn't be used against these women in domestic violence cases, shouldn't be used against those who have been abused worldwide by the organization. We do not 77 times, according to Christ, forgive those who have not come seeking forgiveness. Can we just agree with that? Maybe I'll go to bed with peace.
Sure. Because that
was one person. Nobody else was willing to speak. That's maybe actually not a bad thing. If I speak more often, then maybe other people who are speaking and should be in silence. So that's
not everybody. Not everybody is in agreement with you, and then I get to do this show, and not everybody is in agreement with me. I get comments that are like, "You're a communist" and all kinds of stuff. So you've spoken up. You've stood up for yourself, and I'm proud of you for that. And Susan came in, and her where she was coming from, I know is her.
No, I love everybody.
Her way of loving.
I said
but
earlier,
think about this. Think about this. Let me.
Can you please tell people I'm dead serious. I love you all. I'm not angry or upset or any, like that. I couldn't live. I would be dead already if I tried to live that way. So thank God I have a genetic anomaly to be hyperthymic. But please, that's why I basically don't go near people who are going to say something where there's a verse, isn't it? Jeremiah says, my very bones will burn on fire if I don't speak up. And then he's like, whoops, my bones are burning.
I think you're right where you're supposed to be in your journey right now of healing. And I think we heal until our death. I don't think that somebody gets to a certain point and they're done healing, because life shows up and then you get triggered and you find out, wow, I might need to work on that. That's, how I see things after leaving the org.
So what if, I'm looking for the miracle. I've already, put it out that it's a miracle, and I've been talking about it only being a miracle since 2011. So do you think that I'm going to still have temper tantrums when I'm standing in the White House, or do we just believe that my crazy idea is not possible, and so we don't have to even think about it? Because I feel a little bit upset that this Watchtower stuff can still get to me. But I know it's because of the love I have for my family. And then because I've spent so long away from them, have always learned this extrapolate. Don't solve a problem for one, solve for many. And so I love the world of people hurt like me and want to change that. I feel like I lost my thread there.
I feel you though. I hear you. And that's admirable for the many. And what I've learned for myself is I have to regroup and really plant into myself, work on myself. And are you going to have hissy fits in the White House? I don't know. I mean, you wouldn't be the first one. I hear there's this guy named Trump. He's thrown a few, okay? But it doesn't mean no other president hasn't thrown any hissy fits in the White House either. But the stuff that triggers me makes me realize, oh, wow, I need to work on that. So that's up to you whether you want to work on stuff or not. You're into you. Say that again?
Ourselves. I think what I've been trying to squish it. I've been trying to, don't quench the spirit. I've been trying to quench the spirit for a long time. Did you know the spirit is a fire? And quenching means don't extinguish. So it says in scripture, don't extinguish the spirit. And that is effectively saying don't extinguish the fire. So I've been trying to extinguish the spirit and fire for a very long time, but didn't realize that the verse said that in Greek. But, you know, it's not all Greek to me. That woman, or whatever side. But so, like, basically, it's more like, can we just, like, let me go free? Do we have to say to a person that they have to, like, fix themselves and assume before even knowing them that they don't have the fruit of the Spirit? And this isn't about, if Susan's the person who mentioned the Spirit earlier, Susan, this is not about you. This is about Sherry D in the chat way earlier, who was wonking me over and kept saying I'm not displaying any fruit. And it was wonderful and loving, because one brother had said, like, something about, like, well, this has been going on for a while, and Angela's been winning hands down or something, if it matters, is what he said. And that felt nice, because honestly, I'd like to shut up. I don't even want to be anywhere near any Jehovah's Witnesses or ex-Jehovah's Witnesses. And technically, I think of us all as Jehovah's Witnesses, it's either for or against. We can't be ex. I'm not an ex-Jehovah's Witness, because I can't manage to ex myself. So remember, I'm not even allowed right now to sever that love. That would be the one thing that would make me ex. And so, like, I just lost my thread again.
Your thought? You lost your thought? It's because you're tired, sweetheart. Yeah. So just know that I am for you, and I believe the stuff that you're talking about, even though I don't understand it all. I just think that a good night's sleep is going to work wonders. You defending yourself, I get it.
But I'm still going to come back here next week and suffer this again. And so, like, at the end, like, I'm still going to be a temper tantrum problem when people start putting victim shaming in line. We should stop picking on the people that are being shunned. Assume that they have the capability and capacity to love. Assume that they're the ones who know truth, and then pick on the other people. Stop picking on the people who have walked up or stood up and walked away, and certainly don't extinguish the spirit of those or the fire inside of those who are trying to rescue your children. Barbara Anderson would like me to get her son back before she dies, and her husband no longer has the ability to necessarily recognize whether or not he's met the grandchild he's never met yet. And that's something that she makes publicly known on her website. And so that's what motivates me, not someone who says let it go, or that you need to temper yourself, or here, if you've set some more boundaries, maybe it'll all work out. And I don't think it's offensive to anyone. If anything, I would like to incite everyone to love in action and find words. And I think it's wonderful, that idea, whether or not we believe the story. And then when it comes to the story, we don't have to believe the story. It can be fiction, but we should also, like, carry it like this Harry Potter book that everybody loves, and that they're going to argue vehemently about the truth of it. And in that case, then I don't have to feel ashamed for standing up tonight or walking around in my apartment. I'm like half naked, actually, in front of a broad window.
TMI. TMI.
Well,
I probably missed your point. Sorry.
Well, someone wanted me to go to bed earlier, but thought that there was one more last point that required me to, like, get into Holy Spirit rather than assuming I had it. So I don't know. Like, we got to stop.
If you are a child of God, the Holy Spirit dwells in you. That's how that works.
Hey, Linda.
Yes. Hi. Who is this?
It's Chad.
Chad?
One of the most interesting baths that I've taken in 6 months.
This is the most, I missed it. The most interesting bath.
I said earlier, seriously, I was going to take a bath. My neighbor downstairs hates it.
I missed that. Okay.
Shower. And so I was going to take a bath and do the call, and I was like, well, it works out because I can't do the call and the video. So thank you, dude. You make me feel much better.
This is Chad, our wonderful ally. He is our ally.
Well, all of you are allies. I'm so ashamed of basically showing up as a fool, but, you know, I'm a barbarian. I've been away from this organization for so long, and so I'm not really used to the patterns, but I recognize them from the distance. And so, yeah, I think trigger is a great word now, because I realize it's triggering to put yourself back in. I don't have to defend it. It doesn't matter that I cognitively understand the patterns and recognize it and have even profiled it for the government. I worked on the Frederick Place for the government, profiling both Frederick McLean as well as Jehovah's Witnesses as an organization so that they could find the guy. It's very different to put yourself back in. So the biggest point I would say is it doesn't matter how long we've been out. We should make sure that those people like me who were ignorant and thought they could just show back up and be fine. No. The armor of God is very different than the armor that we need to be ready for the, the love warfare? What would we call it? You know?
The XJW community? The XJW community, we're all at different levels and of our healing and
community.
What?
Yeah, that's XJW I love, and I understand the trolls are not our XJW. It's a JW community I wasn't ready for.
Okay. That'll happen.
I know my tone didn't sound it, but now you can hear my tone is different. So please know, thank you for suffering on behalf of the body of Christ, I would call it. Thank you for your grace, thank you for your forgiveness, and thank you for saying that it was an enjoyable bath.
That was good. That was very good, Chad.
All, if you don't mind.
Okay.
So I missed what you said, Linda. And I heard it.
Sorry.
Okay. What did you say, Linda?
I was thanking Chad for the bath comment.
Oh yeah, for the laughter. Yeah. Laughter is a wonderful medicine. I'm technically an actual real life clown of 9 generations of clowns. Clowns used to deliver messages to the kings, and they got away with it, and the queens, because they did it through jesting. And that's effectively exactly the plan that I have in mind. Everybody could go and listen to Sin and the Clowns and wonder if maybe next year in Jerusalem. I'm sorry, I just gave it away. At the end, it says maybe next year. But the point was, you would know it's maybe next year in Jerusalem. And so if you don't mind, I'm your crazy clown leading whoever wants to follow me wherever I'm going. And I'm not thinking I'm Jesus. I know the difference. We shouldn't do that. That's very Jehovah's Witness of us. It's very, very, I think I should make a list of all the things that Jehovah's Witnesses do to put down other people so that it crushes them. It crushes them.
Joke book.
Help. I need help with it. Can we do this like as a crowdsource thing?
What did you call it, Chad?
For President without doll.
What did you call it, Chad? A help book?
A joke book.
I said just make a list of all the stuff that JWs like rag on people about and make it into a big joke book.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Within our healing, us ex-Jehovah's Witnesses are carrying some of that with us. And so you were experiencing that, what you were experiencing from Susan as her still being acting in a JW way. Okay.
Yeah, we're thinking that we're beyond it, but we're still shaming the same way. And so it's just now moved to a different form of abuse. The base personality profile has not changed. So I think it's a brilliant message. We should get a list of things to do, and then that way we can all be more aware, because I wish I had that list right now so then I could be more prepared.
I can understand that. That would be an interesting list to do. Because then I can go back to it and be like, oh, I just did that. Yeah, that is pretty JW of me.
But Anderson, like, excuse me, did you just say that I'm not supposed to tolerate this over here, but you did it to me? Why? Is that a double standard? She hasn't come back for 3 days, but she needs me, so whatever.
Okay, well.
Yeah, let's call it.
I encourage you to take your bath and get some sleep tonight and to do your teaching.
Your neighbor would complain about it.
What about baths?
I really do live in this prison of coercive control. I have to bow to everybody else.
What about baths? I missed it.
I move a lot. There used to be a guy who would scream in my home at all hours, and everybody's like lying about whether or not they could hear it. Did you know that across America, most states require if someone screams and then the police are called by the neighbors who are helpful, because they just want peace, and that's why they're called officers of peace.
Right.
I get locked up. I don't think that's fair either. Yeah, it's called mandatory. And then the other states that don't, they still prefer that one person goes away. So let's say a dozen times, however many times it is, because I've lost track in whatever marriage that we're not talking about, that guy went away once. The last time. Me, every time.
Man, where I live, you can get away with a drive-by shooting. There's literally videos on YouTube of people calling 911 to report a drive-by shooting, and the cops are like, there's nothing we can do about it.
True story. I went home for Thanksgiving to my Jehovah's Witness family, and the father-in-law, also Jehovah's Witness, came into my sister's home. I'd never met him before, even though, remember, I've been gone forever. So father-in-law comes in with a gun and puts it to my sister's head in front of my face. Then I get it off onto my face. And then, other shotguns are brought out because I'm now in the worst horror story ever. And the brother-in-law is on the police force. So when I call and say, excuse me, somebody's got to help here, they say, yep, until he shoots me, you can't do anything about it. They need to change the laws.
Oh, no,
do you think I wanted to
done about that?
Isn't it crazy? Unbelievable.
Oh, see, with me, I just stuck that gun right up his rear end and I just pulled the trigger.
Well, my sister, I got the gun off of her by, being the annoying one. She leaps over the back of the couch and goes for the shotgun that my husband, that we're no longer talking about, had just put down because he doesn't understand the scenario. And I'm thinking, what are you doing? Because my brother-in-law is now the only one protecting me and the rest of the family from his own dad. You think he's going to actually protect us? You're going to put him in that position that he has to keep his dad to protect the so-called family, but not blood. And so my sister, anyways, is like, meanwhile, Mama Bear, already left over the couch, lands perfectly like a pen in the Olympics, and grabs the shotgun off the table that the husband put down, and, the rest is history. It's not public information until tonight. But the Watchtower has kind of gone berserk. I'm really pissed off about Michael Moore, too. But, people didn't have room and space for me earlier. Didn't like moderating that call. Yep. I went to go meet him and didn't get to. He died first. He died May 24th, was it? 2022? Anyways, there'll be a tribute or whatever, but can we do something with this? Because, seriously, we're in the middle of the night, right? And there's basically a few people, and maybe we can get away with no one's going to theoretically watch it so much later when we want to use it. So can anyone tell me how I'm supposed to deal with my conscience there? If there's something that's bothering me that I need to work on, that's truly it. Should I protect because some little person that I love with blonde hair thinks that his daughter should be allowed to have this, dreamy idea of, I don't know. The idea is a family friend thinks I should keep my mouth shut because, Jehovah's Witnesses would never ever think of Michael Moore again in a positive manner. What? And that's where I'm stunned. What is it that the family doesn't know? They know how he died. They know where he died. They know who's responsible. So why am I supposed to keep my mouth shut? What is it that somehow his daughter's going to think differently after versus before? Because I sit at the top of news organizations, and so I'm ready to push the button. I'm so upset that that came so close to my life. That's my sorry. I know I'm not making sense right now, but it's because I'm keeping secrets. So when it comes down to Michael Moore living in Tullahoma, Tennessee, who killed himself because of the Watchtower of being abused since he was a child, why is it when he was asking to out it, y'all were on the call earlier, I think, Jeff called in and he said everything I said was true. That's Jeff of Watchtower history. And so Jeff was the last person to speak to him, and he feels incredibly bad because he didn't return a phone call for 2.5 days, and he was dead already. It was just a terrible thing, coincidence-wise. But then meanwhile, I've been trying to stay away because, have you noticed, I get a moment where my fire happens, and so I think it's it. I've already burned it all up, right? I have had the idea since that day that Michael Moore should do a Michael Moore documentary about the Watchtower, about coercive control, abuse, suicide, mental illness, domestic violence, 2-witness rules, about women being raped and told that they're adulteresses. Is there anything I left out there? It's all my own personal lived experience that we say I can solve as long as I have more fruit and a good help book. Anything besides the Bible.
There's like 2 or 3 things you did leave out that would be really good stories to include.
I have a pen.
One of
Yes, I'm opening my laptop.
Yeah, I was going to say.
And if you're kidding, I'm sorry, I missed it. But if not, I'm serious. 2 or 3
one
stories.
Of the things that would be really good to include would be the programming and the reprogramming.
Yep, and Stephen Hassan. Okay. Programming and unprogramming, like Stephen Hassan.
No, like how the Jehovah's Witnesses, they will program people who were born in, and they will reprogram people who join them.
Okay, got it.
When I say programming, I mean literally programming them like robots, taking away the ability to think independently. And telling them how to think and what to think.
How and what?
Yeah.
Thank you. Is there more that comes to mind?
Oh, I actually had a list of them I was looking for. I was in the drawer for it. By the way, find it.
Well, you know, we can also connect later on it. I don't mean to put you on the spot. You didn't. I mean, but thank you for the joke book idea, because humor is a great way to get the truth across. And Well, so back to Michael Moore and my quandary here. So am I supposed to keep my mouth shut just because someone, thinks it's for his honor? When, to me that seems contradictory to what he was doing as he died.
I don't know. I kind of look at that as remember the Alamo.
Please explain.
Okay, you've heard the saying, remember the Alamo?
Yeah, but I don't know what it means.
Okay. Basically, the Alamo happened in Texas when the United States and Mexico was fighting over the state of Texas, who was going to get it. There was a small town church called the Alamo, and Davy Crockett and a bunch of others, they all got inside of it and holed up waiting for the army to show up. And somebody had said, remember the Alamo. I think they wrote it down or something. I can't remember. But the whole thing is, they wanted the fact of the Alamo and what it represents to be remembered, even though we can't remember everything about it. We don't remember.
Is it like remember the 5th of November?
Exactly.
It is. Oh.
Exactly.
Oh.
It's the same type of thing. Most people have no idea that the 5th of November, remember the 5th of November, the gunpowder treason plot. I think there's no reason the gunpowder treason should ever be forgot. All that. People have no idea Guy Fawkes was a Roman Catholic spy who was trying to blow up Parliament because he was opposed to King James I of England being a Protestant.
Yep.
So it was actually an act of religious war.
I love the line. It's been, 2024's election date is November 5th. Yeah. So we're supposed to remember the Alamo, and now I understand it's the 5th of November concept. And then I'm sorry, I forgot also where we came from there, because thank you. You helped me understand it rather than make me Google it later.
You never heard about Guy Fawkes and all that?
Oh, no, I totally know about Guy Fawkes. When I was in North Carolina in 2013, I was arrested off of my couch while watching V for Vendetta. And I was like, what? Do you not see what's on television?
Yeah. But there is, like you were saying, there is like a whole lot of stuff. And I think of Michael Moore, I think of him as remember the Alamo. remember the 5th of November. I think we should treat him as one of those dear people who lived his life for a lie, and when he tried to bring light upon that lie, or at least say, I don't want anything to do with that lie anymore, he ended up losing his life.
So do we put that light on what is that first? Put the lamp on a table or put it under the table? Like, basically, I've been asked to hide it. And meanwhile, I'm just like, oh my God, I wish he got to do that other video. He was supposed to do the next video, and he was going to tell the rest of the story, but he got something else that happened in his personal life instead, which is why we're all here hoping, I'm hoping no one, but so I feel like honoring his actual intent. I mean, I think of him as still living, as soon as he died, he was living again and eternally. I will beat that one that nothing can separate us. Death, are we supposed to pretend suicide isn't a form of death? So nothing can separate us. So do I shut my mouth for someone who thinks that perhaps his daughter will think I don't remember. I don't know how many children he had actually. I'm sorry, I'm very confused about that fact because it hurt too much for myself to think about it. So I stayed a little distance in my mind. But for however many children he has, the idea that was fed is that they'll think of him fondly as long as it doesn't become a thing. And I went, are you kidding me? You know who I am, what I do, and you're asking me to keep my mouth shut about blah, 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 blah. Let's say guns, violence, schools. Watchtower? So am I supposed to listen to somebody who's still alive and out of touch and disconnected and maybe delusional? Or do we honor his memory? I say we because then I go to another person who does something with it.
I don't think the person is necessarily out of touch or delusional. I think they're misguided a little bit, and I think they don't understand what they're talking about. But I think he is someone who's worthy to be remembered. And are you being careful when you say remembered? I don't know if you're like being careful. I'm ready to ask, and I don't know when and how. But I've been looking for some assuaging my conscience, I guess, so that I'm not violating living people. But it's not someone in the family. And then meanwhile, he was already doing this himself. A good friend of mine pointed out that he was wearing his badges in the video with Jeff. And I go, that was it. That was the last straw. I was like, you know what? I can't just keep, kissing somebody else's ego so that whatever. But because it just feels like I'm violating his actual memory. I'm really, really, really upset that I didn't go get a hug. When I say
I don't
he needs to be remembered, let me break it down for you a little bit. When I say he needs to be remembered, what I'm saying is the fact that he was one of the few who stood up for what was right needs to be honored and remembered and pointed out. His name and the things he did need to be remembered. Ultimately, what it boils down to is he was raised in an evil, corrupt organization that lied to him. He believed that lie, not knowing it was a lie. And then when he came to the realization it was the truth, he tried to leave behind the lie and stand up for the truth, and it cost him everything. But he would not compromise on the truth, and he would not give in to the lie that he had been raised in. We need to remember his sacrifice.
So do you believe that he made a conscious choice the way that he died? Meaning, I believe that he made choices, and so he didn't take a camera to film it, but he made choices that, I wish that there weren't a documentarian, because Michael Moore does the guns documentary, right? And so that's the last bit where it feels like I can't let go. So I feel like I guess it's easier to say, I feel like I keep talking like he's alive. I do believe he's alive in spirit. So I'm sorry about past tense, present tense, and future tense, and all the whatever. Thank you. So I believe he made a conscious choice and that he intended for that to make a difference, not for it to be hidden. But I don't have any XJW friends, basically, so I don't have anybody else besides this call to talk to. So thank you for...
Well, I'll tell you what I believe about it. And I'm coming to this. I've never been a JW. I'm probably on their most wanted list for opposers. I did a lot of work against the Watchtower. Finally, the all shut down.
Oh,
got their
wow.
membership down enough. There was another cult that was starting here in town. I alone got them to shut down. That was very hard. It took me almost...
What kind of area are you in? You don't have to give yourself away, because we all know that they do surveillance and targeting. Someone mentioned it earlier, so I don't sound cuckoo. But you Midwest?
I'm 6'4". No, I live in Streeter, Illinois.
Oh, so you just call it out. Okay. So it's sort of Midwest. I was in Fort Wayne, Indiana when I was born, so I kind of know the area. Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
Interested in the cultural perspective.
2 hours southwest of Chicago.
Yeah. Thank you. Daily.
Thank
you. So carrying on with the culture perspective, so salt of the earth, Lutheran area kind of concept. Okay, thank you.
My whole perspective on this is he was actively taking a stand, trying to change things for the better, trying to make a difference. That was what he wanted to do at the time of his death. Now, this is where a lot of people might disagree with you. We can disagree and still be friends.
Absolutely.
I don't believe he killed himself to make a difference or to make an impact.
Agreed. Sorry if I missed it.
Okay. I'm looking at it kind of like Martin Luther looked at a child's suicide in the early 1500s.
I don't know how he did, please.
Okay. When Martin Luther, when he graduated seminary with his doctorate in theology, he was assigned to a church in Wittenberg, Germany. And when he was assigned there, he would go around town, introduce himself to the people. He didn't understand it, but people were scared of him. It was explained to him that they thought he was coming to collect money. And he said, collect money for what? It was explained to him, well, whenever they send us a new priest, they have to pay more money so that they can receive communion, so that they can come into church, so that they can be buried or be married, and they have to pay extra money for that priest to be able to live there. And he was outraged by this. One of the boys he met was about 9, 10 years old, and his father was a carpenter. He helped his father. And a day after he met Martin Luther, he went, Martin was walking down the street, there was a big crowd. The boy hung himself.
Wow.
He killed himself. And Martin...
How old was the boy?
He was upset. He was like 10, 11 years old, maybe 12.
Thank you. Thank you. I forgot. Thank you.
And here's the thing. He did this because he didn't think that if he lived, he honestly thought that by killing himself, it would mean one less mouth to eat, and nobody would have to go hungry. And when they went to bury him, they were going to charge money. For the church was going to charge money for the priest to bury him. And they weren't even going to give him an official burial. They were just going to come to the grave and they were going to read a scripture in Latin, pray a prayer, and then walk away. That's it. He wasn't even allowed to be buried. He wasn't even allowed a proper burial. Martin Luther, he caused outrage, and he went to that boy's funeral. He picked up that boy's body, carried that boy's body into the Christian cemetery, laid him down, dug a grave, and they said, Brother Martin, he's a suicide. He can't be buried. And Martin said, I say this boy is as guilty of suicide as a man who was overtaken by thieves in the woods. I don't think he wanted to die. I think he had no choice but to die. And I don't think a God of love would punish him because he reached the end of his rope. And went ahead, he dug that grave, he laid the child on there, he laid his own personal rosary upon the child, and he gave that child a proper Christian burial. It caused outrage amongst all of Wittenberg, Germany. But it was shortly after that Martin finally took a stand. He wrote his 95 theses.
Nailed it. I was thank you. I wondered. Thank you. You're really good at storytelling. I'm listening. Yeah. Wow. There's not many stories I don't get. I'm listening. I'm sorry. What'd you say?
No, but that's how the Protestant Reformation of the church started. It started because one boy, we don't know his name. We don't know this child's name.
Wow.
He killed himself because of the persecution, and it was underhanded persecution. It's not flat out, persecution.
The same time they live,
like the Watchtower does.
Yeah.
It's that kind of thing that caused this boy to take his life. We don't know anything about that boy, but we do know that because that boy died, it allowed someone else to start standing up. And it wasn't that boy that caused change, but it was that boy that started something else,
I don't mean to correct you, but that boy did start to change. I thought it was Martin Luther, and you said that boy started Martin Luther changing. And Martin Luther is all of Protestantism.
Well, that was when it first. That was the first thing that got Martin Luther acclaimed. There was also a thing when Johann Tetzel, he was a German priest. He would go around Germany selling indulgences, and his advertisements was, if you buy this indulgence, you could rape the Mother of God, and I would save your soul with it.
Can you please explain what? Can you please explain what indulgence are, so the audience can understand?
Sorry, I have to have background. Yeah, she's right. Linda's right. What's an indulgence?
An indulgence is basically an excuse. It's an excuse for a sin that you've done. You can buy them from the church.
Like sin tax in America?
Basically, yeah. It was a tax for sinning. And they would often sell them to people. In this case, it was to start St. Peter's Basilica when it was being built. That's how it was being funded. It was funded through the sale of indulgences.
Whoa.
And Johann Tetzel, he was the number one moneymaker for the Roman Catholic Church in the 1500s and the 16th century. He had a couple of rhymes. When a coin in the coffer clings, a soul from purgatory springs. Another one was, as soon as a coin clinks in the chest, a soul flies up to heavenly rest. And he would come up with these zingers and one-liners, trying to sell salvation. And that was what got Martin Luther outraged, because at one point, he found a couple of his church members from the congregation drunk off their rockers. And he said, oh, that's fine. You just wait till I get you in church. Because this guy was pretty belligerent toward Martin. And he said, and the guy talked back to Martin, and he said, well, what are you going to do about it? I have this indulgence. I am forgiven of all my sins, past, present, and future. So there's nothing you can do to me.
Wow.
And Martin Luther grabbed it, read it, ripped it up.
Good.
And then it was just about a week later, he posted a 95 theses.
So we really are basically living that moment again, effectively, because we were talking earlier about that there's no other org on the earth that's not, what is the verse? you shut your doors of heaven and you don't go in yourselves, and neither do you let anyone else go in, or unless you do the bread and wine, you don't have life. Yeah. Oh, thanks. You're really good at stuff. I'm not. I'm not far off base. Basically, the weird thing about what you were saying earlier is the kid was anonymous, effectively, and then we have almost inverse now. You're like a Martin Luther. Pardon me. You have to accept. I don't know. Just accept it, dude. Thank you for being a Martin Luther over there where you are in Illinois.
I'm just doing what I can with what I got.
Yeah, but according to this girl, you did that. And then meanwhile, Michael Moore, he already put his name out there. And so I'm still actually in that storyline, even though that kid died anonymous, he started it all. I've always wanted to like the Warwick. You know, the very first thing that's interesting, I targeted the Watchtower and said, excuse me, they're moving out of New York City because they were found to be the largest, one of the top, what is it, 30? Sorry, I have it on my website, but, you know, they're top whatever revenue, private revenue generating companies, corporations. I should be very careful with words. Top private revenue generating corporations of New York City. And they didn't want to be on that list, and that's why they got out of town. And then they, you know, selling out of Brooklyn, $2 billion. And so, are we there? And then I agree with you. If I misspoke earlier, I apologize. To clarify my perspective of Michael, Michael was trying to make his, not his name known, but his story known, the same way that I feel like mine's, And then, but he also wasn't, he didn't go and do, sorry, I don't know how much people know, and I don't want to make people triggered and such, but, you know, when your kids are at a school, you make a conscious choice where and such. And so there's still some conscious choices there. Yeah. So all I want to do is not, I don't care about anyone living right now. That guy is what's going to bring his daughters and, you know, not his wife. We're trying to rescue his wife. Earlier, it was like, my husband screamed at me, "You can't save me." And I'm like, are you kidding? You don't know the verse that says, you know, save people, snatching them from the fire, you know, forgive their whatever, but, you know, snatch them from the fire, but don't get like burned yourself or whatever. And so I'm still at, and right now, and that's why I'm kind of clarifying so I don't do the wrong thing, but I'm going to email Michael Moore tomorrow morning, the one that's still alive, and say, hey, I'd like to talk to you about the Watchtower, gun violence, and stuff in the future. And do you have any incidents, and are you bored or whatever? Because I guess the part I want to say to you is, sorry, huh? If I don't forget, the point would be basically that Michael's story sort of already has disappeared. It doesn't matter how much I and others love him. I never even got to meet him in person. I didn't even talk to him. I'm like one degree from Kevin Bacon or whatever. So, but it doesn't matter. Like I was, you know, I have very few regrets. I regret that I stayed away from him because it hurt so much. And so, like, I literally made a choice to say, oh, well, you know, and so literally being in the same town and just not. And so that's the hug I regret. I would love to have that hug. And I know we get it in the future. But when it comes down to it, like, is there anything that he would say, hey, Ann, you did wrong? Or that's not what I wanted? Because I don't understand. Like, he was already outing himself in a way that would never not make it to his children. We're not going to get rid of Google, YouTube, the internet. Right. What do I do to make sure that what line should I not cross? Because that guy, our beloved friend, our beloved brother, even if he didn't, I agree with you. He didn't stage an ending like that. But and then he disappears into anonymity, but there was that catch-22 part where it's not anonymity. Sorry about that word, but I can't say it. he doesn't disappear with the actual like combination and hitting just a simple button. And so I believe he is that child at the beginning of Martin Luther's stand, which is, isn't it right? Isn't Martin Luther the beginning of all of Protestants? Oh, protests, whatever. Isn't he the beginning of all of it?
He was the one who officially kicked it off on October 31st, 1517.
Oh my God, I forgot it was Halloween also.
October?
Keep going.
Really?
Sorry.
I call it Reformation Day.
Yeah,
But,
sorry. Thanks. I forgot. I have this thing for Halloween, given my family and the stuff. Thank you. Halloween on Reformation.
Yeah.
Reformation. Which year was it?
I would say October 31st, 1517.
October 31, 1517. Okay, and then back to with Michael. I feel like Michael is the child at the beginning of Martin Luther's Reformation. What are the boundaries?
I would say this. Do not make Michael a martyr for the cause that we're a part of.
Absolutely agree. Not sure how to control it.
Right. Because if we make him a martyr, then we're opening ourselves up to ridicule. We're opening up our entire movement to ridicule.
How?
Because if there's anything that can be pointed to that he did not kill himself
Thanks for saying we.
For the purpose.
Thanks for saying we. You said you weren't a Jehovah's Witness, but you said we.
That's because he's an ally of ours.
I'm very distracted by it.
Sure. What do you want to know?
Why we? How did you have everybody in the chat? They were like they, and I'm like, do y'all know that you're not supposed to call us they if you're trying to pretend you're one of us? So hey, you said I'm not one of, and didn't have to go through it. Thank you. You said we, so it would make us like I don't want to try to repeat it, but you said we. I love that.
Yeah.
How? Because you're Reformist? You're Mr. Martin Luther of my stream? And over there, Illinois? We can assign one to per state. You can
Okay, Angela, slow down. Let him answer, sweetheart.
Pardon me. I'm very excited. This is the normal meeting.
I know.
I can tell you're about like my sister's beagle every time I walk through the door.
Thank you.
But they're so happy to see you, you know?
Got my attention, no problem. Thank you, Linda.
How I got started. So I'm going to give you the short version.
I want the one longer later. Sorry, I did it again.
Okay, I'll give you the longer one later. I was a devout atheist who tried to convert Christians to atheism. I ended up becoming a Christian. I ended up falling in love with a girl. The girl ended up getting with another guy, and then I met some Jehovah's Witnesses. Whoa. And I started studying with some Jehovah's Witnesses, and then the girl ended up getting me away from the Jehovah's Witnesses, and then I got involved in a different cult. I was in that cult for about 1.5 to 2 years. Then I finally came out of that cult. Yeah,
my dad was a Mooney before he was a Jehovah's Witness. Do you mind telling me your cult? Your other cult?
Word of Faith.
Word of Faith. Thank you. I'll look them up. Thanks.
Yep. Yeah. That's your whole Joyce Meyer, Kenneth Copeland, Kenneth Hagin, Benny Hinn, all that.
I do recognize things.
Yeah. So anyway, I got out of them, but once I finally came out of them, I had a lot of angerness and bitterness and hatred in my heart. What ended up happening was I was sitting with a friend of mine one day. We were sitting on the riverbank fishing, and we were just talking about stuff, and he fell asleep, and then I'm just sitting there holding my rod and waiting for a fish. And you know, it just finally hit me that I was angry at the wrong people. I was at the people, and the people were victims because they believed a lie that I believed. They didn't know it was a lie, like I didn't know it was a lie.
We shouldn't forget ourselves. Yeah.
Right.
We've done it too.
So I came to the realization, wow, these people are victims too. So I started researching cults, well, specifically the Word of Faith movement. That led me into the Kingdom of the Cults. I got a copy of Kingdom of the Cults by Walter Martin, And I read that book cover to cover, every footnote, everything. And I was blown away. I mean, it's a college level textbook, basically. And I'm sitting there and I read it, and I'm like, wow, Jehovah's Witnesses and Mormons and Christian Science and the Baha'i and the Moonies, they all have been lied to. And I had to come to the realization that they're victims of a lie, not necessarily perpetrators of a lie. And then I said myself, I said self, and then I said, what do you want? And I said, if someone was about to hurt you or trying to hurt you or trying to hurt a family member, would you want yourself to stand up against them? And I said, yeah. And so myself said to me that you should stand up for others who can't stand up for themselves.
Are you sure that was yourself?
No one knows. Yeah.
Are you sure it wasn't God speaking?
Oh no, I'm sure he had my whole accent and everything going. So
Thank you. Thank you. I just really was curious. Thank you. I wasn't being coy. Thanks. I'm listening again. So you said it self. Self, what would I do? And you would want someone to protect you. I know that. I feel that. That's where I've been all my life. No one's protecting me. I've got good friends, but I am the friend. Thanks.
Yeah, I am the natural protector of all my friends.
Me
I
too.
am the natural protector.
Turns out I'm tiny and short, but not supposed to stand up to this stuff. But I like your stories. I'm still listening with absolute fascination. I can't wait for finding out where you're going. I'm still fascinated by the fact that you're Mr. Martin Luther. You're as tall as the first husband from the Jehovah's Witnesses Watchtower. He beats me. Well, we already heard this. Sorry. Apparently, it's almost anniversary. Yeah, it is. But thank you for listening. So you said to yourself, you have to stand up for yourself, and it's yourself and not God speaking.
Right, and I ended up taking everything I learned, and I started to make notes and think of conversations, and I started, this was the early days. This was like 2005, 2006, and YouTube was.
Wait. That's the early days of what?
Back in the early days of YouTube.
We're talking. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So I started going on YouTube, and I found some stuff, and then I eventually got on LimeWire and some other places that had file sharing, and I was able to locate just a crap ton of these lectures by Walter Martin. And that's what actually led me to the Kingdom of the Cult. Because my story has a couple crossovers here.
Don't worry.
I started listening to this Walter Martin guy. I got his book.
Yeah.
Learned all this stuff. Then I started bumping into, and this is the weird part, I just started bumping into people who were caught up in the cult I was in. And I tried to talk some sense into them. One woman I know of, she ended up staying at the homeless shelter I worked at because her church was dictating to her how much of her paycheck she had to give to the church. She ended up losing her house because they wanted so much. When she lost her job,
all right, give me the quote. Which cult is this again? Word of God, you said?
This Word of Faith.
Word of Faith, thanks.
Yeah. And it was all about sowing a seed and planting your seed, giving your money, and then you'll get
miracle weed.
Yeah. Basically. Yeah.
Sort of, yeah.
So she ends up living in the homeless shelter that I work at.
Wow.
And that hurt me.
Yeah.
He had a young daughter and an older son who was close to my age. He was a few years younger than me, like 7. And I tried to talk some sense into her, and I didn't get anywhere. And then it got to the point where DCFS got involved because her ex-husband wanted custody. Her ex-husband said, "Why should my children have to live in a homeless shelter when I have a..." And they came, took her kids. He ended up getting a job at McDonald's, and the pastor of the church she was going to, I found out a lot of stuff about him. But she had already, drank the proverbial Kool-Aid. So that really lit a fire under me. And then all of a sudden...
Wait, sorry. May I interrupt there? So, I don't know your name, so I can't say it fast, which is faster than asking if you can interrupt. So, dude, are you saying it's kind of like the abusive thing I was thinking earlier, where she was already indoctrinated, so she had to go back 9 to 11 times before she could escape, if then?
Yep.
Oh,
that was
exactly
it.
Good grief. Thank you.
And my name is Chad, by the way. You saw me earlier. I was doing Returning to Life with Roland Smith. I had the perfect person. So.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
What's your alias?
Yeah.
What was your alias online? Sorry. Chad in real life that you go by? Or if I'm asking a question you're not supposed to answer, don't answer me.
It's fine. I gave up my aliases. I mean, if you look for me on Facebook, I think it's facebook.com/Sting of Truth or Sting_of_truth, something like that. I don't know.
Sting of Truth?
But I was given that nickname by my cousin's ex-husband's daughter because I was just really good at saying things very bluntly and very honestly and offending a whole lot of people and not.
Oh, sorry, Sting or say? Like S-A-Y or Sting?
S-T-I-N-G.
S-T-O.
Like a scorpion or a bee.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, I'm looking for you right now. It's not stalking, right?
Okay. It is, but I don't mind cyber stalking.
The Watchtower is watching. Okay, so I don't mean to distract you. Please carry on. This is fascinating.
Yeah. So I ended up starting to meet other people in my area, like Jehovah's Witnesses and Oneness Pentecostals, which are not traditional Pentecostals. They're non-Christian cults. I'm an expert on cults, by the way. Now I'm the resident expert for 6 years. Yeah. But I ended up meeting with some Jehovah's Witnesses, making some enemies. Then a new Oneness Pentecostal church started in town. And I didn't know it was a Oneness church. And I went to it. And when I found out it was a Oneness church, my girlfriend at the time had went with me, and she just hung her head down and said, "Well, we're going to get kicked out of here in no time flat." And I ended up by the end of that first meeting, I got an invitation to come there and preach the next week.
Oh wait, so she thought y'all that kicked out, and then but you got it. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was Daniel in the Lion's Den. So I got invited as someone opposed to this cult to come and speak in their church.
Then you're starting to light them out of the dark.
So
unless I missed the storyline. Yeah.
Yeah. I show up the next week and I'm prepared. And I've got everything. I got the camera ready. I got the suit and tie.
Camera and suit. Huh?
Oh yeah. I'm ready for war.
Do we get pictures, photos, or what do they say? Picture doesn't happen or photos didn't happen? Yeah. Okay.
No,
I'm listening.
Once I showed up, they canceled me.
What?
Yeah.
Why? So they invited you, but they can't. Yeah.
Yeah, they wouldn't get a hold of me ahead of time, so they just canceled me. So then I said, well, that's very disheartening. And I said, well, why are you guys canceling on me? And they said, well, you know, we had a friend of ours who's a pastor. He said not to let you speak here and this, that, and the other. I'm like, well, what's his name? And they told me I didn't know the guy's name. I said, well, ask him if he's got the guts to have a Christian debate. And we'll debate on the doctrine of the Trinity. What does the Bible say? And,
wow.
And they just kind of looked at each other. They said, "You'll get beaten." I said, "Let's see if he's got the guts to show up." Next Wednesday, 7 o'clock.
I knew.
Okay. Yeah. I show up the next Wednesday. Well, he's not going to debate me. Said,
Of course
okay.
not. I think I looked up today, dude. Chat. Today, I looked up the differences again because I was using it for somebody about fear.
Mm-hmm.
That was the good kind. That was revering you rather than phobias. I think they had a tinge of phobias too.
Yeah.
Okay, so the guy was too scared to debate you about Trinity.
Yeah, he was not going to debate me. He had ended up finding, apparently, a couple videos some friends of mine had posted on YouTube of me in debate in the wild. And yeah, so he wasn't going to have this discussion with me. He wasn't going to have this.
You did great.
That really broke my heart. It hurt me.
Oh,
It broke
yeah.
my heart. And I made a big scene, and I there. And I said, "You guys asked me to come here to preach, and then you tell me I can't preach. So then you tell me we can have a debate. And now the guy won't even debate me. Don't you guys believe in standing up for what you believe in? Why is it? I know what I believe. I know why I believe it. And I'm willing to stand up for it and articulate it in front of a group. But your group won't do the same. What are you trying to hide?"
The truth shouldn't fear. Yeah.
So everybody at this point is like, "What?" And I said, "This is what's going on. You guys are a non-Christian cult. I can prove it. I have all the history backing me up. I have scripture backing me up. There's no way you're going to get away from it. You don't want me speaking the truth, because once it gets found out you're a cult, you're going to lose everything."
How are you still alive? I mean it seriously.
Well,
how are you still alive?
Hold on. I'm getting to that. I'm getting to that. So
didn't know you were so bold.
What happens is about 6 months go by, and I'm talking to the members of this group. They're trying to talk me into coming back. I'm trying to talk them out of it. Slowly but surely, this little group that started with 12 and went up to about 65 members, it has now shrunken down to about 50. And then about 2 months later, it had shrunk down to about 30. And then there was this other guy I had met, and he was a new Christian. I was trying to help him out, and he didn't like that I was taking things nice and slow. He wanted just to jump from the frying pan right into the fire when it comes to learning about Christianity and stuff. And I said, "Dude, you gotta crawl before you can walk, and walk before you can run." Well, he has PTSD from being in the military. And one of the women in the church was trying to convince him he didn't have PTSD. He was just possessed. So she had him over at his house.
I missed the last part of that. He was just what? He didn't have PTSD. He was what?
Demon possessed.
Oh, okay, carry on. Thank you.
So she had him over at her house, and she was trying to cast the demon out of him, and nothing was happening, so she hit him to try to make the demon manifest. Well, no demon manifested, but he said, "Don't you ever hit me again," and then she hit him again. And then he literally broke her face.
Wow. Whoa.
And yeah.
Whoa.
So that was not good. So then when word of that got out, I said, "This is what happens when you mess around with cults." And I let it be known he was a member of this quote-unquote church, which was actually a cult. And I
like the guy earlier who said that the kid was going to kill his dad if he wasn't present from Australia. It's not the kid's fault that he would have killed his dad accidentally.
Right. Now, here's what ended up happening. So this kid lives literally 1 block away from me. And
from you?
he's getting blamed for people leaving this group. And he's trying to say, no, it's Chad. And
like he did to
saying,
Barbara
no,
Anderson. She's responsible for all the defectations.
Right. So what ends up happening, he gets mad. He's having an argument with his dad. Him and his dad had an argument about me. And his dad said, listen, you need to talk to Chad. And he said, I don't want to talk to him, this, that. And he's like, son, I know you disagree with me, and I know you don't like Chad, but just sit down and just talk to him. And the guy's name was Aaron. And Aaron grabbed a roofing hatchet.
Oh my God.
Swung it at his dad's head, cracked his dad's head wide open.
Whoa.
Aaron then bolted out the door. He ran straight down the street right to my apartment building where I live. He tries to get in through the front door. It's locked. And right then, the police are pulling up to his house, and his mom is pointing at my building and said he went that way. He went to Everett, which is where I live.
Mm-hmm.
And my sister's childhood friend, Troy, is a cop. Troy flies down the street in a squad car, turns the car sideways, pulls into the parking lot. Aaron is now at the back door trying to yank open the back door, but he doesn't have the fob, the electronic thing to open the door. He sees the cop car, he throws the hatchet, and then tries to run. Well, Troy just floors it, gets the momentum going, hits the brakes, and the car slides right into Aaron and knocks him over. And then he throws the handcuffs on Aaron. I see the light, cherries and berries on top of the cop car. I see him out my window. I look out my back window, I'm like, what's going on? I run out the back, and I'm like, hey, Troy. And he's like, hey, Chad, and here's Troy carrying this hatchet. And I'm like, what happened? And he's like, oh, no biggie. Aaron tried to kill his dad. I'm like, what? He's like,
no big deal.
He pulls up the hatchet. He said, yeah. Huh?
Well, I said no big deal. And the dude's like, no big deal. He just tried to kill his dad. No big deal.
This is Street Illinois. We have a lot more weird stories than that.
Pardon me. The whole thing with being on like digital internet stuff. I should try to not breathe. I'm glad I'm breathing. Your story is rapturing.
Yeah.
So no big deal dude says, oh, it's no big deal. He just tried to kill his dad. He just put a hatchet through his head.
Yeah. So then Troy goes, he pops open the trunk of the car. I look inside, and I'm like, oh, that Aaron. And he's like, if I could have got that door open, you'd be dead, too. And I'm like, no. And
Wait.
Like,
Are he saying you would be dead also?
He came to my apartment building with the hatchet. And he told me,
I thought you were the
rescuer.
Whoa.
Aaron tried to kill his dad, then Aaron came to my house
to kill you too. I just want to make sure I got the story right. He came to your house also with the intent that because you were the perpetrator of why it all went down. Okay. I thought he was coming as in like, okay, thank you. That was a really huge clarification in my memory. Thank you.
Yeah. So Aaron came to kill me. Troy looks at me. He's like, oh, so you know he killed her? I'm like, yeah, a little bit. He's like, you got to be careful with him. I'm like, yeah. And Troy said, I'll let you know if he gets out. I said, okay, please do. Just let my sister know and she'll tell me. He said, okay. This is great about small towns. I grew up with him and his wife. They were childhood sweethearts. They've been married for 30 years. So, great people. So, needless to say, Aaron ended up going to prison. He's out now. But after he got locked up, he made the newspaper. Yeah, after he got locked up, he made the newspaper. I seized on it. And I let everybody. I bought like 30, 40 copies of that newspaper. Okay, let's be honest. I went to the machine, put in a quarter, put in a dime, pulled the thing, and got papers. That's what I did.
Yeah.
So then, made the rounds, and everybody who I know was still going to that church, I dropped off a free newspaper on their doorstep.
Thank you.
And
I was wondering
the whole story about Aaron.
Yeah, I was wondering how you were getting away with your conscience with stealing the newspapers. So basically, let them know that he did it, and he's back.
Yeah,
and they already knew.
And I just circled his police blotter and wrote cult ? Underneath
wow.
it. And within 3 months, there was only 2 cars at most showing up for services at that church. 3 months later, it was completely closed up, and there was a for sale sign in front of it.
So how do we do this to this worldwide thing? Because I'm like, as long as I don't acknowledge the place I came from, which sounded like Dr. R. I don't know if you were on. I joined like, I don't know. I came home at 4. I know what time I came home. 4:19. I arrived at 4:19 and regretting that I wish I could smoke weed, but I'm being very focused these days. So at 4:19, I joined Rick's 6 screens because he doesn't have 8, and I've been on since. And so somewhere along the line, there was a Dr. Richard something, and he made a good point how we can basically live these wonderful, successful lives as long as you don't look back. If you look back, then you turn out like me, right? Where like last weekend and this weekend's not as bad, but it's still really not good. But how do we turn it around? I got a lot of stuff I could put towards this, and you have a lot of stuff also. Yeah, I can't hear. Sorry, I was talking over you. I can't hear you. Your turn.
I come from a military family, and it's primarily Army. Okay. And I don't know if you're familiar with special forces, what they do.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So part of their training.
All that stuff. Yep.
Yeah. Well, with the United States Special Forces, the USSF, they're the Green Berets. One of their specialties is called national destabilization or governmental destabilization.
Oh,
so what happens is Green Berets are trained to go in as a unit of 6. Okay? And with this one group of 6 soldiers, the theory is, and what they do is, this group of 6 soldiers will round up maybe 100 or 200 local farmers, and within 30 days, if not 2 weeks, they will have them completely trained and functioning as militia soldiers.
Wow.
And they are also trained in techniques of how to destabilize a government.
Which is basically culture. Cool. Yeah.
Right. So during the Vietnam War, when we were at war with Vietnam, with North Vietnam, our Green Berets, they not only helped train the ARVN, the Republic of Vietnam Army, but they also trained the Montagnard people, which were an indigenous Indian group in the hills of Vietnam. And the Montagnard people were some of the deadliest Vietnamese soldiers in the entire country, north or south. They were trained by the Green Berets. And the thing about, the reason I bring all this up is because, like you said, they are a worldwide organization. And you can't think of how to topple the organization. Because number one, we don't have the power, we don't have the money.
Well, organization is not even a person. You have to touch people's hearts, right? We agree that you just said they didn't go in and change the government, they changed the people.
Right. But see, this is what we can do. And we keep hearing this term grassroots. This is where it boils down to a grassroots. You may not be able to topple a worldwide organization, but just a few fleas can drive a dog crazy.
Yeah, I was like, are you sure? Yeah, it just takes a few fleas. I agree with you. Yep. I disagree with we may not be able to, but you said I, so yes, I will not. But meanwhile, we can with a few seeds. So carry on. Thanks. How do we put this?
We just got to squeeze on the dog of a bat, making that dog scratch and uncomfortable and itchy. And the more itchy and weird it looks, the more people are going to pay attention. And the more people.
May I ask a strange question now? Do you believe that I was told that Vatican or Vaticanus? I went over to Italy and studied language with the University of Washington through what is it called, MacArthur Fellow or whatever, yada yada, whatever. Does Vaticanus really mean dog, basically, and the rest of it? Because I've been told that, you know, scratching like the dog's back is effectively like this weird ancient kind of like tumbly thing about it's how do I express?
I've never heard that.
Yeah, I'm into etymology and linguistics as part of my all the stuff I did while I was they got rid of me when I was young. It was really useful. But meanwhile, like, so back to your thing in the mainstream, we're talking about like religion toppling. We all apparently believe in the prophecy that it does happen eventually. And then scratching the dog's back. I guess I'm trying to ask, I don't remember. So you carry on. I'll ask a clarification question again. Yeah. Have one.
So we just have to be like little fleas, you know, the bugs that bite
on
dogs.
Yeah.
You just got to put fleas on their back, biting them, making them itch, making them uncomfortable.
Yeah.
It's going to make them draw attention to themselves. It's going to force them to expose them. And at that point, the battle is going to be halfway won. However, it's not going to be won on a worldwide scale. It's going to have to start small. It's going to start with a single kingdom hall, and it's going to have to grow and expand from there.
Well, I think that's already happened. So would you, the idea that I don't, I'm like you, where an idea came, but the idea came and I said, oh, that's not my idea. And it's the very first and only one that ever showed up. And I'm going to skip over to that, then yada yada later. Why not worldwide? Everything that I thought would happen is now happening. And so it does say in scripture that the Holy Spirit, the Spirit of truth, but, you know, as far as LB said, whatever, we were cast out of Eric Wilson's congregation because of me. And then I got cast out of his congregation because of me. So we'll leave LB out of it. But when it comes down to it, we kind of agree that, oh no, I almost lost it. Oh no, I did lose it.
Why not worldwide?
Yeah, because the idea that I've always, these like Spirit of Truth will come and teach you all the truth and the future. And so I always walk, and today, for the first time since 2011, I had another, let's call it a voice in the head. It's really dangerous to say that, but like I had, what did it say? Well, one step at a time. I'm sorry, it's so obvious. That's exactly what I was just saying. One step at a time. Oh, no, it wasn't one step at a time. It was one step ahead. So the idea would be that we, shall we say, are one step ahead. And it's not far. It was personal to me. So I felt like I wasn't that far ahead. Like I have to like learn how to behave myself. Like I'm not doing so well presenting myself in this moment where it's all kind of coming to fruition or convergence. But why not worldwide? Because then the next thing that happens is that here I am translating Japanese into English so I can make sure that the Japanese story is told for those kids. And those kids are being told to be silenced. And they're continually being silenced the same way I trigger. You know, that's why when I was Jehovah's Witness and the ex-Jehovah's Witnesses, because they don't know how to not let you speak. I am so tired of being spoken of, both professionally and then don't go anywhere near anything near Jehovah's Witnesses, ex-Jehovah's Witnesses. But worldwide, that's the problem. Over there, whether it's Belgium, I think Norway, but now specifically in Japan. And so you've got a Japanese rapper artist who is amazing. And I put up his Genius profile. And I love the fact that it's genius@genius.com. But I put up a whole thing for him so I could publish his story through a source or whatever. I'm very not anonymous and anonymous at the same time. So why not worldwide? My idea has always been, and I don't claim it as my own, but, you know, as you sound delusional when you say God gave me an idea. And so just whatever. He and I designed a plan. He still sounds weird. Whatever. From the outside in. Like, I don't know, there's purple in the United Nations Article 18. And so one way or another, I feel like it is worldwide in America. I worked on the DOJ case for the USMS for Frederick McLean, right? And they asked me to catfish digitally, and I had to say, what is catfishing? And I need to make sure I know, because I'm so not into pop culture. Why not from the outside in? I don't see America, and dominoes have already been following. So why not worldwide? Because outside in is effectively, sorry, yes. You got my point. I'm wondering. Thanks. Yeah.
Yeah. Going back to the whole thing about the United States Special Forces, using them as a model.
Yeah, 6 in my, sorry,
yeah.
The Green Beret.
There is not one particular group within the United States Special Forces. There's about 6 different groups, and each group is regional, meaning each group can only operate in certain countries.
Are you allowed to say this on the interweb? Are we telling secrets?
Yes.
Oh,
no, we're not.
Be careful. We'll erase them if we need to.
Yeah, but anyway,
okay.
The whole thing is the USSF Special Forces, they're trained for certain regions. So if you take the region that was fighting during the Vietnam War, you could not send them to the Middle East because they don't know anything about the culture, language, how to survive, anything like that. Well, it'd be the same way with the grassroots movement. You have to make each battlefront technique, you have to cater it to that particular culture of the people, to their language, to their traditions, stuff like that. Like for us, okay? If I were to take you out with me and say, okay, I'm going to teach you how to talk to these people in a way they've never been talked to before, I'm going to show you how to show things to them they've never seen before. That's great. You could use that anywhere in North America, or at least in Canada and the U.S. If you were to go over to Japan, or to Mexico, or Buenos Aires, or Puerto Rico,
Venezuela,
or China, you go anywhere else, it's not going to work. The same exact technique will not work because it'll go right over their heads because they're trained with slight differences.
Yeah, it's profiling.
That's why.
Cultural profiling. Yeah.
Right. So you have to basically cater it into a way that the culture that they were raised in would understand. It's not enough just to translate the words. You have to translate the meanings as well.
Can I ask you to do this with me? You seem qualified, and I claim not to be delusional. I don't claim to be Christ. I just think I'm a light. And there's this weird idea from 2011 about running for president, and I vowed it 2 weekends in a row. And I really did mean to bring in the Watchtower. You know, when I was at in the storyline several years, like a decade, I don't know, ago, I was pissed off at the parents, the dad and mom. Mom is natural mom, and said, you know, give me the corporation. I want the corporation dues now since they split. But so when it comes down to it, we are now in America, and you just said, as I understand already, which is why it's very frustrating. You know, a one-woman show could do it, but not really unless it's a miracle. And so do we really need a miracle? Can't we like figure out a squad of 6 and like pretend it's a Tay thing and we're just going to go have fun and like womp with a bat to the Revelation story? Because in the end,
you are making me think of Ben Witherington III right now.
I got to type this down. Ben Witherington III. Sorry, I'm making noise every time I put the phone down.
He's just a professor at Asbury Seminary. He's a cool guy. You've got to hear him talk. He never talks about the 12 apostles. He talks about the dirty dozen. He's just funny as can be. He's a funny guy.
Okay.
Great guy. But, I suppose we could work on...
no, we already have like 6 here. And so I'm kind of wondering, everybody could be or couldn't be or whatever everybody chooses. We all have free will. But you already know how it works in America. And then meanwhile, like, I start with the premise that we're all believers, and I've heard it throughout the call. And so this is really embarrassing. I've never exposed myself, but
I hope not. That's illegal.
Huh? I know, right? It's not that kind, I made a spreadsheet on Google, and it's like Daniel's stuff, and I attached NASA stuff, and it has to do with stars and moons and stuff, and thingies, because it's a technical term. And so I believe Christ is coming, and of course we don't know the day nor the hour, but he said, Paul, don't worry about that. You know the times and the seasons. And I said, yeah, y'all. Don't you know? Like, you decided to forget about fall. And yes, I'm rhyming and timing because that's the thing that my family did. And then I mentioned the clowns. So when I come to town, would you mind to back to the main storyline? So how many people does it take? You said 6. And that's something I've known since I was a kid. And so it's really frustrating, but not exactly.
So that's a unit of special forces.
Sorry, I missed. I hardly heard special forces. What'd you say about I? I heard the I in there too.
Yeah, I was saying that the special forces come in units of 6.
Yes, aren't we? Okay. Yes, yes.
But I mean, we could use the same model because basically their entire premise is what they call force multiplication. So,
yes, why not? Yes.
But I mean, the thing is, like, and I have taught classes in apologetics, how to defend the faith, which also crosses over into how to attack others' faith at times. I'm very Socratic in my methodology, meaning I use a lot of questions. So that way I let the person get the focus of attention. So that way they can't say you're twisting the facts because all I'm doing is asking the questions.
I do the same, yeah.
So, yeah.
Usually.
So,
not recently.
But yeah, I mean, honestly, it all starts with a good foundation in hermeneutic and then in systematic theology.
Well, it seems like everybody that's around this, so I avoided, I was kicked out, and they said I was good as dead, and it was really, there was someone saying it was freeing in the chat earlier, and it was really freeing, and so I left it behind, and then that's why I get triggered when people assume that I don't have a good life, and I'm not happy, and I'm not, it's just like, excuse me? But then meanwhile, these are all amazing, wonderful, well-lit hearts by the fire of God. And so I just been working on my courage to give over and what is it? It's in the land of the slaughter, or you put your neck on the line and stuff. And then meanwhile, there's the other side of my family history, which is, hey, yeah, no, I totally understand what you're talking about, West Point and stuff. And so can't we bring this to an end? Isn't that the logical end, whether it's scripture or just if even atheists agree with us? And all my friends basically are atheists because I really don't find Christians to be anything besides hypocritical. I don't find anybody following Christ's principles, generally speaking, present company accepted, than my atheist friends. Agnostic are basically like lukewarm water. So, and I spent a long time saying if given God, which is basically my way of not getting whomped over the head through technology from, I don't mind saying Microsoft to Apple. Have a long history of tech. So, I think we can do this. Huh?
I know I looked you up.
Oh, yeah, I know. It really, I used to just not show, and then now I don't even, it's here's my card. If anyone wants to Google whatever.
Yeah, I just on Facebook, so now you can get a hold of me whenever you want.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I don't mean to, I heard Linda laugh. Linda, we should probably, hi.
Are you talking to me?
I don't want to
program.
Talking to me?
Somehow I'm entirely self-focused. Call me Tay-Tay of 20 or 7, or I'm 10 years older. She and I have the same birthday. I'm just 10 years older. And I do find her threatening. I feel like she could be president faster than I can. It's motivating. Hi, Linda.
Linda.
Hi.
Linda,
how you doing?
Sorry for hijacking your show tonight. I did not mean to.
You didn't hijack it. It's my fault, dude.
Actually, I appreciate it because I'm actually fighting a headache. And so I appreciate it. And it's very rare that I get a headache like this. So I'm going to have to, I can go over to the phones and we can continue a little bit longer, but I'm going to be
Yeah, let's do that, because it's feeling very vulnerable and awkward now that I realize that we've just been going for a long time. And by the way, Chad, now that I know your name, dude, you have an amazing story.
So, hey, hang on. You guys stay there, and I'm going to call in, okay? And I just going to say goodnight to the YouTube audience, but this might still go. So I just want to thank you to the YouTube audience and the Facebook audience and whatever else audience that Rick has this going out to. I really appreciate you. I look forward to this show all week. It's truly the highlight of my week. And I am so sorry I'm having a headache tonight, but it's one of those things that just happens every so often. But I'm going to transfer over to the phones, and the show can still keep going. That number is 727-731-6701, and you're welcome to call in and join us there. And then I might just kind of drop off and let y'all keep talking because I don't see a reason to stop y'all because I need to. What?
So it's like falling asleep to Fox News?
Maybe so.
That was a joke, thank you.
That's too funny. So this is Apostle Babe Linda James, and I will catch you next week. Good night.
Okay, I had to switch my headphones. You hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good.
I try to pretend that I don't know we're being recorded, but that's really awkward. But also, you just have to eventually give up and say, I do want to know, I do want the world to know what's going on. That's the whole thing. I've never had any anger in life besides being silenced from the true stuff that matters.
Yeah, it can be very frustrating.
Did you ever have bad moments where, well, I don't know. Have you ever done this? Like I have, shaming yourself. Like I have a great history, but then all of a sudden I decided to come into this world, and now I'm, actually worthy of being told I should go find some more Holy Spirit. But where am I supposed to find it? You have to people to put the fruits on and stuff. So, like, have you ever done this?
What was your question?
Basically, have you ever fallen down to the bottom of your worst self when you already thought that you'd graduated?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. What do you do to recover? Do you just forgive yourself? Do you seek the forgiveness of others that you don't even know? Because I tried already. And then meanwhile, I'm a resilient person who lets it go. But oh my God, the last 2 weeks, it's like, you can fire me for this.
For me, it was a process of sackcloth and ashes. Just coming to a place of repentance and seeking God's forgiveness for all the problems in my life that I've caused, and repenting of my sin, trusting in Christ and Him alone. And I mean, it was like a Psalm 51 type deal where King David, after after King David had slept with Bathsheba, killed her husband, had a child with a married woman, he cried out and he said, God, against you and you only have I sinned. And to most people, they think, after you've killed Uriah and slept with his wife and got her knocked up.
I know, right?
You only sinned against God? Yeah. So I had one of those Psalm 51 moments, and I've had a couple of those in my life. In fact, one time, and I'll probably eventually tell you the story, I almost got killed for it. So.
Wow.
Yeah.
So I'm really actually impressed that you're still alive. I don't mean to put it that way, but then only this week did I realize that by the faith of God we live. We live or die by Christ. So thankfully I've gone from the USMS asking me to help catfish for that guy that was a sharpshooter down in San Diego, Frederick McLean. And I seriously, like, the combination of all this stuff, I've lost most of my hair. But now, so do you live in the same space that I'm imagining that I'm about to step into as of literally today? Today was the moment I had to stop. The very first time I had to stop and living in the spirit of Christ in the manner that I need to not worry about anymore whether or not I'm going to live or die. That guy, Frederick McLean, he's been dead. They found him finally, USMS in South Carolina, like he died in July, and I think he was found in, well, he stank. He was long dead. But, you know, someone mentioned earlier, Watchtower. Well, can I ask you, let's pretend we're not. Let's pretend the network is completely happily secure and no one's stopping us in any kind of way. And then ask, hey, do you believe in that stuff? Because three people in the last week asked me about being discredited, targeted harassment, and then my neighbor is like, are you having the problem with your phone? Because I'm friends with yada yada, the princess somewhere, and I think it's your fault. And so there's a lot there. And so while I'm very versed in technology and I know all this stuff with government and, you know, family growing up with the military, our family was the only branch that was J-Dub. How do you feel about, I guess, current affairs? And it's weird to be asking as a technology person. I feel like I'm like, you know, whatever. But how do you feel about surveillance and stuff? And like, are we always under Big Brother? And do you care? Is there anything that you worry about? Because I think now is the very first time I've ever decided to even say such a thing, and it doesn't even seem to matter in my mind anymore. Because as of today, I thought, oh no, I'm living in Christ. I live or die by, and I really just don't want to think about it. And before, I didn't. The only thing I thought about was the actual physical risk of saying yes to catfish for that top 10 most wanted guy. So can you give any advice from having already faced the kind of things that I'm only sort of swimming through as a guppy?
As far as what aspect?
Feeling secure in the warmth of God's love, and not concerned with whether or not it's sharpshooter or some Trump fan. Right now, well, in 2020, when I ran for president, it was about the Trump fans. I disappeared and literally moved. I was attacked, and there was a lot of stuff happened. So I moved with Black Lives Matter. So as of February, it became a big deal in 2020. And it sounds like it's a real thing. People have been talking about it. I'm trying to pretend like it's no big deal. But so I live with armed guards and such. But you seem pretty chill, you know, and you said you were in a small town. But you were messing with people who have money, and, you know, people like to protect their money. So at whatever level, but we don't even have to be coy. Trump fans do not like a woman running for president. That's why I disappeared at Black Lives Matter, because it became a thing. And meanwhile, I already knew at that point that it was going to go the way it would go, which is, you know, not bad. I think it's better than anything else at the moment. But here I am doing it again, and I have prayed. I pretend it's a thorn in my side, like Paul. But someone sort of assigned it as a calling recently. And so that's it. Like, you know, it's not something I want to do. I guess people do grow up wanting to be president, but that wasn't my daydream. It's not ambition. You know how we get wonked on the head as Jehovah's Witnesses, no ambition, no ambition. So I feel, I guess, secure. So could you disavow that of me and tell me what I should be worrying about as a crazy, and in a positive way? Here's the crazy ones. The ones who think they can change the world are the ones who do. There was a bunch of yada yada in between. So what advice would you give to me? Because, you know, I get triggered, I guess. I didn't know that was going to happen. But the last 2 weeks, you know, coming and trying to be part of this world. Yeah.
If you want to talk about being triggered, seriously, study the life of Martin Luther. Amazing. He used to beat the crap out of himself till blood was pouring down his back.
Whoa. Like the whole
he might
that
have
special Catholic version of I can't remember Opus Dei.
He was
like Opus Dei. Oh,
he was monastic. He was a member of the Augustinian order, and they were really big into self-flagellation. And actually, he was self-flagellating at the time they stopped doing it. So he kept on doing it. If he had a nocturnal emission of semen, he would.
Good grief. That's a different version of beating off. I'm so sorry. God's probably laughing in heaven, and you know it. Maybe all of heaven is laughing. That's a different version of beating off. Then, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, but I mean, as far as I go, I just, for me, to live as Christ, to die as gain, like Paul said in Philippians. And I have no fear. I mean,
you're like me
in Christ. I mean, I don't know. I'm like Popeye. I am what I am, or like Paul. I am what I am by the grace of God.
Yeah,
so,
we don't supposed to.
I don't know.
So don't worry. Keep not worrying. We're not sort of normal, but someday it'll be normal.
I am the least normal you will ever meet.
That's very comforting. If you were normal and the rest of us felt normal, but I guess I would have to double check everything. May I ask about your political stuff? And I say stuff and thingies to just like get away with being coy with, you know,
Well, my politics flows out of my Christian beliefs. So on some things, I am extremely conservative, and on other things, I am extremely liberal. Overall, you would call me right-wing. Overall.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so into politics that I wouldn't know right-wing.
Oh, no, that's fine. Like, and I have friends I disagree with, and they usually hate me, but that's okay. I think we can agree to disagree, even if they hate me.
Is right-wing red or blue? I tried to remember. I'm going to make a map of this house, I'm sure. Yeah. Oh, red?
Right-wing is red.
Yeah, so basically you're conservative
Republican type. Yeah. And see, that's like, I made a comment before. I said I hated Donald Trump because I believe he was an egotistical narcissist who didn't know how to think before he spoke. Everybody liked that. And then I said, but a lot of his policies, and I named like 3 or 4 of them, were probably the best policies we've ever had.
Can we talk about them? Who cares? They're not here. Let's talk about them. I'm purple, so I'm running. There's a child, so, you know, again, we're pretending no one's listening, but there was a child who died on her 7th birthday, and her dad, who was my adopted dad, a friend of mine, you know, marked down the minutes and the hours and the seconds, everything.
Was someone else trying to say something?
Oh.
Was someone else trying to say something? Anyone?
Hello?
Hi.
Yeah.
Oh, I was just going to make a comment. You guys were talking about the surveillance, but if you're talking about something else, I'll just wait.
No, we want to talk about surveillance first, please.
No, I was just going to.
I've been here for a long time. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to see if I can add a modern approach and the religious aspect. I would say that those infringements on your rights, like the surveillance, that Big Brother type thing, is like, I'm going to call it like a sub part of the apostasy or the religious apostasy. And the reason I say that is because by them being able to see and hear and produce information, media or whatever, that's a form of their control. And by that control, they will push people, if you believe in biblical prophecy, to receive the mark of the beast and accept the one world religion. And that's like an easement for the Antichrist to come on the scene, because once you can pinpoint where people are at through CCTV and their phones and other the Ring doorbell cameras and the games that are in your house, then they can say, okay, this person didn't receive the mark, let's go see them. This person didn't accept the religion, let's go see them. You know, so it's all parts and subparts of the bigger picture on both sides.
Well, I think even then.
Yeah, you first.
Oh, go ahead, Angie. Go ahead.
No, I really don't have a direct question yet. it's nice to hear that I am not alone in. Well, there's for all I can offer before you is to say that in technology and all my knowledge with both military and technology and making sure that everything's safe for world peace, that eventually, you can't pretend that other things don't happen. I mean, I was just watching Official Secrets on Netflix. So back to you, dude. Thank you also, brother, who is offering stuff that I don't feel so crazy talking about. I mean, seriously, I have to be at top of the something. But back to you, because that's what I'm interested in, is like feeling some brotherhood and sisterhood.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was going to say with my perspective on it is, as far as like the whole thing on tracking devices and all that, I'm not really concerned, because what do you think a cell phone is? It's a tracking device.
Constant tracking device. You know it is, right? Yeah, and then do you think
for sure?
How personal are we? Yeah.
Yeah, it's like right now we downloaded, me and a couple family members, we downloaded Life 360, and I can literally, if they go to the store, I can literally tell you what department of Walmart they are in. It tells me.
But are they
exactly
picked on by people? Or do either of you or anyone on the call know about anybody else being like picked on? Weird harassment? Because we know, thank you. So that seems like we have a common agreement that we know that we're constantly online, because generally speaking, I don't like to freak people out. I'm part of the designing of this stuff. But when it comes down to it, like you said, if you're buying a gun at 16 years old in Walmart on a Virginia day, and then does it level up from there to some version of, I don't know, watchtower surveillance? For example, someone told me about, and I researched, that the Watchtower Russell money ended up in some version of surveillance. And you can find Watchtower security online, but that's sort of like weird, because everybody thinks Watchtower is Watchtower. That's the whole point of Watchtower. So does the Watchtower surveil us? I guess I'm asking point blank now.
I'm going to say
let me see if I can add to that. They have to be surveilling you, because on jw.org, if you put in your if you're putting in your email and your personal information, and they're telling you it's going to be secure on their site, as far as their rank and file members, they're using that information. They're selling that information probably backdoor or whatever. But that information is used to keep up with their people. Like you said, it's for world peace. If you believe on the religious aspect of it, they can't bring about world peace. So you have to question
did you
the
say
technology.
Can or can't?
Say what?
Did you say can or can't? Just want to make sure. I'm sorry. My ears are the slowest of my 5 senses.
Well, what I was saying is that they can't bring true peace. Okay. If you believe according to the scriptures, I'm saying if, for anybody who's still doubtful, that peace and that technology, you have to realize, is not for, like you said, the believers. Because if you believe, you don't need that technology. If you believe, you've got faith that the peace is going to come from a different source. That technology is great, in our everyday lives, but it sort of like lulls us to sleep as if we're children. And then once you're asleep mentally and almost spiritually, that's when they can circumvent everything and implement their plan. Because you have to realize that technology is for their better good. It's for their way of saying, listen, we can't have peace. Like you said, you can find a gunshot off in Walmart, which is a great thing. But they're going to say, we need something more. We need our whole world to come together. Like everybody right now they're saying is more in a conscious awakening stage. So they're going to use that as a format to push people towards different things, especially people who aren't grounded in what they believe.
Thank you. So is it true then? I'm very careful about making sure I take away the right idea. And so if I were taking away, sorry about my tongue being loose. If I'm taking away the right idea, it would be, and correct me where I'm wrong, that we know that our phones track and everything. And then when it comes to setting that aside, because technology is cool, to whatever degree you do or don't agree. When it comes to the Watchtower itself, they have their data protection for people, and then their fights worldwide, besides the United States, about getting rights to that. Like JW Fax Dude, he got his whole full record. That's the whole thing I've been kind of pissed off about for, I don't know if I'm supposed to say that from a Christian perspective, but, you know, God forgive us. I don't know what curse words are. But when it comes down to it, I would love to have my record so I could show everybody what it was like to be treated as a young woman trying to say, I need help.
Okay, I'm back.
Hi, you. Who is back?
It's Chad. I don't know what happened. I got booted.
Oh, that happened to me. That happened to me last weekend to me, and I thought it was like I can tell you how I feel about my JW self-esteem, which is very different, like we said earlier, about the Dr. Richmond something self-esteem, which is professional, no problem. In the JW world, I thought I got hung up on. So welcome back. We didn't notice you were gone. Pardon me. Some friend who's new was just speaking, and we were talking about surveillance and Walmart and how much it is that it's real or not real. And so what I understand, and so correct me where I'm wrong, because I really am like long time out and try to keep track from a distance. But it seems like the Watchtower org has details not only on us, but everybody worldwide. I remember when I was a kid, we would go to the door and you put all the details in, and that was on a little piece of paper that the woman was talking about, the sister was talking about earlier. So you talk about your return visits and you put in the information and you say, do not return, you know, for certain people. And so there's a database. I don't want to call it a database, but, you know, there's a something, there's a base of something called data somewhere, with information not only about us, but everybody else. And then whether or not that's actually being used against those who are standing up and trying to speak against. Sorry, I don't want to go to sleep and I'm not tired. 10 a.m., but I know everybody else is probably later than us because, hey, California is like the furthest west besides how
yeah, it's 4 o'clock here.
Oh my God. So let's pretend nobody's listening. But are they really like, you know, picking on this? Because I've tried to pretend and I pretend, but I really feel picked on. And I really don't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist. And then I'm also, you know, knowing all this stuff and designing stuffy. And so I'm just wondering, like, what's the mainstream idea out there? Like, in the United States, they should give over the data. And other countries, well, the EU requires that it's possible. And so that's why JW Fax has his data, his records from the Watchtower. And I would just want mine back, too. And I'm willing to do whatever it takes to get it because I think it's a womp fact. Like, I don't know. I didn't want to be the person with my story, but it seems as though there's like so many check marks. For example, does anybody ever look up Travis Foote? You have to put an E at the end of Foote, but Travis Foote is a pedophile, rapist, murderer, and what do you call it? Incestuous. And he showed up in our congregation, and my mom, who was like well-versed in the Hippieville, says, you're never allowed to have friends over, and you can't stay over at their houses because the little brother is going to rape you. But somehow she puts this in the hands of Travis Foote and his wife, Michelle. And that guy, back to the end result. And so I feel like there's no way that the Watchtower can be sitting over there ignorant while I'm sitting here working with the government, the the DOJ, the Department of Justice, the United States Marshal Service. And I sure hope that the NSA is happy with me. I mean, they're supposed to be working on cryptology and stuff. So when it comes down to it, like, can the Watchtower actually harass me more than I could be protected by our own, like, whatever? Like, how am I supposed to feel? Because a moment ago, thank you, Chad, we were talking about exactly how I feel, which is I'm over it. God in Christ.
So I have a comment about that.
Yeah.
It's very common for Watchtower to ask Google for someone's ID.
Whoa, really?
And Google or Facebook or something like that. and they usually
Like
do
the
not
board-
give it to them. So if they have to ask Google, that implies that they don't have a direct line to many of the XJWs. For instance, there's a channel called Kevin McFree. They rode his ass for 3 years straight. Okay? Watchtower was trying to get his ID, and Watchtower had to ask, other people to get his ID.
Yeah.
What ended up happening was they ended up just not pursuing it any longer. It seemed as though they just got too busy. And he recently came out. Yeah, and so Watchtower has done this with other people.
Who got Watchtower?
I'm sorry, what?
You said somebody got too busy. I'm sorry, there's a delay. You said somebody got too busy. And was that the
I'm not
Watchtower?
sure. Yes, I was talking about the Watchtower. I was talking about the Watchtower just stopped following him, stopped trying to get his ID.
Yeah.
What I didn't know was that he was considered an active witness.
Oh.
I found this out through looking at transcripts of, see, I couldn't tell you everything, what order everything happened. I'm telling you bits and pieces that I'm remembering. So Watchtower never got it. Okay? So Watchtower never got to expose who he was, because that would have
This session
devastated
is no longer being
everything.
recorded.
Okay? So I don't think that unless a JW gives them all this info, I don't think they have it on everybody. Yes, they do go door to door and get all this info, but I don't know that they turn it into the org. I think it's their own personal records, from what I recall. But I was a kid back then.
I
don't know.
I would totally agree with that, Linda, because I can still make a request every couple of years, and Jehovah's Witnesses will come to my door. So.
Interesting.
Oh, you think they do keep the info?
Like the Watchtower, they like the stuff that you have to fill out on the cards.
Yes.
Yeah.
They will, like, I was blackballed initially in 2010. I was blackballed. They had the big invisible X in front of my apartment building. And then in 2012, they came back to visit me when I put in a request. And then in 2015, a friend of mine asked them to meet with me, and we met at McDonald's for a few weeks. And then in 2018, they met with me again. So I know every few years they must be purging their records, because otherwise they would not be talking to me.
Okay.
Well, I have a strange question, y'all. I mean, thank you for being so awesome about talking about it. But so there was this movie when I was a kid. I don't know, maybe 16 or 17 years old.
I need to finish this though. They have gotten some of the members. They have gotten some of the members' information. So the point, like you were saying, you were talking about like they could have everybody's, and I'm thinking no, they couldn't, because if they have to ask Google or YouTube for the information on people who have exposed them, that means they don't have it.
I mean, basically, have they been tracking me since I'm a kid? I don't mean through my technology. I've been designing against them since I've been a kid. Since 12 years old, I've been pissed off at Jehovah. And so Jehovah and I have a vendetta, and he is going to lose. I'm going to squishy him between my toes, because Satan is the one who's crushed between his, or down, crush him beneath your feet. There you go. Crush him beneath your feet was the promise. And it's given to everybody who reads that, right? And so Jehovah, if not given actually Satan, I'm just going to call him squishy between my toes. But since I was 12 years old and pissed off at Jehovah, have they been tracking every single thing since? Because I want that record, and then JW Facts got it, and then meanwhile, then we slip over into, then there's the ones who are pissing them off to the degree, like, calling them the largest private real estate development company in the world, And it's not my fault they got outed on the list. New York City is the largest revenue of a private company or corporation. I'm sorry, I keep saying company, I mean corporation in New York City. But I put it out there as a bold and brazen, I guess, can we say dumbass? So, like, do they track dumbasses like me and anybody else? Because I know that they've had all the records along as those data rights management where they're supposed to track stuff every once in a while. But as far as I heard, when I went and that elder was like, I'm going to kick you under the table, he didn't say he was going to kick me. But I don't understand how I got let back into this stupid organization. I didn't even want to be there or here. And I'm not a intervention or whatever. It's just a weird and strange idea. But meanwhile, as a person interested in the data freedom and all the rest of I can't even remember my abbreviations right now, I don't think they're following the law, whether it's international or national. And so focusing on America, people keep saying things to me like about targeted harassment and stuff. And so I just, pretend, right, about like ignoring that because I'm in technology and I've helped design what I think helps Americans and the world be safer. And I do know, and I'm not a conspiracy theorist about how when I have worked for both phones that anybody has in their hands, that those are tracking us at all moments and all hours and da-da-da-da. But when it comes down to it, it's not really about, thank you, Linda. It's not about the technology aspect. Because that's where I'm like, if my tininess can do anything, I would imagine and say, hey, my friends are pretty cool. And we've been doing as best as we can to make sure that, we're all safe and free. But when it comes to the Watchtower, there's this stupid monthly report. And I don't know, when did they actually stop tracking me? I don't think that they did. And so when it comes down to being kicked on in strange ways in real life, I'm starting to feel like it's been happening too often and I don't have anybody to point at besides them. Is that a crazy idea?
I couldn't tell you, but Paul Grundy is the one who is the host of JW Facts, right? And I believe he made a video on how he did get his records. So if you're interested in getting your records, find that video or his testimony. He wrote it on JW Facts.
It's not
Can I make a comment too, Ms. Linda?
I'm fighting. Sorry, thank you. Please speak. I'm sorry, I don't have the authority to say so. I just want to say I give to this guy.
How you doing, Ms. Linda? How you doing, my lady? Okay, I'm doing great.
I'm doing good. Gosh, I love it when you call me my lady. So, it's like this medieval awesome thing that just makes me feel all good inside. So thank you. What's going on with you?
Oh, him laugh a lot.
Nothing much. Long day at the shop.
See, he's a barber and I'm a hairdresser, so we bond on that too.
The best. Y'all have the best secret.
We do. We do.
Yeah, Miss Linda, don't tell our secrets. Don't tell our secrets.
No.
What I was gonna say to her is that all of this is a connection. I mean, like Miss Linda said, the guy Kevin McFree. If you're talking up here and you're only talking to a few people and you're not reaching a mass of people, then you're only affecting them. Right. So when you
They never did get Kevin McFree, is what I'm saying.
Right, they never got him. They never got him.
Okay, I'm sorry, I thought you said they got him, okay.
No. They never got him. And what I was saying is that with her records, she shouldn't be concerned. When you should be concerned is when you expose them and you have an audience of people that are following you, whether it's on a podcast like this one or it's on a radio outlet, that's when you're going to become more of a target.
So I have a huge, massive following. My professional life, which never, ever, ever knew that I was Jehovah's Witness, because like someone said earlier in one of the earlier podcasts, there's nothing to be gained by telling someone that you were bamboozled by the Jehovah's Witnesses. And I was practically born in. But I'm loud and proud now. And about.me/Angela. And on Twitter, as long as it still survives Elon Musk. And then find me, on Facebook, where I lost my account recently. You can find my LinkedIn. And you can see that, I don't know, I had this thing when I was cast out of the Watchtower as a kid. I actually wrote the Watchtower to do this for them. And so they really, I mean, Jehovah probably shouldn't have denied me as an intern and told me that all the boys was the reason I couldn't arrive. I didn't look at it that way, but I went off and did the other stuff because they also cast me out. So the thing I want to make sure you know of is I definitely have the ability to threaten with a loud voice from the platforms that are here by the world having provided them, or God or whatever's grace. But then over there, I want my records and I want conversion. And so I want to get to the records and have it so I can tell the story from the voice that I have. And then it comes to like the third point, which is there's too much stuff happening lately. And people pointedly say to me, are you sure you're not being surveilled? Are you sure you're not the reason there's stuff in our technology in the local area is not having like all the... Barbara Anderson says, can you fix your phone? And I said, lady, I work for... and I have two phones, both technology, phone number. Yeah, you know, so I mean, I can't get any better privileged if I tried. Don't laugh too much. Yeah, so tell me more.
I have a feeling the Watchtower doesn't really give a crap about us women, but if you, as you're going so far, are really trying to get attention, and I think they might pay attention to you later, because I don't think you're gonna swift by silently. So I do think they're gonna, if they haven't already, pay attention to you.
So brother, the brother who
but
just
you need to be
himself,
careful.
And then I think what you said, this swift by.
I don't remember.
How do I be careful? I'm not being careful. I can't believe that they just now decided to make me out myself. It's been since 2011 that I've been pissed off since them in the whatever that I'm trying to avoid pretending like I don't sound like a conspiracy theorist. Because seriously, like, it's weird. I've helped design the technology that keeps America safe, at the same time saying, like, F you doing over there, Watchtower, trying to pretend that you can do anything to people like me. I think that I belong in this craft over there. But
I get your idea of wanting to reveal stuff. And I think I get your idea about wanting to reveal things and exposing things, because more things that come to the light.
Only the Watchtower, not secret.
I'm only talking about the Watchtower, okay?
Okay, cool. Yeah.
So,
thank you.
But do know this, that they have been working diligently to come up with ways that they can say, if anybody talks critically about the organization or speaks about them in a degrading manner, then they have this thing called hate crimes, and they get to use that against you. So just, you probably already know that, but
I kind of do, but I've been pretending that I don't notice stuff. What I really kind of wonder is anybody being harassed? Is anybody else being harassed?
Nope.
No.
Not me.
I'm not.
I only know one witness who did a video of it.
But I'm going to go back on. I'm going to go back on mute.
Well, I'm glad your headache's well enough that you popped up. And brother,
I actually made me coffee because I realized I had not had coffee today, so that might have been
There you go.
I'm eating leftovers, beef stroganoff leftovers. It's yummy.
Oh my goodness, you're making me hungry. I tried to make, y'all, I made out of desperation because I love this new call. I showed up last week, right, for the first time, and so I don't know if this is like a point of pride or if we're supposed to laugh at it, but I made macaroni and cheese from 3 slices of American cheese that I had to unwrap, a bit of butter and milk, and I'm so proud of myself.
That is blasphemous. You call that mac and cheese?
I do. I promise. I think I can feed. I fed myself when I'm here.
If I ever come out to California,
you're coming out.
Me and you and Linda are going to get together. I am going to make you guys a dinner you will never forget.
Linda, how do we get that dude to come out? I think it was Chad's voice.
I don't know. We'll have to, it is chat.
Oh,
Whenever he says he's going to show up, we'll just say thank you.
I
would like to be fed.
This is how good of a cook I am. My ex-brother-in-law, who hates turkeys, I made turkeys one time. I got 2 big turkeys. I cut them up and everything. I cooked them my way. This guy ate 6 pounds of turkey breast in one sitting. And he hates turkey.
Oh, that's
my
impressive.
My best friend Dustin hates steak with a passion.
Whoa,
when
weird.
I cooked him a ribeye, he ate 2. He ate mine and his.
Wow.
I love to host. So anyone on the call, find me. I'm Ange on Twitter. I used to think I had to have a husband so I could invite people over. I promise I'll work out the logistics. And then Lyndon James, I'm sure you're close enough because it was implied and stuff. So we're going to work this out because I think if we're fed and happy, then we probably can do whatever we want. But there was a dude, a brother, who was speaking a moment ago. And so I all of the things I know and all of my upbringing and experience, knowledge and education, I've been scared, I don't mind saying until now, to actually speak out. I only started last week. Can you tell me more about how it is that you spoke out about this and even speaking up in this call? What brings you to interested in whether or not we're being tracked by the Watchtower so that we keep our mouths shut? Because that's basically all I'm interested in. Being harassed by the Watchtower to keep your mouth shut. Do they have enough power to do that?
Are you asking me?
I think so. Is that not Chad?
This is Christopher that spoke with you earlier.
Yeah.
As well.
I don't know any names, and thank you. I'm really good with faces, and this is going to be the hardest thing in my life to try to remember names from voices. Of the 5 senses, my last to be able to process is sound. So thank you for allowing me to be slow. Hi, hi, Christopher.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I can say is that I'm a conspiracy theorist, but I'm also a religious conspiracy theorist. I'm a conspiracy theorist against anything that's people think that's not true. There are so many things that control us. I mean, you can go from sounds, like you said, to politics, religion. You got to think of the outside and the inside picture. They're all meant for a pathway to something else, regardless if we see them as benign or as the best thing in the world. They're all for a pathway for something else. If that pathway is not the same path that you're walking on, spiritually or mentally, then they are somehow going to pull you off your path to their direction or push you towards a different path. Now, that's where, if you believe in religion, you have to have that faith and that strength. Everything in this world is for the control of Satan and his spirit or his deception. Because it says that if a person deserves to get fooled or deceived, he will be fooled or deceived. So the Watchtower, if you believe they're part of Babylon, the Great and False Religion, and these other organizations, and they are major players in the governmental aspect, if they are players in the peacetime aspect, and they're helping this, then that's what that's for. And you have to look at the bigger picture. I mean, I know sometimes we look at the smaller picture. Sometimes you have to see with your mind and your heart and not just with your eyes, because the eyes will give you a picture, but it doesn't give you the knowledge and insight. When you see with your mind and your heart, you see the different perspective.
So do you think that I should be concerned, if you could see 2 circles, one's on the left and one's on the right, and they're going to converge eventually. They're going to meet in the middle eventually. It's inevitable. But so on one side, there's the Watchtower stuff and our records and my history. If we just keep a personal aspect, we all have our stuff. We all have our secrets. We all have our records. And on the left, there's like, there's the worldwide. There's I turned in reports and said, this person is apostate. This person is, this person is looking for a Watchtower Bible study and receptive and speaks Korean or Japanese or whatever. And so do you think that we've hit the point? So I feel like I've been privileged. I've never ever had like as much privilege as I wish that I could, and it seems like it would have based on my life experience. But do you think that it's possible that we've converged those two circles and that the Watchtower is actually like whomping their bats against people? For example, Lloyd Evans is pretty popular, and we know he's gone through this stuff. There was a YouTube drama for copyright, whatever, and there's other people like him. But that seems to be basically low key compared to the kind of drama that I'm thinking of, where you're just basically constantly harassed in a low key manner. And I understand that people talk about through movies. I watch Netflix when I can, and so through Netflix you can watch movies and they talk about being harassed in America by different methods for whatever the person's method is. I'm sorry, not a method. Person's purpose is. They just want to keep you from something. And so when I was younger and just exiting the Watchtower, this movie came out called The Skulls, and I don't recommend that people go and run and watch it. The only point is that it was telling about this whole secret society as if from back in the day, and then Zuckerberg came from that whole world, and he's known as Zuck in my world. And so Zuck with Asperger's went off and made a thingy for that whole secret society world. And I know it sounds crazy at the moment, I guess, but true facts are that we are all descended of something, and so out of the secret societies of this elite, where the Watchtower, because of Russell with his money and whatnot, is already embedded, that they're all born of the same roots, and the end result is it. I had never ever would imagine showing up on a show where we're being publicly recorded and broadcast live on Google, YouTube platforms, to say, do we believe that there are people out there who believe they can circumvent the government and our protections and rights, whatever they are? America seems to be giving us less than other countries who are saying, this is not allowed. Stop shunning those people. They're allowed to have their own opinions. Are we being harassed to keep our mouths shut? Because
this is my opinion, I hate to give my opinion, but I'm going to say.
No, I do want your opinion. I was asking for it, so please don't hate for it. I asked for it. Thank you for your love.
My opinion, you have to ask yourself, who has more information on you? Is it, I won't name any sites. Is it the site that we go on all the time? Or is it the Watchtower? Of course, Watchtower, and it bothers you. I know it does have some information on you. But the social media sites and any other thing that we go to has more bits of information and data on us than the Watchtower has. Now, that is your information in the Watchtower. If they start using it in some type of illegitimate or illegal manner, then that is just like anything else. It's always a catch-22, or what I call full circle. It'll come back to bite them after a while, and you might get a call one day, say, "Hey, is your name such and such?" And we're starting an investigation, and it'll go from there. But information is out there, even with your credit cards. I mean, that gets subverted and sell. So you have to realize all this information is out here. If you believe in the Big Brother syndrome, they have the majority of it. If they wanted the information out of the Watchtower, they're going to get it. If they don't already have it. Right. If they don't already have it. They're all partners. It's almost like the politicians. They've got us boxed off. You got independent, Democrat, and Republicans. I mean, it just depends on you which way you want to lead. But they put this issues in front of us, and it keeps you divided. As long as you're divided mentally and conversation-wise, then you don't concentrate on the full bigger picture. So that's just like that.
No, you were gonna say that's just like.
It's just like anything else. You're concentrating on the Watchtower's information, but you're not a true factor to them unless you make yourself a factor. Now, if you make yourself a factor, here's what'll happen. If you do have information there that can help you in any way and expose them, then that information is either going to be destroyed or it's going to be put somewhere where nobody can find it. But for average rank and file, average rank and file JW, they'll keep their information. They say, okay, well, they're not starting any trouble. We see that they've got a. Go ahead. You go ahead.
Help me out. Treat me as above average. So I was average at some point in the congregation, and then they cast me out. And so I agree with you. I actually designed, if you transfer money between banks, I designed and helped with that. I'm a designer. I help design transference of stuff. We'll call it information, or information sometimes is money. And so if you transfer money, no kidding, between banks, I worked on that and I designed that. And so you happen to mention transfer of information while I'm talking about it, but that gives you like the credibility point. So that level of credibility over in the one circle, whatever side you picture it. Mm-hmm. On the other side, as a 12-year-old self, I wrote the Watchtower and said, "Can I come? Because I'm, really super smart." I say that, that's not what I thought about myself at that point. I'm highly upset now about how they treat me. But, it was basically, "Can I come?" And they said, "No, you're a girl. We favor boys, and all the boys can't handle women." And I don't kid you. You can look up Angela Baxley on Flickr and Watchtower, and you'll find the letter. I posted all the letters. One of them also involves whether or not I have to take the big dick in my mouth when he was abusive. I knew the Watchtower would say no, because they don't allow oral sex in their micromanagement, as we were talking about earlier in one of the further it's really late podcasts. So, brother, tell me more about I don't fit into the norm. And so I thank you. This is me. I'm feeling not so vulnerable at all, actually, but just want to know what people think. So if you're at the top of the upper echelon, if the CEOs of these companies started and founded some of them off of the technologies that you helped design and build, just the top of the top, okay? Whatever you got to do, pretend I'm arrogant, egotistical, and whatever. Just put me up there, okay? So at that point, with that much power, or whatever they think of me as, that's the level of, I'm after them. I am point blank after them. I don't understand why any other domino has to fall first besides Jehovah's organization. It's never been called Holy Spirit directed. That's how direct I am. I also know about, we talk about government, we talk about special services, we talk about the United Nations, we talk about, I was translating as best as I could to break up the Japanese rapper song so that I could say, hey, here he is, and publish all of that. I'm sorry, I probably make no sense, but it will later when you see the news. When it comes down to it, does the Watchtower pick on people like me? Because conspiracy theorists, and thank you for saying that you're one, con means with, and spirits means spirit. We're with spirit, brother. I don't mind what everybody thinks about anybody. We don't have to judge. So with spirit, do you believe that the Watchtower picks on its former members who have as much? I worked without knowing it really to do this. I worked, and I have now, regardless of whatever the motivation or intention or the knowledge was or consciousness was, I have one epic resume. I don't even know anybody could beat it. So when it comes down to it, they should fear me. But are they picking on me? Do you believe that they're honestly picking on me? Because I think the government should be able to protect me from that. But it feels a little bit weird to feel, I don't know, it's conspiracy theorist. It's not my style. So are other brothers?
This is what I'm going to say.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're picking on you directly, but this is why if I had to, I'm going to go from both sides, the yin and the yin and the yang side. If they wanted to pick on you directly, then, and if you feel that, because nobody else can tell you how a person makes you feel through conversation, through actions, or whatever. So if you feel that way, there's a reason behind it. But if they want to pick on you directly, then they probably could do that. They don't have to, because they have what I call the boogeyman effect. They've already told their members, and we've heard it from years of growing up in the organization, don't talk to apostates. Their material will lead you into spiritual darkness. You'll be misled from the only true earthly organization. And with that rhetoric that's pre-programmed in them, you are already a target. All people who talk against the organization, what they call talking against them or going against their doctrines or teachings or beliefs, are classified under that one word, an evil slave apostate. And when you're under that, they don't have to pick at you, because the other people in the local congregations, when they see you, they're going to look at you and watch you in a certain way. It's going to give you that same uneasy feeling as if you think somebody's watching you through your phone. So they already are. Say what?
Did they share that information the same way as the NSA? So I think of it as the government as truly, even if some parts of it might, or some moments are misguided, I think of the government as trying to protect its people like a good father. And so the Watchtower, on the other hand, are they actually sharing the information? Because, occasionally I've shown up at a congregation. I showed up in San Francisco, the last place I ever attended. And, records. They move the records and suddenly you're different. And so are they actually, and I guess that one's simple. So what I'm really asking is, outside of your records moving, do we think that they could be as pretending to be as clever as the government with its intelligence so that it keeps us safe with SIG-Intel, which is foreign intelligence and local intelligence, FBI, CIA, NSA, etc. MI6 in the UK.
This is what the organization's control is. Earlier, somebody was saying they compared them to the mafia. You can compare them to any the highest elite military group. You can compare them to any governmental organization. You can compare them to the best jet, the best bomb, anything. They have something better. They have words. Once those words are believed, then they can make a person do anything they want. It's just like once you're pre-programmed and your subconscious is controlled by them, and their words are true, their words are your faith, that's stronger than a computer. That's stronger than technology. If they say right now, we're going to have a convention tomorrow morning, elders call everybody, and I need everybody to be there, they're going to be there. You're going to drop your job, take your kids out of daycare and everything. That's stronger. You ever remember this older movie called Conan the Barbarian with Arnold Schwarzenegger?
I'll watch it now.
Right. Okay. In one part of that movie. You love that movie? Yeah, I liked it too. But in one part of that,
I love that movie. I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, in one part of that movie, Conan was had the sword for steel. The quest was for weapons and steel and to conquer that and to know it. But he said, I have something better. I have power over people. And he told this girl, said, come here. And she jumped right off the cliff and fell into a cave. That's stronger than the weapon. The weapon are the words. The weapons used against you and make you a hostage, or when they control your mind. And like you said, that's why people can't leave the organization, because they're hijacked in their mind. They're hijacked in person. They're hijacked by their family. They're hijacked because they don't know what's out there. And like I said, that's that boogeyman tactic. So what they have is stronger than any technology that you can use.
So then tell me how crazy or not this sounds. When I was younger, They deny me. The Watchtower letter is online. There's two of them. One is about not having to take the husband, yada yada. And honestly, I have to say, I'm not a prude. I believe that as in a marriage, you can do anything it is that anything it is that we were given bodies to use. That's all I care to say. But I used it on purpose. I knew what they would say, and I wrote a letter. Now let's go back to the Watchtower and saying earlier that I would like to show up and be like useful for their uses and use technology. And they said, too many boys. Doesn't matter what you learn. Go do this other thing about, I don't know, we'll read it later. Something about field service, I guess. So when it comes down to it, do you become a target in the manner that they would actually do things to bother your real life? Because I understand that if you were to do things to bother other governments, and, there's a governing body, and I thought I was under Christ and his only body. And so at this point, I feel like this weird person who is like stuck between two worlds, where I'm supposed to say that it's a conspiracy theorist kind of concept, but we know the truth. The EU has a data protection rate so that JW Facts, Linda said it earlier, I'm sorry, I forget his name in real life, but, I emailed them and I said, how did you do it? And learned a little bit about his life and said, thanks, JW Facts is awesome. And then you have other folks who can get away with doing whatever they want, like Wood Evans. I mean, seriously, have we donated more money to anybody besides that guy as an extra of his witness? I think he's probably at the top of the list. And then he uses to go off to Thailand. And if anyone doesn't know the euphemism for what Thailand's for, I can talk about it later. So when it comes down to it, I'm still feeling targeted. And so when people talk about that this is a thing that's like legit, and I'm supposed to know that it's legit, but I'm uncomfortable with the fact that my foot seems to be in two separate worlds, and that, am I able to span that great divide? When I asked for my records, they denied them, and then I got shamed tonight, which is partially why I was really trying to keep my temper down, but it was really, 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 I didn't do a good job. I hope I will, whatever. Please forgive me for those who know that I went through, the anger. But I'm just a kid, basically. I was cast out at 12 years old. So, it doesn't matter that 30 years later, I'm still 12 years old.
This is what I would say.
Yeah, surveillance. Yeah.
This is what I would say.
Surveillance and tracking and stuff. Not the kind from the government, but the kind from the Watchtower trying to silence people who have, at this point, all I had is one vendetta. It's like, excuse me, you've abused me all your life, my life, their lives, actually. Their lives are shorter than mine.
This is what I would say to you, my lady. I would say, if you knew like 1,000,000% that they were tracking you and whatever, then you could say, and put you right. But in your mind and personally, the way you feel and the way that I hear you speaking, they're already tracking you because you have allowed that portion. I'm going to make up something. They're tracking spirit to overtake you. And it's no different than any other spirit, the spirit of gluttony, the spirit of money, anything. Once you have mentally allowed it to take over you and you think that it's real, then it is real. But until you have proof
worldwide, I agree with you, but are they doing it to people worldwide? This is a worldwide organization. So you used to think about like personal, and then I went to like state. Not really, I'm just kidding. I went from personal to United States. And from there, then all of a sudden you're like got whomped over by a bat just old enough. I had not graduated from college, but I am top of class for University of Washington for the toppest of stuff. So I'm this weirdo, right? And then University of Washington, I learned about how the program that I was raised in the South was specifically because of segregation. They were trying to, all our special privileges, that wasn't for being like, special so we could have special privileges or whatever. It was about trying to resegregate an entirely segregated South. So there's a lot of manipulation that goes on. So in the United States, do you believe that the Watchtower is actually tracking us as individual members so that they because I don't see any way to break the chain of data there. That was a ... Sorry, a very fast thought.
If I could
But
chime in,
yeah,
allow
thank
me
you.
to ask a question, if I could, please.
Thank
What do you think of the government and the corporate surveillance that is so prevalent today? What do you think of that?
Tell me more so that I can answer more precisely.
I'm asking you. You seem to be concerned about Watchtower surveillance, which is valid. I get that. But you also mentioned, are they surveilling like the government? What is your opinion of the current surveillance that the government and that Facebook and that Google and that all these corporations are doing? What's your opinion of the surveillance that we're looking at? What's your opinion?
I think that all the companies that you just mentioned are not doing what they should based on the knowledge they already have of illegal activities worldwide. And I believe that on a separate circle over there on the other side, whichever side it is, sorry, left and right, confusing. But so whatever side the other side is, that's the Watchtower, who's like sitting there pretending they're the NSA and that they're doing a good job of some kind of good spirit.
Okay.
And they can do whatever they want with their back.
I don't understand your answer. So do you think the government is surveilling us? Do you think corporations are surveilling us? And if they are, what is your opinion of that? Do you think that's right? Do you think it's wrong? Do you think it's good? Do you think it's bad? Or are you neutral?
The government definitely surveils us. That's happening worldwide. I design those technologies, and you can see my resume. And that is not necessarily a bad thing. Although I have to say, like, I don't like, you know, we could do better without having any of it. But for some reason, increase of lawlessness, wickedness, whatever, you know, and so eventually it's great to be able to see the guy at Walmart who shot everybody. So, so government surveilling us because there's such a thing as a network, and we are connected by that same and very network. And so I live in that. That's why we're talking, and I apparently am monopolizing everything tonight again, because of the same thing. I am strongly aware of how much we live in a connected network, as if the Spirit of God connects us all, except now we call it the internet. And then over there on the other side, you were asking about the Watchtower. That's the weird thing about saying about a movie from back in the day, where I woke up because of some strange, you know, pop culture movie, and realized that the Skull and Bones propagated out Russell. Russell and his family's name is a big deal. And then I later met a woman who I support with all my heart, regardless of how we feel about each other at any given moment. She treats me like a daughter. But Barbara Anderson would like her son back. And he's involved in security, Watchtower security and surveillance. So this isn't really like a game of questions or whatever. I'm sorry, I've been too coy for too long. It's 2:56 on the West Coast. And so I just want to know, is Lance Anderson pissed off about me helping his mom? Because
let me ask you this. Thank you for your candid answer. So you said the government surveilling us is, quote, not necessarily bad. So what do you think if the Watchtower is surveilling us? What is your view on that?
I believe that we all have eyes. And so if we were to go back to the most basic and archaic of history and technology, we all have eyes. And with our eyes we see, and with our mouths we gossip. And so it's really not much different that we've hit here in technology history, that other things replace the eyes and the mouths. And what we're talking about is governance in between, and the rights and the dignity. And, you know, so basically you're allowed to take a picture of me if I'm walking in public and people seem not to be aware. I can take a picture of your car because I think it's cool. And if your license plate's in the picture, it's still my right. If you're walking by and you flip myself out, flip me off, then I'm allowed to still take a picture and post that. We, of course, across America are allowed to, hope everybody knows, film cops doing whatever they're doing, regardless of what they say and lie about. But I really don't like living that way. It used to be, I guess, before I grew up, peaceful. But I've always been on the side of peaceful because those stupid guys said you're going to cause a problem in Bethel if you show up. Just
thank you for your detailed. Thank you for your detailed answer. I didn't hear the answer though. Do you think, you said the government is not necessarily bad for surveilling you? If the Watchtower is surveilling you personally, what is your view? Do you think it's good? Do you think it's bad? Or are you neutral?
I think it's bad. So the government, I think, well, everything, I think we should have peace and privacy. So it doesn't change. I don't have changing principles based on who you are. I have only changing principles, I suppose, based on the principle beneath it. So security versus, I don't know, surveillance is what we're talking about at the moment. And so when it comes down to the Watchtower, I'm tired of being watched. They won't give me my records, and in the United States it's not allowed, but over there in the European Union, we're talking about JW Facts being able to get it. And I don't think that's fair. You know, I grew up with this idea of an impartial God. And so so I don't want to be surveilled.
Well, I'm going to turn it over to the rest, but let me ask you two more questions, and thank you for your candid answers. You don't know me, and I don't know you, but I appreciate you being here. But let me ask you this. Do you know what the word democide means?
Democide?
Democide.
I don't think so.
Okay. Democide is defined as death by government.
Interesting. Oh my God.
In the 20th century and in the 21st century, the number one cause of death of millions of people is democide.
Do you think that the Watchtower caused more percentage of democide within its own population than the world in its own democide?
Well, if you look at the millions that have died under Mao Zedong, under Hitler, under World War I, under World War II, under Stalin in the 20th century, was that 40, 50 million, give or take 5 or 6 million? And if you think of the millions of people that have died in the 20th century, but all wars that, in the 21st century, well, probably close to a million.
I don't know. What
Gulf War, Gulf II, Kosovo, Bosnian, etc. The largest cause of death is democide. So I would like to respectfully suggest that if one feels it's okay for the government, who has killed more people over the last 120 years than any other entity, to surveil us, if you're more concerned about or less concerned about them surveilling you than other entities, perhaps it reminds me of the story of the person who's taking a picnic. And there are concerns.
What do you think the partisan is, though?
Well, hear me out.
Do you think that sorry.
Hear me out. If you are at a wonderful forest with a picnic, who wouldn't be concerned about mosquitoes or gnats or ticks who do surveil you and who are predators and who do bite? I mean, you would be concerned about that, wouldn't you? Would you not?
Oh, no, I am. They cause malaria.
But when the park ranger comes up, when the park ranger now comes up and says, you know what? We're telling everybody in this area that there's a lion and there's a bear and there's a cougar in the area.
So the Watchtower is not as bad as the government?
Well, I don't know. I mean, according to the UN and according to other agencies, the number one cause of death over the last 120 years has been this word called democide. I mean, I didn't write that.
How many of those deaths have been through the Watchtower? So when the Watchtower has
all I'm saying is, according to the statistics, one should be concerned about gnats and ticks and fleas because they do in fact bite. They do bite. But if there's other predators that have been known to bite and kill, what's your opinion? Who do you think perhaps, just maybe, your focus should therefore be on?
Yeah, that was definitely a great question. Weston here. Angela, you were saying something earlier about you getting upset. I was in the chat, and there were a lot of people, and there was some problems with kind of people belittling and talking down. I wasn't going to call in and defend you because I think that you're, more than capable. But yeah, I didn't appreciate the way you were talked to either. But I'm going back on mute. You guys have a good conversation going. I just wanted to put that on.
Hey, yo. I'm sorry. My phone did the whole disconnect after 3 hours. Apparently, the magic marker is 3 hours. brother, I missed you, and then another voice came up. I can find it tomorrow, but I'm going to find it tonight if I can. So what did I miss? The brother was saying, do I believe that the worldwide government is against me more than the Watchtower? The answer is, I believe no. I believe the Watchtower is just one of those religions that has done the things with the Hutus and the Tutsis and the Tutsis and the things I wrote about when I was a kid. Virgin molestation of our hearts and stuff. But then there's another brother here. What did I miss? I'm sorry. I called him back as fast as possible.
Yeah, it wasn't anything important. It was just mainly a comment on
Thank you. Your voice
how
is
you were.
important. Thank you.
Yeah, on how you were treated, as far as like the balloon and condescending comments, because there was somebody in chat that I did get pretty ad hominem with, but yeah, sorry you had to be talked to like that. I was definitely, letting the person in chat know that it wasn't acceptable to be belittling towards you. Jokes are funny, and yeah, jokes are funny, and Sarah was not. So that's the whole thing. But yeah, the brother had a good question. There was just a little bit of silence there, so I decided to hop in. It's Weston down in chat. Don't go back and look at what she was saying, but yeah, I mean, I called her a condescending cunt, because that's what she is. Like, let's leave that shit for. I mean, I could disagree with you on a bunch of stuff, by the way. So don't think I'm just kicking your ass or anything. But
see, the reason that I raise these questions, my sister, is unfortunately, I think that all of us are in big trouble right now. All of us.
Yeah, I do.
Who are on this call, who are in this country, who are in this world, we are in very, very big trouble, whether we realize it or not.
You tell
because
more.
things are going to change, and we're going to have to take a stand. And it's going to be a very, very rough ride for all. The surveillance is just part of it. I can't even say the word. I'll spell it. The COVID-19, because we're under surveillance, and this channel will be blocked or whatever. I'm sure the YouTube is probably not even on at this point. But we're under surveillance. We no longer have freedoms. But all of that was a beta test to see how far people can be pushed against their own constitution and against their own laws, and how much will they comply. And unfortunately, in my estimation, we failed the test miserably because we didn't stand up on the same laws that we have paid our taxes to support us. Too many people caved in easily, so now they know what the barrier is. And somebody mentioned, I think, prophecy earlier, about 20 minutes ago. Yes, in my opinion, I do think prophecy will be fulfilled, or whether you want to say the Antichrist, or whether you want to say the eighth king is the book of Daniel, or whether you want to say the wild beast in Revelation, or whether you want to say the New World Order, whatever you want to call it. It's setting up shop now, and it is here to a degree, and it's going to continue to squeeze us. So in my estimation, based on world events, especially out there the last 2 years, right? And what's going on in Canada, in other places right now, they're bringing it back up. They're cracking down. They're taking away people's freedoms. They're taking away people's rights in a horrific way. And it could happen here, and it probably will happen here. So I think that we're all in for we're in for an experience over the next 7 or however many years. I don't know exactly, but I think what can help us is to take a stand. We have to take a stand on something. So when we are faced with certain situations, we'll know what to do before the situation is upon us. If not, we'll panic, which is human to panic. So in my opinion, don't get me wrong, I'm no Watchtower fan. I mean, I can go in on them all day, but Christ said
really?
something.
You're a Watchtower fan?
I said I'm not. N-O-T.
Oh, thank you. I do really.
I am not a Watchtower fan. However, Christ said something. He said, if the blind lead, let them be. If the blind leads the blind, they'll both fall into a pit. So I think those are wise words that I personally, everybody's different.
Yeah.
That's the words that I apply to those jokers. The blind leads the blind, they'll both fall. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, then brothers and sisters, I'm sorry, inclusive, but brothers have been speaking momentarily. So I posted on Facebook. I lost my first Facebook trying to prop up a site for Watchtower documents, Barbara Anderson, and I lost it because did you know? We don't need to talk about it now, but most of the 200 or 100 top websites for Christianity on Facebook are Russian, and so I lost my personal account since the beginning. The very first kind of account after Zuck opened it up post college. To the fact that I was like tagged because of Russian propaganda putting up the Watchtower document. The question I have is this: do you think that we're actually, how do I phrase it? What's really the question here? I have a question, I guess, about the idea of. Thank you. You have freed me from the idea that I need to look back at all. I mean, I have so much technological privilege or digital privilege or whatever, my experience, my resume. I should be able to build faith, which is why I feel so awkward for asking questions like this. But are we all in it together? Because now I'm turning around and I'm thinking, okay, fine. I completely, not fine, awesome. I agree with you. Like awesome, used literally. I agree with you. So are there as many spirits as are on the call with me? Are we like in this? And I mean, because it's been a thing that I've hidden about my life from all of my friends professionally. I'm just like, you know how they raised us with, what is it called? Double life. I'm a double life, I guess. You know, so there's this Jehovah's Witness version of me somewhere in ancient history. And there's this other person who's entirely successful. I'm running for president for the second time, at least I think I moved 3 times now. But the point would really be, are we in it together? Because I haven't really ever decided to worry too much about surveillance because I know too much about technology. And so it's like, why would you even bother to worry about who and what is doing that? What you're designing for it, girl. So when it comes down to it,
I would say that my vision and purpose is a bit different than yours, and I understand yours, but I also need to just take a moment here. When Weston called in, he definitely talked about how he experienced a phone call earlier with Susan.
And I'm sorry, my phone dropped, by the way.
Okay,
I
so
dropped,
I can totally
so I missed
respect.
A good portion. I might have missed a lot of stuff, so I don't mean to be impersonal or insensitive. Whatever I missed, I feel like I greatly missed. It's probably the most important fight. So please set me back on track.
Okay, but I need to finish out what I'm getting ready to say. So I just wanted to make a reminder that I welcome people that share their opinions on how they view things and everything, but I'm not okay with on the air ad hominems and name calling. So I have to just remind people it's okay to be bothered by somebody and what they said. I have no problem with that. Express that you were bothered. I'm good with that. But for calling someone a name, if I want to disagree with you, rather than talking about the subject, I will call you a poo-butt. You're just a poo-butt anyway.
Is calling somebody a name rather than attacking their idea.
Yeah, so I understand that he called in and was very supportive to you, and I really dig that with Weston. I appreciate that a lot. But I have to put the boundary of we can get bothered with each other, but we can't call each other names on the show. So, and just wanted to say that. So go ahead and go back to what you guys were talking about. Okay.
Thank you. That means a lot to me. No one's ever really stood up for me. I've always been by myself, and I know it wasn't about me. But thank you. And also, I've done it myself. So thank you. I feel humbled myself.
And when we speak of surveillance, if I can just mention 2 more brief things, here's a rhetorical question. You don't have to answer. It's rhetorical. Do you have an iPhone or do you have an Android?
I own both. My company provides them, and unfortunately, they've taken over my personal phone number. Yeah.
And sorry. I use both too, frankly. But the thing is, there's certain things I like about the iPhone architecture and the Apple architecture. Really, really. But I found through my research that the Android architecture, though it has its advantages as well, is a little less surveillance-y. Let me explain. When you go outside, speaking of surveillance, see, there's some things we can do, right? Do you have your Wi-Fi on?
Yes.
Okay. I just found out, I mean, mine was already turned off because when I get my phone, I take 2 days turning off the bloatware and certain softwares that I think is going to be a problem, but that's in a whole another subject. But I just ran into a video today. When your Wi-Fi is on in the iPhone, well, actually, you can't really turn it off. On the Android, you can turn it off because when you turn it off on the iPhone, it's still on.
Tell me more. I work for both companies, so tell me more.
Everywhere you go, they can tap into your phone. They can steal your software. They can surveil not just where you are. For instance, if you ever go into a shopping mall and you come out of the shopping mall, and then you notice you have all these ads for the shopping mall. That's because while you're in the shopping mall, they pinged your iPhone address, your Wi-Fi. I keep saying iPhone. Your Wi-Fi was on. And through your Wi-Fi and through your Bluetooth, if that's also on, you can be surveilled and monitored. So one suggestion, just a suggestion that the experts make, which I am not, is that if one wants to cut down on being surveilled in public, you can make sure your Wi-Fi is off until you want to use it. Therefore, you can cut down on the probability of hackers and bad actors and merchants and other people tapping into your Wi-Fi. Make sure your Bluetooth, please, is off until you want to use it. And then if you have an Android phone, you can take the additional step in Android, but it takes, you got to be patient. In Android, you can disengage it twice. You can turn off your, I'm on an Android phone now, you can turn off your Wi-Fi, and then you can turn it off, so even though it's off, they can't get into it. So there's certain things we can do. Also, I'm sorry.
No, please.
Facebook surveys, TikTok surveys. You know, TikTok, and I'm not passing judgment. I'm not saying be on Facebook, not be on Facebook, be on TikTok. I'm not saying that. TikTok is owned by the Chinese government, and as you know, if you've been following the stories, that TikTok surveils you, and they give all your information, whether you're comfortable with that or you have nothing to hide. It's cool. You go straight over there to Beijing. So there's certain apps like TikTok, and of course, Facebook surveils you. Facebook, as you know, some people, there's nothing wrong with this. They posted the beautiful life they're having. They've posted the beautiful vacations that they're on. And of course, as they're doing that, they're being robbed because bad actors, know how to. So there are certain things we can do. There's certain things on an Android phone, unfortunately, you can't do it on iPhones, that you can turn off, that you can disengage, such as Bluetooth, such as Wi-Fi, and there's a lot of others. I'm scratching the surface here. So there are measures we can take to cut down on bad actors' surveillance.
Thank you so very much. You have a very, I don't think there's anything that I wanted to correct there besides maybe say that both platforms are about equal in surveillance. And I do have a bias, but you already demonstrated a bias, so I'm going to go a high five and ignore that, right? So thank you. I'm hurrying on past my employer.
I don't know who you are, sir, but I really dig you. I just wanted to add that, okay?
Yeah, high five.
The feeling is mutual. I dig you as well.
Okay. Thank you. Good. I'll let you continue.
We love you, Linda.
Oh, no, I'm done.
We love you, Linda. He's there for you, not me. I'm just serendipitous, right?
He's the way he's asking you to answer specific questions, and he's like just directing you and specific, and I just dig that. I dig the way he's treating you, and you just go off like da 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 da. He still just brings you back. It's like really cool.
Thank you.
Really
I agree. I agree.
Love it.
So I want to make clear that I'm not actually concerned about my devices. Otherwise, I wouldn't be surrounded by them. I am surrounded more than ever in my life by technology. I don't know how many now devices. Oops, I just kicked one. I'm surrounded by. But when it comes down to it, what I actually, just so I can make it point blank clear, it's almost like the paper field service reports that we filled in, those rectangular grids that we filled in. We gave extra information, and then if you decided to defect like I did, you know, as a kid, and say, I'm sorry, like I don't think this whole idea that I'm lesser than and I can't go and do something for God because you have all men and that's all you have, and they're gonna get horny because of me. That wasn't exactly. I don't know what. I guess it's like DNA, right? Because there wasn't enough upbringing, there wasn't someone teaching me to have some kind of instance to that. So I'm dead serious. This is more about if we pretend there was no internet, because back in the day there used to not be, and I don't think it probably happened back then. Oh, actually, Russell did do it to his wife. So the founder did it to his wife. But meanwhile, yada yada. Here we are, all these years later. And it's not really at all. I don't think it's at all. I mean, these are my friends that are surveilling me. When people like give me little hints, I pretend I'm ignorant. And if they're hints, then I guess they're hints. But I'm trying to pretend there's no hints even. When it comes down to it, I'm talking about the Watchtower. We could be talking about paper reports of the annual write-up of our monthly field service reports and how we're doing, and the actual like paper record, which is like sick for me. I was not exactly the most witnessing of Jehovah that they wanted to have happen. And so that's earlier what I wanted to want. I'm sorry, it's 3 a.m. here, so pardon me that I have a quick tongue that's like loose and not quite articulating quite right. But I'm not worried about all the stuff I know is real because I designed for that. I designed going like, oh my God, the world's going down just like you said it would. When I say, oh my God, it's never facetious or whatever the word's supposed to be for that. It's real. It's like, oh my Jehovah, are you paying attention? Oh my God, I'm here. It's Gidget. Are you whatever? I'm talking about like, do we believe that the Watchtower has put out people? Because, you know, I was really pissed off. I don't know if that's the word we're supposed to use as Christians. And so please correct me if I'm wrong, and I'll put another word in there. But I was really pissed off as a Microsoft employee to hear that the Watchtower was putting all of the pedophile database stuff on a database. It's not a database. I was at Microsoft. I know the technology. I know it's not a database. Now, I'm not really interested in semantics. But as a person who was pissed off about it at that point in time, ancient history now ago, I don't know. Life has never been easy since. And so what I really wonder is, and I understand that I'm in hopefully, a minority. But I guess let's talk future. Are they willing to pick on all of us? All of these people here associating with me, this virtual place. I can't even see y'all. So you can't see me gesturing.
So
yeah,
I have an answer that comes to mind. Is in Spain, there was a group that was a support group of people that were JWs that were abused.
How recent?
Okay?
Yeah, how recent?
Within the last month or so. Okay,
oh my God. Okay.
So they have this support group, and the org is going after them. And just recently, they started going after the people individually. So would they pick on people? I think so, yes, because they want to silence them. And if they are doing something that talks against the organization, they are going to do something because they need to silence them. It's
what do
not
they
because
do?
of what they're saying.
Is it like mine? What's it like? What's it like? What are they talking about? Thank you. I didn't know this.
Yeah, so I'm going to send you the links for those. But that's so if they're doing that in Spain, and this isn't the first time they've gone after this particular group. They've gone after this particular group that is for abuse victims. Okay, like they're mad that they're calling them. They're using the term abuse or victims like they wanted them to take it out of the name of the group or whatever. They get hooked on. Nobody can talk bad about us. They got mad when I can't remember where it was at, but somebody called them a closed group. They were livid over that. We are not a closed group, because they know the implications of it. It means that they isolate their people. And this is true. They do isolate their people. But the fact that whoever this was, and I can't remember who it was, described them as a closed group, and they got furious about it. They get up in a, they just get it, their panties all up in a wad, and they go after him. So if you're going to be doing something, I would assume that this might get their attention, and they might, do something to legally try to get you to stop. And I kind of wonder if you're asking about, like, are they going to gang stalk you? Are they going to send people over to your door? Stuff like that.
I've been told that that's already happened. So I'm actually more at the level of thank you. That sounds very real to me. I just have always wondered if it's happening to other people. And I realized because of where I am and what I do and how I'm talking about them. And even though I try to be anonymous prior to this history, that it makes sense. But it still feels like a conspiracy theorist. It still feels like I'm supposed to be cuckoo. Because this stuff is not supposed to happen to like normal people like me who are just really upset about, I don't know. It's 30 years later. I'm not really upset anymore about losing my family. I'm adjusted to it. It's like the norm for the Watchtower. But you're saying effectively, and Spain was it, I think it's real. They're known as victims. But the Watchtower got pissed off about them calling themselves victims?
Yes. Yes.
And what did they do about it?
They're suing them. The Watchtower is suing this victim support group.
Aren't I safe in America?
Shame on
with
them.
my resume.
Shame on them.
Yeah, shame on them. Let all of the revelation and let it start with our house first. But when it comes down to it, like, is that what they're doing to me? Then is that what this weird persecution? I can't figure out why everything's weird.
No, I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you what's going on with you.
Can you say it's all right? I feel emboldened again. I was feeling a little scared and feeling a little vulnerable, and didn't want to say that I was doubting in God. And it's not like you realize it, but now I'm realizing I was doubting in God to protect me. So I think the answer is, get over it, chica. You've been doing it all this time alone. And now you're not alone, which is awesome. But
doing
really
things like this takes courage. Doing things like what you're talking about, exposing them.
And nothing's changed, right? Nothing's changed. Whatever it was before, que sera, sera.
It takes courage, and it's normal to be scared crapless. And courage is being scared crapless and doing it anyways. So if you're nervous, I expect you to be nervous. I would be too.
So then what can I do? Because basically I should never, I'm trying to preserve my job so I can do this, so I can do this stuff. But anyways, I'm looking forward to freedom perhaps in January. And so regardless of how life goes with how corporations feel about a person like me and what we are all about, because I'm losing my job for if it happens, what's like the main goal for us as a collective people that are here tonight at 3-something in the morning, according to West Coast time? Like, is it the kids? I didn't get raped as a kid. That's the only thing that didn't happen to me. Our rapist, murderer, pedophile, Travis Foot with an E, he didn't do anything to us besides offend me so that I threw a milkshake on him. The rest of it actually happened to other people. Everything else has happened through lived experience. But it still feels like I could just be quiet like everybody else and get along with a normal life, and I could just go off and be rich and famous. And so what is it that I'm supposed to tap into here that's meaningful to everybody, that it's worthwhile? Because that's what I'm about. I'm not the tap out kind of person. You know what I mean? I don't know if it makes sense.
Yeah, I do. So what you're talking about is your vision and your purpose. For me,
Well, it's been a long while of
chosen.
wondering whether or not the Watchtower has been persecuting me from long distance. And then people all along the way have said, yeah, they are. And you're just like, oh, Allah, it's better to pretend not. But I'm really kind of tired of it. It's not, when Barbara's son turned up as, surveillance, I said to her, are you kidding me? You want me to actually go against that guy and say, I'm your adopted daughter and you want to meet his son? And she has never met her grandchildren. And so I don't think I can, what is it called? Untangle myself from this. That woman has my heart because I don't have any kids or any future progeny. And so it's just like, that's it. You tell me that you've never met the second grandchild and that you'll do anything to meet them and that I did it because of that. I don't know. No problem. I'm here. I'll stand up. And so I would be willing to die. And then meanwhile, only this week did I suddenly realize, wait a minute. It was sort of, this is weird, guys and folks. Sorry to say guys, but really to the guys. Guys, I feel protected by the Spirit of God and brazen to just show up and say, excuse me, time's up. And so the Watchtower has had enough time persecuting people, even if we're sitting here wondering about it. But I went after, it's not me. I didn't go after, I guess I did. I started a website about the Watchtower pedophiles, and that's how the government found me. And so they asked for help, and I had to ask. And it's so embarrassing. Does anybody else wonder what a catfish is? Because I was like, I just want to make sure before I accepted the job. And I had to say, I don't really know what a catfish is. I think I know, but could you tell me? And he laughed. But he also spit out his coffee, he said. That's how he got me. He's like, when he met me, he's like, I guess in an email before he met me, but he said, I spit out my coffee the morning that I found your website. And there it is. All I did was compile the database, as it were. It's not a database. I'm still being technical. It's just a
See, I get that. See, I'm very technical about Jim Jones and his members. Did not drink Kool-Aid. They drink flavor aid, not Kool-Aid. So I get stuck on that. And I've had to have a friend tell me, look, give me a Kleenex means any tissue from any box, whether it's Kleenex brand or not. And I get stuck on those things too. Mm-hmm. But for me, and what I need to get involved in is first off, tap into what your purpose is. So, and for me, it has to have something to do with love, liberty, creativity, authenticity, and education. Those are my 5.
Love, creativity, authenticity, and creation. Okay.
Creativity. So these are things for me that go well with me. I don't know nothing about this whole internet stuff and what you do. That's your gift. That's your place. So when I find myself diverting and getting away from my thing, these are things I'm committed to cause. I'm committed to cause love. I'm committed to cause, all of these things. Liberty, authenticity, love, liberty, creativity. I don't remember the order I just said it in. But when I get off to some other things, if I'm good at it and I'm enjoying it, then I can add it to my list. But if it's not part of these things, I need to make sure and get myself back to these things, because these are what I know that I'm about. So you see what I'm saying? So come up with
I do.
Maybe a mission plan, because some people put together a mission plan, so it would help direct you on how you're going to do things.
Yeah, I've never really managed to fear for myself, and only because I showed up in your world did I start thinking about it from a critical manner, which is about 2 weeks ago. And so it's like a womp womp bat, or there's whack-a-mole, a game that you would play at Chuck E. Cheese, and you just basically, it's so fun. You have a wiffle ball bat, I guess. I don't know what kind of bat it is, but you hit the moles when they show up. And so prior to this, I didn't care because I was alone. And so, there's no one to wah, wah, wah on their shoulder for anyways. Nobody cares a shit about you. And so it was really motivating because it's like, whatever, I can do whatever I want. I can be as successful, because I did actually figure out maybe 2 years after being disfellowshipped that they weren't right about God being Jehovah, and that Jehovah, whatever he thinks, whatever, God loves me. Because I was like, I don't know. Why do I get the shit that he does? I have a story, and Zalkin has it, and some people know or whatever, but we all have the same story effectively. But when it comes down to it, I think kind of at 3 something, I'm so sorry, I'm tired, and I know I'm not articulate 3:33, but at 3:33 in the morning in my time, I'm just supposed to keep going, right? Like, stop worrying about it.
See, that's what you need to know, because they are.
I think I want some love. I've been alone so long.
Okay.
Like, you know, like
if that's
every
what you're needing.
like 30 years.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I want some validation. I'm so alone.
I think there's somebody
you know,
else
I've been a secret agent. People, when I left Disney, my boss, not my boss, my manager, he was like, "Are you sure you're not a secret agent?" And I was offended. Yeah, I was leaving for a principled thing, and I have right to sue, and I'm supposed to take care of them and whatever, but it's like, kill your career. But when it comes down to it, it's just like, I'm a real person, and I would like to have some friends who actually know me from some form of whatever, and I'm never going to get that from the quote-unquote world. We all come from the same, like, I don't know what to call it, but I realize I'm never going to feel quite all right, or what's the word? Aloneness is only going to be changed by people that are like the people on the call tonight. It's anonymous people worldwide who feel like me. I don't have to meet people, but like, I really, 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 really want to know that I'm not alone anymore in this like worldwide manner.
Okay.
And I know it.
Is that why you keep asking? Is that why you keep asking if other people are with you? Because
I don't know. I'm just stumbling along. I was supposed to be in bed a long time ago.
Because when you do that, it sounds like you're recruiting people to be with you in your cause. And
well, not really a cause. I could be very selfish. I don't want to be just like treat me like a human. I know I've told the story of running for president, but I'm just still a human. And this human is like, it doesn't matter how many famous people, how many CEOs, how many presidents, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Nothing replaces like my childhood in that brotherhood and sisterhood kind of concept. And I really hate that they call it just brotherhood, but I know it's like a whatever. So like, I guess that's it. Like, you know, like it's not like I've changed myself. I'm not going to stop. No one can stop me. I love God. I love how you put the fire in the bones. I love how you wrote it all down so we don't have to do anything besides look back to the word. But there's nothing to replace some kind of like human affection, I guess, or whatever. I don't know. I'm rambling here, but like I feel elated.
I'm for you, and I get your vision, and I get why you want to do what you want to do.
But do you agree that people have said tonight that I'm not alone in the fact that there's worldwide surveillance of people? Okay. So that I can get over pretending like it's a
worldwide
conspiracy
I'm
theory.
sorry. I
No, that's me. Not you.
I answered before the ending. Do I think there's worldwide surveillance? Definitely. Could the Watchtower be doing worldwide surveillance too? Probably could be. But if they have to go to Google and Facebook and YouTube to get identifications of some people that I've read in the courts, so they can't, their surveillance access doesn't go that far. So I think they do with the members who voluntarily give their info. And
that's all I've ever worked
or whatever.
The gossip. I grew up in the South. There's no better gossip in the South. I'm hated by my family. That scripture about 5 in the family and how they divide is literal in my world. So yeah, I'm not worried about the surveillance of technology. That's why I'm saying awkwardly, I'm really, really sorry that these things are true. And I don't even truly believe that it's like for the good or anything like that. I'm not trying to pretend that it's for the good. I'm trying to pretend, I guess, that I would like for people to recognize that there's a reason that we have to do it. And it's not a foreign reason. It's right there in, what was it, Brooklyn Bethel? Apparently the house of God is not really the house of God. Otherwise, I think I would feel loved. And so I don't know. I guess I should stop ranting tonight. But I feel.
Well, let me just
much better than
reassure
I did
you
3 hours
that
ago.
even though my head is spinning and I might be a bit lost in what you just now shared within the last 2 minutes, please know that I love you and I have love for you. I think you're amazing, and I want to support you in the things that you're about, and I think you deserve that. I think you deserve that support from myself and from others. Are you going to get it from everybody? No, you're not. But there are people who do want to support. But there are people who do want to support you. And I got to find out that nice man, handsome man that called in earlier. Never heard him before, and I'm just like, I dig you. And he promptly tells me he digs me too. I had no idea, but it was just wow, confirming. So I get this feedback, and it's so encouraging to me. And
you're right.
Standing out
you're right.
and speaking up, it takes courage. And sometimes I'm scared, and sometimes I'm not scared, and I'm just like, look, this is how it is. I'm going to tell you, and I present things as this is my opinion. This is what I've read. These are facts. These are this, and I share them all the best I know how. And if somebody wants to correct me, I'm open for that too. It's all good. I know that they get my intent. I know that they get where I'm coming from. And I'm going to rub some people wrong. And that's okay too. There's all these different personalities out here. But I think you are right where you're supposed to be in your journey after you left the org. I'm right where I'm supposed to be. And I just want to suggest that if the Watchtower is as strategic as I have come to know them to be, whatever you choose to do, get very strategic about it. And, think ahead, this could happen, that could happen, because that's just wise. That's all.
You changed my mind, and I didn't realize until finding y'all. I didn't realize I had this undertone of worrying about who's picking on me, because the picking on is definite and evident, in fact. So thank you. I can
used
say
to
right
it.
now. Yeah, I guess.
You're used to people picking on you. So you just went. Say that last part again.
Oh, widows and orphans. It's a given. It was prophesied. He said widows and orphans. That's to the Watchtower.
Widows and orphans. Okay, yeah.
Fatherless boy. I was like, why is my brother so special? I understood about my mom, but why was my brother so special? So I think that, thank you. I might have embarrassed myself and might have a lot of stuff to explain later about last 2 weekends on Saturday Night Live, but I don't think
healing after the Watchtower is Saturday Night Live. Thank you.
Hey, I was born on Saturday Night Live. Do you know that Saturday Night Live decided not to do Saturday Night Live because the Rolling Stones were performing? So Saturday Night Live absconded for the Rolling Stones for Andy, and we all know Andy. So let's not whine about it. Just kidding. No, not kidding. It's true. Sorry, but back to the main thing. Thank you, Linda. I think for all of this, what I have to say is my realization is I'm lacking love. So I wanted some comfort about what's the current state of affairs, about how it feels like in normal life, about the Watchtower and how much they're picking on people. Because all the people I know are more picked on than others if they were going to be, and if it was true story. But I'm not really worried about that, I guess. Maybe I was starting to. But I guess I'll keep showing up for love. And I don't know if I can survive it here, because that chat earlier destroyed me. But thank you.
Let me just tell you this. You're welcome. Let me just tell you this. I might not always understand you, but I've already chosen to love you. And that's not going to go away unless you get really stupid and try to hit me and shit. Otherwise, I'm still going to love you. Okay.
I thought the really stupid was for running for president against Trump. No, I feel it's weird. I feel hugged right now. I feel really hugged.
So just know that.
A blanket.
You're good. Yeah. You're good people. You're good people. You are. You're good people. Your heart is good.
You speak
And
for people. Do you know?
What?
I feel like you're speaking for people. I feel like you're speaking for everybody. So did you know that about yourself? I don't know.
But
if
I'm not
true,
speaking for everybody, and don't switch it around on me. I'm talking to you. And don't deflect this because it's only for you right now.
Oh, I'm
Yes, there's an audience listening, but it's true. You were saying before, it's a noun, right? It's action. It's you know, the first night you called and you were like, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I was like, oh my gosh, I know this place in her head right now. I've been there, I get it. And I've chosen to love you.
Spell it out, yeah. Thank you.
I get that. And I get
y'all,
that
this is only my second time.
And I've already had you over
You
here.
don't want to know what I was thinking.
We spent Thanksgiving together. I don't do that with anybody, okay? I did you.
I thought
I
we were
love
going to
you.
keep it secret.
I had no.
I'm so lucky. She said, I'm in somewhere, and I was like, oh my God. But I didn't get to. She was already inviting me over. So I faced guns last Thanksgiving, literally, with the Watchtower family. And I was like, I don't understand. It broke my world. It broke everything. And so I don't know if Linda knows, but seriously.
This Thanksgiving was super casual. Yeah.
Yeah. So everything
super
for
casual.
the anniversary, you set right a broken world.
We got
for
to make
a year.
new memories. Yeah,
30 years worth of
new
being able to
memories.
handle it. Yeah, but guns and guns and guns in the Watchtower. I was like, are you kidding me? This is the prophecy that they'll turn their guns on each other, and I lived it. So thank you, Linda. I don't know if you really truly know how much it means to me, but I mean, seriously, we thought it was suicide.
But at the same time, I do have boundaries. So if you get like psycho and stocky and nutso and stuff, I will set a boundary and be like,
about my technology.
I'll just be like, I'm going to love her at a distance. Okay, you stay over there, girl.
I love those boundaries. He's eating my throat off.
Distance will be 500 feet.
Just from where
I'll
it's got to be.
I'll make better food.
And speaking of, Susan earlier was talking about forgiveness, and you brought up the scripture, and you were like, what does it say before? It says, if they come to you. Okay, that's kind of interesting. If they come to you, forgive them so many times or whatever. I don't think people. I don't think that everybody.
I wanted her to know. I didn't know that. Someone had to point it out to me. I'm just like everybody else.
Oh, okay.
I know all of the cherry-picked scriptures, and then it got walked over my head.
There's that one scripture that says that you'll be able to there's nothing that you won't be able to handle, or something to that effect. But what it's really talking about is temptation. There's no temptation that's going to be too tough for you to handle. It's really talking temptation. It doesn't just mean everything in life. Yes, people have not handled everything in life, and they've ended up with not handled, it died and shit. Okay, so they can cherry pick and they can misquote and all this other stuff, but what I have come to learn is forgiveness is not necessarily for that person, but more so for us, so that we're not stuck in bondage. Like if you can picture that, like that chain and a big old ball, that big old heavy ball that we carry it around. If we forgive them, we get to release that ball and chain, or the space that they take up in our heads. And do I forgive easily? No, I don't. And I also believe that I don't have to forgive everybody. I am conditional. My love is conditional. When I get treated like shit for many, many, many years, I don't have to forgive them. But when I do, it's going to be for me and to release me from the bondage that I might be going through with them. So think of it that way too, rather than just a scripture says you have to, so you have to. Okay, if that works for you, that's fine. But
it does.
This unconditional love is a beautiful thing.
I have to be better to be able to be loved. My mother literally said if I were, sweeter, I guess was her word. She literally said sweeter, then I would be loved.
And then I realized it was, I don't know if the word is metaphor, but my marriage and how she viewed my marriage reflected clearly through her own literal words how it is the entire family structure is viewed and how you view me. And so it was devastating because I didn't know that until, I'm glad I didn't know it until recently.
That was very hurtful.
But it was very, very, very clear. And then it made sense of all the past. But that's why I'm only recently grieving, even though it's been a loss from so long ago. And then thinking, yes, it completely makes sense.
I can remember my mother. She rarely watched my children, and this is when I had just my first one. And she was maybe 3 years old, and I needed my mom to watch her for something I had to go do that I couldn't bring her. And when I came back, my mother said to me, "She's really good. She's really good." And, you know, like she was good behaved, and she's like, "Unlike you, she's really good." Like telling me what great behavior my daughter had, but making sure to tell me how terrible I am. Like they take moments. It was hurtful what you heard. It was hurtful what I heard from my mother. And it's just, they come up with this stuff, you know?
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Why are you sorry?
You hit on it. So I've never been so hurt in my life in a weird way than to receive all the gratitude for serving. I'm sorry. I've never been so hurt in my life than to receive all the gratitude for the last 2 weeks of serving the unhoused. And they don't understand the look on my face. And I'm just trying to keep it together because it's just like, it's been 30 years of being treated like you're nothing. And every time you do anything, and I don't try to achieve for them. I don't try to do anything. You know, it's just like I'm healthy and I'm far away. But it broke me. I can't go ever back. That happiness and that joy and that gratitude, and I feel selfish. I feel selfish because I want to go back and serve them because it makes me feel good. Is that
that's totally normal for you to want to go back and serve and love them because that's what you used to do.
Is God. Real love. Actual bona fide love.
But what you're also doing, what you're actually doing is saying, wait a minute, I need to do some protecting of myself. And how smart is that? I need to do some protecting of myself. So when I heard you talking about cutting off love, what I really heard you saying was, how do I not love so much because it's going to hurt so much because of how much I love so much, right? I get that. I get that, honey. And that's totally normal because that's called authentic family love. The way that they've been trained to treat us is not natural. But they've been convinced that it's like they don't want to get in the way of Jehovah disciplining us, right? You know how when we were kids and a sibling got in trouble and they got put in the corner, are we supposed to get in the middle of that? Oh, hell no, we better not. We cannot get in the way of our parents reprimanding a sibling of ours. And that's how I see the JWs looking at the discipline, because that's what they call this fellowshipping and shunning, a lovely provision, a form of discipline, when in actuality, it's a punishment. But that's what they've been told, to not interrupt it and let it go to a place where they'll realize they're wrong and come back. No, you're over here going, how can I not love them so much so that it doesn't hurt so much?
Just
and there's nothing wrong with that.
What you're doing. Keep doing what you're doing. Because seriously, I know that I would never have killed myself, and I don't want people to worry about me, but worry about everybody. Because I feel and I understand how they feel, and then I've watched it happen, and so I just can't. I can't keep. Like, just thank you for putting your neck out there and take care of people, because I would never ever look back at this stupid world, this stupid organization, and all the people. I'd be nice lovely life to ignore it all. But they have my family. And
yes, they do.
Everybody.
And
like, I don't love
that pisses me off too.
Yeah.
Because they have my family through deceptive means. How dare them? How dare them?
I feel it for everybody that says it. Like, when they put up the news in Japan, I went out and I made a Genius profile and I typed out all his lyrics and I spaced it out and I created the album and everything. I know it don't make any sense, but y'all, there's news in Japan and I feel like it's
very recent. They're doing this rising up thing. It's pretty impressive, actually.
Like
yeah.
Well, love, 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 love. I know the Beatles. I know Lennon didn't end up believing in God, but I love the idea that all we need is love because it's still scripture. And I hate anything besides love. And that is factual truth about how the scripture goes. And so, like, even if we're atheists, I don't know any other truth. And I'm really sorry. I guess I'm really tired and relieved. So I don't mean to
know that. No, I hear what you're saying. You're tired and everything. But just know that you are loved, okay, sweetheart? I get that your empathy. I get your empathy. I get your desire to rescue, and I get a lot of other things that you say.
Thank you
I just want to encourage
people like me. Thank you for all the people that were so kind to me tonight, even though it was so rude. I was so angry about how rude the chat was and stuff, and I couldn't quite shake it. And then there was like throwing self-help books at me. So thank you. I hope everybody knows that I'm not normally like that. I haven't had anything since I was a kid. So, it doesn't matter what my professional life is. It's a different world and it's a different person. And now I really, truly understand because I never tried to be this person. And I'm not going to stay in this land. I'm going to go back to me. But I guess I'm looking for love. You help me understand I want love. I don't have any love. And so all the love I can get, all the validation I can get, if anyone wants to want me with a Bible or in a self-help book, I can take it. But I'm glad they take all the love and support I can get.
I understand.
Thank you.
It's so hard to be like, I just need some love. I just need a hug, because then you sound all desperate and needy. And it's so like we women don't want to sound desperate and needy, but there's times I've actually started the show a few times going, I'm just having a really hard time. And I'm needing encouragement, and I'm needing just some support. And you know what?
Hey, Mom,
people call it.
Maybe my mama will listen, and maybe my mama will take pity on me. Maybe I told God when He said I would be president, I didn't even say fine. I skipped straight to the point. Can it be a big enough miracle they'll accept me? So I don't believe my mom. I realized it. I just feel like the president stuff becomes more real. So this is what it is. My mom, she heard this when she taken up pity on me, to love me, to know this is wrong. I'm sorry, don't mean to scream to the phone.
I feel you. I feel your anger, because it's
not anger.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. It's devastating.
Okay.
I don't have a dad. God is there. They all made me believe in Him. Otherwise, they fear Him and treat me with some version of dignity and respect. How much does that like they're not going to get away with this? They've been doing this to everybody. It's not just me. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be yelling anymore, but I know I'm talking directly into the front.
I don't feel like you're yelling at me.
I
feel like you're yelling about it, not me. I don't think you're yelling at me, honey. I hear you, okay? This stuff is unjust and it's wrong, and it should be a crime. Just because the purpose of a cult is to not only be deceiving, but to actually take the place of your family in life, and for them as a cult to replace the family. That's the purpose of the cult.
I have all my family. All of it. My mom mocks the Moody's. Why? Daddy escaped the Moody's. You know, my mom lied to me about my dad. People have told me he was leaving the Watchtower just like the Moody's. And my mom says that he would never have made it to paradise if he didn't die. He died when I was 3.5 years old. She's pregnant. I don't understand her delusion. She said he would not make it because he would have smoked pot again. I just, like, Linda, I thank you, because it's been a long life with no love. And so you guys have made it possible to, like, I don't know, just like I didn't like living without the two parts of me together. So that whole stupid double life thing you talked about growing up, I get it. So thank you. It's like being able to be myself finally. And I have to come out to all the professional world, but I already have. They're going to be more shocked, and they know I'm running for president instead of hiding the Jehovah's Witness stuff. That's my secret. My secret is being abused all my life. Yes, they're all fucking take another. Fucking take another for Jehovah. Just tell everybody Jehovah's a false god.
See, when this is righteous anger that you're having, and it's also part of mourning.
Yeah.
It's part of mourning.
I'm sorry to curse.
I hear you, girl. I hear you.
I want to bury him. It says so in Scripture. Satan will be crushed beneath your feet. Satan will be crushed beneath your feet. And I'm like, Jehovah is just a son of destruction. Everybody can look it up. It's etymology. Son of destruction. Hova. Hova, Hava. Hova, Hava. Apollyon abides. But seriously, like, how much longer could it take? I don't know. I'm sorry. I know I don't sort of make sense because I don't have context, but I'm yelling at the phone now and I'm selfish to take you over stuff. I'm sorry.
I get you. And you're,
I want to go back into hiding now. Not really. I feel relieved. I'm laughing and happy and relieved.
Sorry, be Angie.
Thank you. That's really me. Nobody's called me Angie since I was a kid.
I used to be called Angie as a kid too. Angie's cool.
Thank you, people. Thank you. Do you people believe that if I were actually to become president, which we all know is a miracle, only possible by a miracle, will my family, you know how bad it is, their delusion, will they believe? Will they actually accept me, or will I actually have to suffer some time before Christ arrives when they don't? And they still actually, as president of the United States, I hate to say it, but as big as that could be, they still won't believe in me. They still won't believe I have the Spirit of God.
Are you running for president for the approval and the love of your family?
No, I'm doing it for the thing that it is. But what he, I don't know what to call it. It wasn't a voice. It was, I don't know what it was, but whatever it was, I only recently realized that I never questioned it. The very first thing was just make it so it would be big enough miracles so that my family would accept me, so that I would get their love back. Just don't let me be president without it being without my family.
Yeah, it's saddening, honey. I know it's saddening.
It's more possible for me to be president than it is for them to love me. Do you understand? That
yes,
stupid fucking organization. I'm not supposed to curse.
I know. I'm laughing not at you, but kind of with you.
I know.
Kind of with you, because now you're mad that you're so mad that you're cursing.
I know.
Gosh, it's like, God damn it.
Y'all made me curse.
Right.
I'm not.
That's true. We can say that. We can say, God damn it. God damn it. God damn cursing.
Well, I say it. I don't know what your conscience allows, but
God damn stuff. So I can't say F word anymore. I've been trying to it's only happened recently. I don't mean to curse, he says, and I believe in it because that's part of the abuse I've suffered is people who say they're Jehovah's Witnesses, they curse you with their mouths. So I'm so sorry. But true. God damn anyone.
You are
sorry, that's not what I meant to say either, but it's true. Is that the thing?
I missed it.
C.S. Lewis said the Great Divorce. The Great Divorce is the apostasy and rebellion, and we're right in the middle of it. And I'm sitting here trying to be careful not to be, stupid. I don't know. God makes mysterious ways. I had no choice in my name and how I was raised and all the opportunities. Everybody can look at it one
day. That's true.
And they can see there's no way do this on my own. I did not become where I am now, regardless of what happens in the future without him. I would not be alive, let alone all the privilege and rights I've had. But I don't want to just let it go just because I'm ashamed of speaking up because of how they make me feel about myself as a devil, a demon, an evil person.
Right.
It's so bad. It's so bad. It's so bad. They call it death worldwide.
So remember what the leadership is like. The leadership is like a narcissist. As long as you're there to support them and work for them, you are a prized possession. As long as you're not, you are dismissed and disposable. You're talked down and discredited and dismissed. That's what you're experiencing because you're not part of the well-oiled machine that this organization is. And that is something actually to be proud of. Yes, Chad? Did you want to add something?
Yeah. You know how sometimes my mind has that bright, brilliant flash of light and then it stops working?
Come on in, yes.
Okay. Your past is where you're from, not where you're at and not where you're going.
Yeah.
That's
where
stuff right there.
That's
so are
really
we?
Huge.
Am I gonna
I want to hear that again. Can I have him say that again? Angela?
Yes. Say please, because I need it too.
Your past may be where you're from, but it is not where you are at, and it does not have to be where you are going.
I love that. I love that. It reminds me of
my brain is shot for the whole week.
Flash of light was awesome because it reminds me of when you drive down, not to look in the rearview mirror because that's where your past is, kind of thing that you want to keep your eyes focused ahead of you and where you're going. Yeah.
Will I be alone, or will people that I've met kind of digitally, will they actually show up? Or I've kind of been worried that maybe I might, I've always known that I stand up when you're supposed to keep quiet, and it's not exactly safe. And I don't mean to be conspiracy theorist, it's when I was younger, don't get this fellowship, don't speak up and stuff. But now,
I can't speak for anybody else, but I'm here. Okay.
Do you feel like other people are like us though? I only had the last 2 weeks worth of example, and tonight was horrible. I would never, ever, ever, ever come back if this was the only night. But last time, I made a fool of myself, I guess. But so I don't know what is the normal. Is there people?
That's a good question. I remember talking to a JW. Matter of fact, I have a video of it. It's called My Very First Car Crash, which I've never done another one after. But I was talking to a JW, and she would keep saying, so when you get to know your Bible, that was this term she kept saying, so when you get to know your Bible, I was like, I was irritating me. That was implying I don't know my Bible. Total trigger. And I had to ignore it through the whole. Yes. I wanted to be like, what makes you think I don't know my Bible? I wanted to be all, I know my theology, but I had to just stay focused and let that just fly. Just let it fly. Because every time, it's like.
So my Achilles tendon or whatever is this org. And so, you're right. I gotta how do you get tough to the weakness? I'm tough everywhere else. What do or do you just leave it alone? Is it fine to be volatile in this one sense? Because this is the only thing that's made me do anything to stand up and come out of the quiet. I could have done something all along, and only recently have I tried to help. So do I let it go? Like the fire, earlier I was arguing that you're not supposed to quench the spirit or extinguish the fire, however you want to translate the Greek into English. So am I supposed to give myself the freedom to continue being a bright flame? Or am I supposed to be more try to temper myself if you were going to tell me what I'm supposed to do? And I know I rejected advice earlier, but I'm willing to listen now. I feel like I'm supposed to, just so you know. I just have always loved the verse once I came across it. And so my bones are screaming. I will beat down the earth with my own bones and die with it if I had to, but that's not the way it works. But, I can't even imagine all the stories in my own life. Remember, Travis Foot was an E. And so, how much do I have to get to with being able to have lived experience? And so, I don't know why validation is not my style.
Some of that, like you said before, you're in therapy and stuff, and some of that you can take to your therapist. I remember last week you were asking this one certain question, and I forgot to say this very same thing. Some of
voting.
This you take
it was
to your
about
therapist.
voting. I'm so pissed off about
okay.
1969. I found out that even though I'm 43 in 2 days or something, I found out that in 1999, which would have been 19 years old for me, that we were all allowed to vote, which we all know is double speak, I guess. I don't know what the right term is, but we all know we're not allowed to vote. And Raymond France did a great job of showing the hypocrisy of partiality across nations based on whatever political rights and dollars and stuff. But yeah, it was about voting. I couldn't stop talking about that because I couldn't believe that I didn't know. Of all the stuff I know about this stupid organization, I had no idea that right there when I was still technically sort of in, it's not like I want to vote. It's the fact that Russell was going to put his wife in a mental institution just like my husband was trying to silence me. He's put me in a mental institution many times and jail to silence me for this stupid organization because they think that Jehovah and their God is better than love. And I'm sorry, what the F did I do? See, there I am again. What am I supposed to say there? What does God say? What the something did I do so that I had to be put in a mental institution just like Maria Russell? And he didn't get to put her in. She resisted. She fled to Chicago. It's triggering. It's like living in a daydream world where you're told is the same. I'm sorry, I'm from Fort Wayne, Indiana. So for people who don't know, this story is very similar to my own little personal life. But I don't know. So I even felt crazy because I don't have Christian congregation around me. I teach, but only to, some certain individuals. And so it felt weird to think, hey, I'm pretty sure that these guys have the same evil spirit that have been I don't know, however it worked. I don't want to say possession. It sounds so dramatic. But the idea that women should be put in a mental institution because they think they should be equal to men, and it's not like I wanted to ever vote. This is all about some stupid idea that God gave in 2011 that I was going to be president. and all of a sudden I have to suffer from then on with being institutionalized and jailed. Like, what's that? Isn't that like supposed to be something that's supposed to be worthy of whatever? Like, I don't know. I need you to shut up now. But hey, I have a great resume.
Not everybody's going to be excited for you to be as you share your story.
Not. So a single white female. Nobody wants a single white female. The evangelicals are gonna. They've already told me that they'd rather kill me. You should hear the death threats I get. I live under surveillance.
The hierarchical society, we women should know our place, and in the president's chair is not our place. It's not ladylike. it's
not even something I wanted to do. It wasn't my idea. I swear.
So I do want to suggest that you spend a good amount of your week doing things that are, you know, either for your job or like
I go back to work on my
just
day.
doing life, and then spend a few days or one day a week towards what you're wanting to share and expose. If you can not make it all encompassing, and you know what I'm saying, it's not good to obsess on it, because I've done it and I know this.
I don't. You
gets overwhelming.
That's perfectly what I do. You're perfectly right for anybody else who needs the advice. Linda's perfectly right. I spend 5 days a week doing my job for the people who pay me to do what I do, and I really, really enjoy it, doing what I do in general. And then on one day a week, I work on the personal endeavor, and then one day a week, I work on Barbara Anderson stuff. And so it's just, you go give to others, give to yourself, and then do your job. And that, I believe, that's a really good pattern. The only thing that, you know, you have to make sure that you carve out is rest. And so crazy enough, even though, like, you know, Friday night's not a bad thing to rest. And so I do not do like a Sabbath or whatever, because I'm already working immediately on Saturday mornings when I wake up. But the Friday night, I really like Friday night for myself and relaxing and calling it rest. So I'm sorry, I to take over and here I did it again, like way more than last time even. But thank you. I've been alone for 30 years. For 30 straight years. And my daddy, he's going to be really mad. But thankfully, peace comes. And so I really, really, really hope that he forgives everybody. And there's part of me who wants him not to. And I realize that's Christ's job. So I'm really happy to see my daddy again soon. Because it says that when Christ comes, his dad is bringing my dad. And the rest of the dead with him.
I see what
and
you're
I believe it's happening so soon. It's going to happen so soon. We don't know the day and the hour, but there's seasons of time. And I would even tell you, I know the year, the month, and whatever.
Are you like in a hurry to get to visit your dad? Like, are you going to hurt yourself or anything, or like go there early?
Oh no! Don't give anybody those ideas. I'd rather.
I'm not wanting to give anybody any ideas. I just need to ask you because I care.
Linda, you look up Alan Rodman. My only fear is the fact that my cousin shot himself in his sleep, and he was a police officer from St. Louis, Missouri, who handled the Ferguson riots. And so Satan has this ways just like God does. And it was Halloween. So thank you for Martin Luther, Chad, detail, because I've been, you know, it's just like Halloween. So let's remember that in Japan, Lloyd Berry, I published today on Watchtower documents. We'll pretend that nobody knows for a long time later who I am and what I'm doing for whom. But Watchtower documents has a published article about Japan, the woman and the rapper, and they were talking about what's going on. The Moody's Church, where my daddy ran off and hitchhiked across the United States when he was 15 because he was a Catholic family, was being raped, and he told the priest about it along the way. And Father Al, everybody can look up Father Al Kuntz, March 4th. 2 people are slaughtered to death in 2 separate years because this whole thing about stupid Illuminati is not, conspiracy? No, it's not conspiracy. For some reason, there are people out there who care about dates. They're satanic and they kill people because they don't want their pedophile stuff exposed. But the wonderful news is that we're later in history. So the Boston Globe exposed what my daddy gave and Father Al and Malachi Martin. These are my friends and my family relationships. Malachi Martin, you can look him up, left the priesthood for the Vatican and wrote fiction, so-called fiction with quote unquote. He was, I don't know, everybody can look up whatever it is, the right-hand man to the Pope. There's an official name to it. And so it's not like he's just like somebody random. And everybody can look him up also and find out the movie, The Exorcist. That's my friend. Malachi Martin is the exorcist. These are my family friends, my upbringing. My daddy painted Father Al's church. Father Al Kuntz was slaughtered, split from ear to ear in blood. And they had a cult sacrifice of a calf or a cow the night before. And so I know very much about the evil of the world. It's still an unsolved case. My daddy's never been solved, and that guy's never been solved. And that guy is just Father Al. And you can listen to the podcast. There's a wonderful podcast. They make an anniversary every year. But my daddy, he's a nobody. He's just a kid who at 15 told Father Al about it. And Father Al was already working on exposing the Catholic Church. So I support Barbara Anderson. As a 12-year-old, I got baptized, and she was busy being a mad woman in the Watchtower organization. And she's exposing that organization just the same as other people in my world have done the same to the Catholic Church. But we're behind the scenes. I'm behind the times. It's so frustrating to know so much and to be able to do so little. But that's why I'm no longer willing to sit here and be told that I have to work on my fruits of the Holy Spirit by someone who's never spoken or met me before, or be told that I need to go buy more books from not the Bible to be able to self-help myself about boundaries and such. Because I think those things people are presumptuous. And I don't presume anything. Everything I've earned by myself. And so the person who accused me of acting as if I was Christ earlier, I mean, it's just Jehovah's Witness method to shut people up. And so silencing the lambs is no longer allowed. And William Bone has already taken too much money and done nothing with it. So I don't know. I'm just perfectly fine with where I am. But like I said, I guess a moment ago, you made me realize what I'm here for. I just came for love, validation, I guess. Just love, actually, because validation requires you to know something. So all I thought was that it would be love. Like that maybe we were all so desperate for love that there wouldn't have been whatever I saw earlier. 2 weeks of bullshit. 2 weeks of I can't take it. 2 weeks of I would kill all the internet just so I wouldn't have to feed it anymore. Well, we need to be connected. We're all harmful to each other, right? But anyways, I just need for earlier, and then then I went into the self-help portion, which was, here's a book and my presumptions about you. You need more Holy Spirit. You're a family. You should love them because, they're perfectly fine. And there I am saying scriptures like I'm a hard ass. I don't know. I hope that everybody forgives me, but meanwhile, I don't eat it. I still believe in faith, truth, and love. And I don't know. God is love. It's not an aspect or a personality thing. It's just love. If you're looking for love, you're going to run straight into God. It's not like God is spirit. God is spirit is an aspect of who he is, not who he is. Does that make any sense?
Pretty much.
Love? Cool. I don't think I'm supposed to be raising this late. So I think this is what I'm awkwardly supposed to say at this point. Yeah, angelaglass2024.org. Might as well email me. Me, as in me, M-E, at that. The other stuff. And it's not about me. If it were, I'd be dead already. I'd go with my cousin. I would have gladly have gone for my brother. When I was a child, he was my brother because I wasn't able to understand those relationships. And he's not Jehovah's Witness. He's just somebody who was tormented through the same methods as Alan Farnbacher. And that's why it's bad thing for me. Last year was horrible. Alan Farnbacher and Michael Moore died from the same kind of persecution as my non-Jehovah's Witness cousin. And he died on Halloween. And it it was in his sleep with a shotgun to the head. It's public knowledge, so I'm not gossiping. The same for the other two boys. So meanwhile, I'm angry. Be angry, but do not sin. So I'm apologizing for sinning tonight for cursing. Otherwise, I don't apologize. I'm very, 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 very grateful for this platform and people and stuff. I don't mean to be yelling again. I'm not yelling. I don't mean to be using my voice in whatever way again.
Hey, Angela.
Yeah.
I just have a quick question. Was it you earlier that I messaged on Facebook?
Yeah.
Queer?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to be sure. And just so you know, you are loved. You know, people do care about you. You're not out there on your own.
Yeah, I'm just an example of how much it hurts to be cast aside by your family. My mother and my father were known as the greatest love, and people torture me. They don't know it. But when I go home to Indiana, I don't want to hear about that love, you know? So thank you. Thank you. I know that other people have love out there in the world, but now I just have to I have to learn how to come back into this world where you're at one moment gonna be whatever it was in the chat earlier, and the other moment you can be yourself. And then thank you. There's nothing. It doesn't matter how much the quote unquote world has esteemed me. You know that they divided that off as nothing matters. So thank you. You're like the third person in my life to give me any validation like that.
Can you give the audience your Instagram?
My Instagram? It's gotta be the same. I lost my Facebook account from putting up Barbara's Facebook webpage. So the personal one I think is what?
That's what I meant. Are you on Instagram?
I am. I just created the president account again today because 2020 is gone because I deleted all it for Google so I could finish the job. And sorry, that doesn't make any sense. But my name is Angela Glass, and I'm Ange on Twitter because Ev, who created Twitter before Musk, gave me that because we're all the friends and stuff. And so, God, I'm tired.
But on Instagram, you're Angela Glass?
I'm the Angela Glass. Look, Baxley is the last name in the Watchtower GB. You're wrong. Look for Angela Baxley Glass. It's my maiden name, not my birth name. I was adopted because of my dad dying.
Yeah.
And
your stepdad adopted.
If that's not real, then I know that my stepdad, yes. And if it's not there, then it's just Angela Glass 2024. I know that one exists. The only reason I exist on the planet anymore. Otherwise, I just go stage left. And I don't mean to kill myself. I mean, it's good enough time to say sayonara, like have fun, y'all. But I can't. So hello, Japan. We're gonna change the world. I mean, sorry, people, we are changing the world. Chad needs to know that he is already Martin Luther, and Michael Moore is a child. You know, and people who are, you know, like me, quieter and didn't want to step up, it doesn't matter. All we have to do is share things. I mean, seriously, I'm publishing bona fide Pew Research style surveys soon. I've done enough of this for other people.
That'll be great.
Yes, so there will be at some point, you know, you won't know it's me, but you just propagate it out from the people and sources that we've already known that I've been working for behind the scenes. And so there'll be one for domestic violence. There'll be one for where you raped as a child. There'll be, you know, and I asked Barbara for all the things because I was like, you know, I've done a good job of like going off and growing up meanwhile. So I asked Barbara to make a list of like all of the civil rights issues and social issues, you know, everything that's emotional violence and violating God's, you know, law, one law, love.
Okay,
so
and you'll be doing surveys
yeah.
on some of those things that are, okay.
I already
That'd
have,
be very,
yeah,
that's very valuable.
I used to collect all of the reports of anyone for child sex abuse, and that's how the government found me, because I had that. They thought it was the quote unquote database.
Oh, they thought you were the database. Wow.
They thought I had it. They thought I had it.
They thought you had it. Okay. I see.
I wonder, just on the off chance, I wonder if they would have that database on a computer connected to the internet.
They do. That's why I'm very upset, because I know exactly the technology. I know all about it. I'm very, very upset. Also, our favorite person, Barbara Anderson's son, is in the middle of that. He does surveillance outside of that now, and she's perfectly fine with us. So you can go to our Watchtower documents.org and put in Lance, and you can read her plea. And so, I'm glad that she's older now and doesn't quite understand, because I don't want her to know that I feel threatened by her son. So let's not tell her directly. Let's pretend that she'll never, ever, ever, ever hear that. Thank you.
Gotcha. I was going to say, if they have their CSA database connected to a computer with the internet, why don't you ask someone like Gummo to get it for us?
Who's Gummo?
You don't know who Gummo is?
No, I do not.
The same question.
I don't. I've literally ignored this whole world. It's the only way I survive. I love my family too much.
Gummo is the world's greatest hacker. He's gone. Everyone knows who he is. He's a public figure now. But
we don't.
He has stolen billions of dollars or whatever, and it's all past the statute of limitations. So he went public. I mean, if you just type in Gummo interview on YouTube, you'll find a couple interviews he did. And I mean, this guy, he is legit one of the best hackers in the entire world. And he has actually helped the feds with a couple of cases, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
After they tried to arrest him.
There's black hat, white hat. Yeah. He's a black guy. I wear a white hat with a black trim. Yeah.
Black hat hacker.
Well, black hat means that you'll do whatever. White hat is you won't do anything that's illegal. And I wear a white hat with a black trim, and it's photos literally because of stuff like that. So Gummo, and here's the thing I have to ask, and this is the thing that's why we've always stayed just shy of it. What are we going to do with it?
Leak it.
I already have the list. You can go to findfrederick.com, and then I think, Linda, or didn't you say it's down now? I think the map is no longer up, but it doesn't matter. I still have the data. And so I was recreating this weekend at Thanksgiving before I arrived down somewhere else for food and making it or whatever. I was recreating it off of Google technology because the thing went down. But basically, that's how the government, the United States Marshal Service, found me, the Department of Justice, in order to work on and consult for the Find Frederick case of America's Most Wanted. And so we have already more than, sorry, I don't know the number, but it's thousands plus, obviously, because all of Australia's in there. So what do we do with it? The government doesn't care. That's why I'm running for president.
No, that's the whole thing. As long as you have that master list of the CSA accusations and all that.
I do, and we're asking for more of it. Yep.
Asking for.
I have one website. I'm one woman. Ready? I was willing to be the catfish for a sharpshooter. Find Frederick McLean. Find Freddie was the campaign I did. The government. Tom Miranda is his name. You can look him. When you go to findfrederick.com, you'll immediately find a video playing in your face, and that's Tom Miranda. Before that, it was a garish-looking website because I didn't want anybody to know it was legitness. It's supposed to look cuckoo-y.
Right.
Yeah. So now it looks less cuckoo-y because Tom Miranda came around, and I'm like, Miranda, really? Because nobody reads me Miranda writes. So are you legit? But anyways, he happened to be from San Diego, and I also happen to be from San Diego.
And so I had that crisis of conscience that Ray would talk about, where you're going like, wait a minute, but my mom's like, court reporter. And so she goes in and, sorry, I don't think it's called reporter, court. She types for court back in the day. And then the magistrate, she was lesbian, but they told her that she had to get, she couldn't have a roommate that was female because she was lesbian. And so now the magistrate, where I stripped and pester sprayed for weed in North Carolina for the kids, that woman, also Jehovah's Witness. My dad, also Jehovah's Witness, working in the same building for the state. And so when they asked me, I was like, you know what? These people are so compromised. If I'm supposed to act like I'm not supposed to work for the government because somehow it's Satan, excuse me, at what point am I more Satan than they are? And so I got over the idea that I was not allowed. And it's weird because you realize that was 2013. And so you realize that you're like, I don't know, a decade later, and you thought you were free. But I still had to go through all of that reasoning to go whether or not I could support them being quote unquote government, finding the world's most wanted pedophile, let alone Jehovah's Witness.
You know who you ought to turn that list over to, and who will make a lot of noise about it and get a lot of attention on it?
Please.
Mancow.
Who's Mancow? Thanks.
Mancow Muller. He was the king of Chicago shock jocks. He was on the FCC's most wanted list. He got busted 8 times by the FCC in 1 year. He was part of the Free Speech Radio Network. He would play music they told him could not be played on the air. He would say things that they said could not be said on the air. I mean, yeah, he got busted so many times, it's not even funny. But he ended up getting national attention for his stuff to where, like, I remember on his second album, he shaved his pubes. And if you bought the second album, there was a little plastic baggie with like 4 or 5 of his pubes in it. And yeah, I bought the album and I'm like, whoa, really? Pubes, cool. They're not mine, but that's all right. So I would sit there and play with a baggie of some other guy's pubes. So, that was
I do have a question. What do we want from this? So pretend, like, for example, that I actually did become this miracle idea that God makes it happen president. So pretend we have all the power we need. What do we want from it? Like, it's still a state-by-state thing. Montana said, we know that they already won the case, and they reversed $35 million. $35 million. I can't even imagine being the kid and thinking that had happened, and then to have it yanked away. Not about the money, but the validation, because it's really only about validation. And so they yanked it away and said, oh, because government allows practice of religion and freedom of religion. So I don't understand, like, how in the world
they did go back. They did go back to court, and they ended up. The courts ended up telling the Watchtower that they owed a certain amount for so many days or whatever. So they ended up doing a plea deal or whatever that's called, with a gag order kind of thing. But they did go back after they overturned it. Yeah, after they overturned it. So
you're saying they overturned the Montana Supreme Court decision?
No, but they went in another way with their lawyer.
They appealed it.
And you probably
they appealed it.
What do you know?
No, I don't know. Please tell me more. I only knew that they ended at the Supreme Court of Montana, and that's why I was tweeting with RGB. She and I, we used to tweet, and so she's dead now, and she died right about that time, and so I was pissed off, and I was like, this is coming up to the Supreme Court, and then she dies, and I couldn't care anymore. I went to South by Southwest wearing a stupid purple T-shirt that said Angela Gass 2020. I was really, really angry about a dead friend. And I don't know if I'm wrong about timing. So if she died right after, then don't worry. I'm just wrong about, the timing of events, because I was really pissed off about Montana and about them saying that Deborah is not a judge. And so it may be petty, but I think that the world will be pissed off because there's enough Jewish women who, you know, don't want to have that kind of like, I don't know, they can't do that. At least in the Jewish culture, they had respect for women and thought that Deborah should be a judge.
Well, actually, Deborah was viewed as a judgment against Israel, Isaiah 3, but that's the story.
And the judge, right? She was the judge who summoned Barak and said, go do this for me. And he says, I don't know, I'm a chicken shit. And she says, fine, I'll go with you, but you're not going to get the credit for it. Is this not the storyline?
And
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But later on, she was also identified as a judgment of God upon Israel.
Yeah. Amen.
Yeah. But
Mother of Israel who never ever was documented having children.
But see, like, my whole thing is, if you were to get that list to someone like Mancow, like,
do you have that access to him? It's a public list. I just have to like make sure that the list I'm pretty sure is still public. If not, I can do it tomorrow morning. So there's no problem here. This thing has been public for a long time. The only thing that happened is that the map stopped because I hit a limit. In other words, we had a limit of too many people reporting as of January of this year, I think. And so I feel awful because I was too busy working to notice that the website went down.
Yeah.
So reports only stopped this year, and so we can basically kick off again. You know, like I've been talking about my stupid Twitter handle, so it's not exactly that hard. It's just, you know, it's not something viral isn't something you do alone. So thank you. I'm absolutely yes and yes and yes and.
How did you end up getting the list?
I compiled it. I was angry.
Oh.
Yeah. So there's the Australian Royal Database. There's William Bowen, who was accused of taking money. I was really, really incensed because he was accused of taking money for divorce cases and other cases for Jehovah's Witnesses, but doing nothing. But yeah, he had this like, I'm sorry, I'm going to say stupid again. Stupid is a word that I'm not supposed to have as an adult, but it's the only word I have. So I used to not curse. So stupid to me is like the F word. Maybe I'll just go back to saying stupid all the time instead of the F word. Okay, so he has a stupid website, and so he's Silent Lambs. I'm the Silence of the Lambs .me. I'm sorry, the Silence of the Lambs and .me. And so I put the website back up as of today because I'm tired of waiting for everything else to happen. But there's also FindFrederick.com and a whole bunch of other websites. I'm highly privileged and entirely alone. And so the government, I'm just like ignoring, you know, whatever. But after they engaged me to help, and I am like, whatever it is, I am officially, you can go to LinkedIn and see it. It's on my resume. So it's not like they can deny it or whatever. And I have, you know, screenshots of them on the website, my emails back and forth. I can prove myself, but whatever. But meanwhile, they don't actually help you when it comes down to this. I'm being picked on and being put into stupid scenarios by things that you can't quite explain, and then they feel like they're conspiracy theory. And then also, it doesn't do you any benefit to like actually acknowledge that stuff. So every time it happens, I'm just like, whatever, and then I go on to another job. Except I'm one of those people who has one epic resume, and I really honestly am not boasting and bragging anything besides God. How many people can you find to beat my resume on the planet? And so somebody's behind me, but meanwhile, I ranted and raved, and I still have all the records of angrily at all levels of the government raving about the fact that they wouldn't protect me from the stupid Watchtower. I don't like being institutionalized and drugged against my will. I don't like being silenced. I don't like being held under a thumb. And all of that happened after I stood up because of the Watchtower. There's no coincidences here. It couldn't be more angry. What I wondered is it happening to anyone else? Because I'm direct about it. So everybody else would be like, you know, casual or whatever. Me? No. My career has been intentionally to make sure that I can prove the facts. My company that employs me now, I intend to be free of them in January. If they want to keep me, that's their problem. I'm a big troublemaker.
sound like me.
One thing that is good is that Biden this year signed something that makes it to where those that have been abused through CSA,
there's no look back. There's no look back.
Statute of limitations.
You have to get raped as of today. So I'm not really interested in Sleepy Biden. He was stuck in the basement with COVID, and he already could have made all the choices he wanted about whether or not he wanted to be vaccinated, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. He is just a political
But you're
puppet.
not letting me finish. You're not letting me finish.
No problem. Go ahead and finish.
Okay. So he signed something to make it to where from here forward, people will now have no statute of limitations.
Children who are raped today forward have some legal thing in the future when they wake up. And now we know that how is it like 15 years into the future before kids actually wake up? So 15 years in the future,
sometimes
when Christ has already arrived.
That might be the case, but what happens usually
let's just not make it a big
don't.
useful thing. It's not a big useful thing.
You're talking over me. It is useful.
Sorry, I gotta go pee. I'm gonna put myself on mute. Get out of bed and go pee.
Just put it on mute and bring it with you, though. But he might be sleepy. He might be, in his basement, whatever.
He's a Democrat. I'm not. I'm more. I'm not a Trump fan.
Right. So the thing is that has been put into the laws. So for future events, and even Barbara Anderson mentioned this when she was being interviewed by Cliff, who is Fifth, a musician, that people come around usually to start talking about their childhood and the CSA that had happened to them around the age of 52. So maybe Christ will have come by that time. I don't know.
How old?
But this has not ever been this 52. This has never been like the way it has been. I mean, yes, it seems too late, but at least it happened. And so those in the future, it's going to benefit them. Is it too late?
So what you're saying is you have to get raped today, and if you're raped today as like a 10-year-old, because it happens between like 8, 6, or whatever, they basically they stop raping them at 15, because at 15 we get pissed off and we think boys are cute, or girls, whatever. So you're saying 15 from today at most, and then at 52. So you're saying literally my age range. So you're saying basically I have to wait until I have entirely lived my life before those kids are free. See, I've already done this math.
Not at all.
You're absolutely true.
Not at all.
But why?
Well, that girl in Crystal Lake, Illinois, that's near where I live, I mean, it happened to her for years and years. She reported it to the elders. The elders told her to keep her mouth shut. Her 18th birthday, she went to the police and filed the report. And the guy got arrested.
Well, they can.
So,
what Biden did was say that for anybody in the future or currently where it's still within statute of limitations, those people don't have it anymore. But the people who've had it and are just waking up, which is the larger quantity, he's not concerned for those. So in other words, we have to wait for everybody else to be raped or bet on the kids who are being woken up right now. And statistically speaking, when we look at all the stuff I've researched, that's just not a thing. It's just really interesting. He just did a thingy that's useful in the future, but you have to get raped first. And I'm really
here's the thing. You can't backdate it.
Yes, you can.
That's
We have.
the way the law
It's called
works.
look back. Oh, you can. You can. It's called look back. Look back. The word is look back. I'm Ange on Twitter, and you can see. I think I did it from the president account. Angela Glass 2024. Sorry, the year's changed. So look back is the word, the key word, and I don't fault anybody for not knowing. I do a day job, and then I spend my nighttime making sure I know all the other stuff. And nobody else has, I think, time for that. Y'all have lives, I hope, and family and love and stuff. And so look back is the key word. And a look back law is where it is when they put something into place, like the statute that Biden did. And you say, there's a certain state in the United States that's done it. And they say, this is a look back. And I'm really pissed off. And they say it's a look back for a year. Or They also do like a pause for a year and say for 1 year you can like freely say from any case that you've had in the past, you can claim it now. And that's really pissy. I get even more angry. Thank you. I'm even more angry about that one. So it's like, excuse me, is it my job to quit my job so I can go make sure that everybody in the world knows, in the United States knows, that for the next year in New York City, state, that you, if you happen to have woken up already and are aware, now, after all these years, you can actually sue. Well, I'm sorry. Isn't it over already? I'm pretty sure it's like November, right? So the look back law is already over. But I'm sorry. Is there anybody pushing this news besides the Barbara Anderson website?
Yes, plenty of people do. They put it all over Twitter, all over Facebook.
Yeah, but how many cases?
I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, it did get widely shared.
And so, after legal and law, we can make retroactive laws. We can say this is wrong. You know, we can say things. We can't change like 1/3 of the Black people count and versus count with voting. But what we can do is say that a crime happened to you when you were a child, and say that it no longer matters, that we're stupid, and that we think that you can't do anything about it because it's like, oh, I'm sorry, womp womp, too late. And so certain states say it doesn't matter what we thought back then. We were wrong about it. And so even though you were raped when you were a kid, now you're like 40s or something, or 50s, like Linda was saying, or Barbara was saying, that doesn't matter. We're going to take care of you because now our law is smarter, and we're smarter about protecting our people. And that's what I'm about. I'm about changing the world. So the person who shamed me earlier and decided that when I said I was changing the world, well, I'm sorry. She could have picked either phone. She could have even picked the Microsoft phone, which was the trick question. So it doesn't matter. When I said that I've changed the world and everybody touches something I've designed, it wasn't egotistical. It was basically bait for her to fall into. And so we need to actually recognize that we have that power. The world can change. God is behind us. There is spirit. And this isn't the end of the world. This is topple, 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 dominoes. Bye-bye, Babylon.
Well, yeah, if you know the ways to do that, that'd be great. If you got started on that.
Well, that guy knows how.
Or if that's what you've been saying, you're already doing. Then forgive me, I didn't compute. But yeah.
No, I'm saying that America has fallen far short. I'm loudly saying it. There's no problem saying it. They failed me personally. They failed the United States as far as people. Each state is able to individually rape their children. In Montana right now, it is free for all. If you have ever imagined that pedophiles' paradise was a real thing, it couldn't be more true in Montana. Montana said, hey, y'all, I don't know. I haven't had time to go. I don't get all into the specifics, but someone could do, if they wanted to, United States survey of each state and determine which states allow, like Montana, you to rape your children as much as you want, because Montana literally does. You can rape your kids because it's called religious, sexual, institutionalized child abuse. You can handle it internally because you say it's an internal matter. It's called separation of church and state. Yeah, but you know what? It's already gone over. We've already complained about the reversal of $35 million without thinking about how many children and how many pedophiles are moving to the state. And you know what Tom Miranda would like you to know? Pedophiles is when you prefer sex with children. Child molesters is when you don't mind. You'll take what you get. So there's a lot of pedophiles and molesters.
Please repeat that again. Say that again. What?
Pedophiles are specifically, Tom Miranda is the United States Marshal Service agent. I don't know what his technical, well, the last word there is, USMS, the DOJ, who contacted me for Brian Frederick McLean. He would like everyone to make sure they know pedophilia is when a person specifically desires sexuality with a child, which is different than the problem we have. The problem we have is plenty of people, majority men. I have a database, or sorry, I don't know why I do it to say database. It's all data, and it's the base. All your base are belong to us as a tech geek joke. Anyway, regardless of the format in, all of those people are effectively men who don't necessarily prefer sex with children, but love sex any way they can get it. I wish there were another definition for that. Child molester doesn't seem to get it.
Because, yeah, see, I kind of agree with you, but I go a step further when it comes to children, as in that would be rape, because children cannot consent. So rape is about power and control. So that's pretty ugly.
Molest means,
so maybe we are saying
open thing. Yeah, molest is an open concept. That means that you could like sexually touch her breast. I'm sorry, not sexually. I just mean to say you could touch the child's breast, or you could fondle their butt, and that's molestation. And then states individually across the United States have different definitions for rape. So it's really confusing as a young woman. Trust me, I've been raped many times. So it's really confusing. You just get over it. It's like the fuck, they don't matter. They don't care. It's really complicated to figure out whether or not what happened to you is applicable in the law. And so you can look at North Carolina, Indiana, Texas, Washington State, and California, for example, for, I don't know, no good reason. But yeah, it's a big, what was the word I was supposed to say instead of S these days? I said I was going to say stupid. It's a big, stupid deal. Sorry, that doesn't exactly fit. But yes, we should care about this stuff. It's the stuff I've cared about because it's hurt me and my family. And me and my family has become a very, very large family. So Travis Foote, anybody want to look him up? I think we should make a big deal out of him. If we're not going to make a big deal out of Michael Moore, Travis Foote. He showed up in our congregation driving a taxi cab. Him and his wife and his kids. And my mom was like, oh, you can never stay over at anybody's house because your Jehovah's Witness little brother's friend is going to like rape you. And this is all yada yada from my outside the Jehovah's Witness personal experience. And so mom, for some reason, and she just, she says it, so I can say it. I mean, it's not like I'm supposed to keep secrets, even though so. And so mom says, oh, I thought because his wife was there that it'd be okay. Well, no. I was sent to my bedroom, yada yada, when I threw a milkshake on this man's face. He was playing just footsie underneath the table at dinner with my sister. That's why I threw the milkshake technically on his face. There's a larger why. Okay. But now I don't have to explain myself. I'm really still pissed off that my mother hasn't apologized for that. But is she aware? Come to fellowship. I think I should take out a full-page ad and shame them. But apparently it would humiliate them, and Susan would be pissed off because I don't have enough love for that. Okay. So I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. I have a lot of stories to tell. Travis Foote, Foote, from Oklahoma now. I think he's stuck in Oklahoma for the rest of his life. What he did was he raped this woman that he was renting to, and he raped a bunch of people. He also was incestuous with his nieces. And his relative contacted me to ask me to take down the details because she realized her kids would find out that they were the product of that. So by the way, remember to this part of it because I did change the details on the website so that they wouldn't, because I do have a heart. But meanwhile, I said, I'm sorry, you're going to have to deal with the rest of it. You should train your kids to understand that's what's happened. Because this guy threw a woman off the bridge who thankfully, for fuck's sake, lived.
Wow.
So, yeah, I'm angry. Do you want to hear more stories from my real true story of life? Or do we just want to talk about I would like some peace and not be judged and have any more self-help books handed to me or be told that I need more Holy Spirit? If anyone has any Holy Spirit to give me, I'll show fruit. But if you can't give me anything less than judgment, I ain't going to show you love, joy, peace, kindness. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm going back into intake for domestic violence, and I was married for the last 9 years to a Jehovah's Witness named Philip Glass. His name is Philip Darrell Glass.
as in the famous family from Charlotte, North Carolina, right there next to the Baxley, because Baxley used versus United States is so incredibly proud of themselves. Baxley versus United States is stupid people named Baxley who adopted me as Jehovah's Witnesses, who thought Hitler was the way that we should live under the United States regime. I'm sorry, you want Hitler? You want Hitler, and you think Hitler, and you put it on the record, and you thought you would mock me and tell me I'm supposed to be quiet? No, I'm not quiet anymore. I don't know why I had to end up in this. I'm just going to say God's mysterious ways. But does everybody have the name straight? Philip Glass, famous guy, composer. All right, it's not that guy. It's the Jehovah's Witness one. The other one, Baxley. Baxley versus United States. Hitler. They thought Hitler was a good idea. Tarred and pepper sprayed. I'm sorry, tarred and feathered. I was pepper sprayed. Tarred and feathered. My adopted family. You can look up Rudell Baxley. He was with Fred Franz down there, and I'm sorry, was it Raymond Franz? Fred Franz? I don't remember. Down in the Dominican Republic. Where's my fat ass brother-in-law? The Dominican Republic. He's still there, pretending to be a missionary and sucking down the funds from people who are poor. In the name of Jehovah. Oh, by the way, I've always intended to show this to Rhonda Glass. Rhonda Glass will go apeshit over it. This is intended to be the Warwick lit. I'm sorry, I meant to go to bed a long time ago. I wasn't meant to tell a story like this. I just intended to put out a full-page ad in the Charlotte Observer. I don't mean to be ranty. I'm really, really, really tired of being told to sit down, shut up, and look pretty.
Would me saying that this could be an okay time for the show to end feel like I'm shutting you up? Okay,
no.
Go ahead. Okay.
Can't wait to go to sleep.
Okay, because I'm kind of needing to, even though I'm hearing what you're saying.
Whatever it sounds like, as far as I'm teaching Hebrews 1 tomorrow morning, and I teach. And it's a very small congregation, currently only of women, because the men never seem to be able to say it. What's the problem? And so anybody who would like to join, we would love to have. And so, one way or another, that can happen. What happened is Eric Wilson kicked me out of his congregation. He said that I could build my own following. For some reason, he didn't like what I thought. And so he said, you can build a following like mine, but you can't use mine. And I'm like, I'm not using a following. If I wanted a following, I could make a following Wilson. And then LV kicked me out of his congregation also, because LV and I were the ones who were supposed to be, what was it? Love versus truth? I don't know. They didn't, you know how Athanasius and Arius, basically the Trinity, both of them were wrong. So when it comes down to it, Eric Wilson, I really hate his name. You don't mind me saying that, right? You still look at him mocking me on the videos and such. So these people, I'm over it.
I'm not familiar with him.
I know that's because you and I are both mostly free. I showed up like 2 years ago, randomly. COVID happens, and I go to his like memorial or whatever, and yada yada. Like 3 weeks later, I'm out. He has this thing about not believing in the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, and then when it comes down to LV doesn't like being corrected either. And then Mark Martin, I already said, I'm sorry. If I ever could have enough time to care about theology, I would say to Mark Martin, that's really stupid. You think no one exists on the planet during the 1,000-year reign? Well, at the end of the 1,000-year reign, after you think there's no one on the planet, we get a new heaven and a new earth. What's the rationale there? So I really, 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 really want to speak loudly about the truth without anyone telling me to actually quiet down. And you know what? God says there's a new thing he's going to create, Jeremiah 31:31. He says, I don't know, something about a woman and a man. And they all say, I don't know what that word is in the middle. So everybody can go and figure it out. But in the meantime, I'm tired of being shamed. Melvin George Baxley, of that whole Baxley versus United States Hitler scandal, who says, I'm so proud of my name. You should go look it up. I'm like, dumbass. He was trying to actually argue with me as of 3 days ago that, that was somebody else that said that. So everyone needs to go read about the Watchtower and how it is that people that not blood, not that it matters the difference, the family that supposedly hates me, loves, hates, we could all debate, believes, just like the rest of the organization that taught them so, that we should live under the Hitler regime.
And I'm saying, excuse me, how far from that are we now? I
Thank
am
you. The Watchtower pretty much is a regime.
It is.
It pretty much is.
It is. And they have a database worldwide, and other places in the United or outside of the United States are no longer allowing them to keep the surveillance of us. I would like the same for here. I would like my records. I would like freedom of religion in the United States.
Exactly.
I believe in God, Christ, but not Jehovah. I do not believe it's fair that I should be persecuted by people who have had a record on me since I was a child, a fatherless boy, according to their translation.
Yeah, that's a pretty vulnerable feeling, and they have one on me too. So I hear where you're coming from. And if you don't mind, we're now at 5 a.m. California time. And
oh my God.
I would like to close up the show, but I don't want you to experience this as me shutting you up.
No.
You're ready to go to bed? Okay. And I think a lot of the stuff you brought up was extremely valuable today. I want to.
It's because thank you to the sister who triggered me. Please, you know her, and I don't want to say her name because I've heard her name and I don't know the person's name. So please hug them in virtual space. I'm only for it. Otherwise, I would keep my mouth shut and do it from behind the scenes, and it's not the same as this. I truly believe that God does stupid stuff to us. I don't mean to offend him, to make us do foolish stuff like this. My bones are screaming out. So thank you for making this. Thank you for giving me a platform to be brave in the middle of the night. I'm not afraid of the future. I am powerful in my real life. It's this, I don't know, the occasional person with a Jehovah's Witness watchtower that can whack me across the head. That's my weakness. I have this silliest, stupidest. Yeah.
I'm scared of this. I'm scared of this picture too. A watchtower whacking me over the head. That is
I almost got arrested.
Going there.
I threatened to be arrested at the DMV office because I encountered Jehovah's Witnesses at the DMV office and confronted them. And the same thing happened at Disney. I used to work for Disney. Now, I didn't get fired from Disney for confronting the Jehovah's Witnesses, but I have certainly helped that information get more large. Whatever. I'm so tired. So, yeah. Tell anybody and everybody. Angela Glass is pissed off, and after righteousness, justice, freedom, love, peace, unity, not Trinity, unity, and worldwide, and for president, because that's the stupid idea that God gave me. We can leave the president part off, but you can shame or put my name out there. It's only a conduit for all the things that I link to it. And it's not my fault. It's just life I was given, and before the foundation of the world, God chose and named all of us.
And you know what? Our names are tattooed on his hands, on his palms. So he not only keeps track of all of the hairs on our heads.
Well, hold on here, folks. Our telephone lines seem to go out, but we'll get it right back on for us here. So let's see what we can't do. We do lose a phone call here after a while.
Welcome into the live 6 Screens conference calls. We thank you for joining in. To speak up and talk, press *6 on your telephone. When you are done talking, press *6 to mute yourself. Remember, when you are unmuted, your phone is a microphone and picks up on all noises in the background. We hope you enjoy the programs tonight. You will now be placed into the conference.
If you are the host, press star now. Please enter your PIN followed by the pound or hash. Thank you. There are 4 participants in the conference.
Writing a paper about, we'll just forgive that.
Oh my goodness.
But meanwhile, don't forget the rest of it. Death. I'm
Muted.
Death.
Unmuted.
I gotta go because it's 7 in the morning. I got.
What time is your? So Chad, what time will your show be coming on tomorrow? Cult Busters.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, I'll come back.
That'll be on next Sunday.
Oh, not this Sunday, not tomorrow. Okay, next Sunday.
Yes.
Thank you.
So I've watched
Angela.
hours of interviews.
That's
Thank
impressive.
you. I'll back. Obviously, I need to get through this stuff, and please pardon me for. I've never been so selfish in my life, and it's also very weird because I almost feel like not apologizing or crying about it.
Okay.
But I'm coming for my own healing. Thank you.
And that I understand. So I'm going to take this time to say goodnight to the audience and to you too. I appreciate the time that you've spent on the phone here, Chad. I appreciate the time you spent on the phone here, Angela. And thank you for Pixie calling in and Susan calling in. I'm trying to remember who else. I know that Robertson, or yes, Christopher. Thank you, Christopher. And then that other gentleman who was asking you specific questions. So Brad from Australia, I thank you for calling in. I thank you for everyone that was in the chat. I really look forward to this weekend. The weekends when I get to do this show, it means a lot to me, and so do you, the listeners. So today is Sunday, November 27th, 2022. The show started on Saturday, November 26th, 2022, and I'm looking forward to next weekend and talking about what comes to mind. So this is Apostle Babe Linda James, your favorite apostate, and I'm just wanting to say good night and thank you for being here. So good night, Angela and Chad.
And Linda, when it stopped recording, you didn't start recording it again, right? It's not recorded, so we don't have to. It is? We're started recording again?
We have been on YouTube. We are on YouTube, and it hasn't turned on yet, so
good.
So yeah.
Thank you.
So I'm going to say good night and thank you both, and know that you are loved, Angela, okay?
I thank you. I mean that. Thank you. Love you all.
Okay, sweet.
Thank you for forgiving me.
Night, guys.
We'll see you again.